qualification races because they qualified on Friday here at Macau, and it is for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 cars around the streets of Macau. 9 laps in prospect for our first race of the day. Not the only GT racing that we have here at Macau, because we had a thrilling GT3 race yesterday for the Macau GT World Cup, and this GT4 race is a very colourful affair. Good morning from Alan Hyde in the commentary box, and a very good morning sat alongside me and poised and ready for a full day of action here at Macau is David Addison. Morning, David.
Morning, Alan. What better start than a grid of GT cars? GT4 has really boomed in the last decade or so, not just in Europe, but then across to America, Australia and Asia. And this Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars has been a regular race at the Macau Grand Prix, but this year forms part of the championship, because new for 2025 has been the SRO GT Cup, which is a China-based GT4 series. It began at the Chinese Grand Prix, a support race in Shanghai. It's been to Pingtan and on the streets of Beijing also a month ago. They've had double headers everywhere except here, where we get the one race. And you're looking there at the man that is the AM champion, and indeed second overall in the championship, Moritz Berenberg. The championship won by the driver that's on pole position, Han Li Chao. That is Cao Tzu Lung. He will start 5th on the grid in his Level Motorsports Toyota. We have 10 different manufacturers on the grid for this 7th round, final round of the championship. It is going to be a 9-lap race, and they're the BMW of a real mainstay of racing at Macau. Kelvin Leung lost his best lap for being in the fast lane too early in qualifying, so he's a bit further back on the grid than he would like to be.
Doesn't look too bothered by that, does he? As we make our way down the grid, what you'll see is something really quite typical of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, and that is local drivers from this area, the Greater Bay Area. So from Hong Kong, China, from Macau, China, and from Chinese Taipei and China as well. And they are all just delighted to be here on the grid. It's a big thing, it's a special thing, and it only happens once a year.
And for one driver, it's their farewell race. Darrell Young is on the outside of the front row, so second on the grid for what's going to be his last race. He had 2 class wins in silver in GT3 Asia in Beijing a month ago, and now he's having his last race, and where better after 20 years than on the streets of Macau. So 27 you're looking at there is the Toyota of Tao Ti Kwan, another of the Toyota GR Supras, and 55 is the... Sorry, 95 I should say, is Darrell Young's Mercedes. Darrell pops out of the car. He's won Carrera Cup Asia as a championship twice. He's won the Bathurst 12 Hours twice. He's won the Macau GT Cup twice. And there aren't many things with a roof over the top that he's not raced in over the years.
You're absolutely right. And a 20th Macau Grand Prix weekend for Darrell Young is when he decides to hang up his helmet from a competition behind the wheel. That's still very much involved with Park Bamboo as the team and the business interests that are involved around there. And just think the amount of experience that he's got. He's pretty much been through every possible condition, so his experience is going to be absolutely vital in going forward. And you know what, it's an emotional decision when you've been competing for so long behind the wheel, and he has put on social media quite a few times this week, posts leading up to this event, and he has said just how emotional it is getting his helmet design the last time that he'll have a helmet design, and everything about this weekend is going to be an emotional experience.
There's one gap on the grid, I think, where a car is not yet there. 36 I can't see, which is Yang Kai-wen's Mercedes AMG. 89 however is there. That is the Supra of Cao Tzu Lung, who was last year's TCR Chinese Taipei champion, but has moved from touring cars into GT racing this season. Quite a few of the drivers getting out to stretch their legs, get a bit of air, even though at 8 o'clock local time it is certainly a warm day. Now, the 15 Mercedes was quick on Thursday in practice, but then hit the wall. It's Chen Chunhua, who's been racing in the Audi R8 Cup. He has raced in the touring car races here in the past. He's also been to Spa, not for the 24 hours, but for the 25. It was the Fun Cup 25 hours a few years ago. It's been in GT3 racing in Asia prior to GT4 this season, that Level Motorsports Mercedes. One car that we lost on Thursday, Kan Che Wei's Ginetta, that hit the wall at Moorish, huge damage, so that's been withdrawn, which puts us to 24 cars, but might be 23, as I say, with the absence of Yang Kai-wan, the car not on the grid. It might be trapped at the end of the pit lane, or it may have an issue that's going to stop it from taking part altogether. We'll double check. BMW then, touring car by shape, but a very quick GT car, the M4.
And has been doing great things around the world for a number of years. We were trying to think about it the other day. Probably in the region of 10 years that car has been successful in GT4 racing. They built a bit of a winner there, didn't they?
Yes, and BMW don't get it wrong terribly often, do they? So the M4 has been good both in GT3 as well as GT4 terms. BMW also providing the safety cars here, which got a lot of use early yesterday, but then as drivers in other categories came onto the circuit, they were rather underemployed. Briefly saw some sort of animal walking along the front of the grid. We'll possibly come back to that in due course, as Sai Chung Ta is ready to go in his Mercedes.
I think it's a massive chicken. I think it's a big chicken.
Right.
Apparently yesterday afternoon, which was quite a warm afternoon, whoever is inside the chicken suit, yes, was a bit warm by the mid part of the afternoon, so decided to relieve himself of part of the chicken suit. So basically it was just somebody walking around with big orange fins in the afternoon.
Welcome to Macau. Yang Meng Chiao, his Aston Martin, is the driver we're looking at the moment. And there's the front row. Toyota versus Mercedes AMG. And Darrell Young, perhaps through announcing this retirement, through all the merchandise, through all the social media posts that Alan was talking about, has piled a whole load of pressure onto himself here, but he knows this circuit so well. That's the Ginetta that had problems on Thursday of Lake Kit Meng. If you've got a very long memory, you might remember him racing in the British Formula 3 Championship in the late 1990s. He's been a winner in the Macau Road Sport Challenge twice over. And the Ginetta runs from the RPM Racing team, which is his stable. There's the massive chicken. Look at the very front. See what you mean about the big orange feet.
Yeah. And it was very warm yesterday afternoon.
And I think it's going to be the same today. It's very warm already.
It's going to be more so today. Yeah. The expected high today, 27 degrees. And the other thing that we do have here at Macau, quite a high figure for humidity as well. It feels quite warm already, doesn't it? 8 o'clock in the morning.
It does. There's the Mercedes number 99 of Wong Wei Hong, who's been a regular in the GT4 races here over the years. 77 is another of the quick Ginettas, although it's a little bit further back on the grid than Lau Kim Ho would like, but he's been another driver that we've seen regularly in the GT4 race for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. McLaren is another of the manufacturers represented out of our 10. Ip Un Ho, who's been found a bit further back on the grid. He was another driver in trouble the other day, lost a lap and had an incident on Thursday, but the McLaren 570S all put back to how it should look. And yet another manufacturer, KTM, with the quirky up and forward bodywork to get Liu Qiren into the car. Chinese touring car racer. Again, he's been here regularly in the GT4 races over the years, and also this year has done the Hyundai N Cup. And here's somebody who is so intrinsically involved in the event, Miguel Lay, that not only is he a regular in the GT4 race, he actually works at the Grand Lisboa Hotel.
Couldn't get much more local, could you? And Lisboa, of course, one of the unique overtaking points around the 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau.
5 minutes, all the car.
Wai Ming is another driver that we've seen regularly in races here, but in the Road Sport Challenge in the past. Now stepping up to GT4. Kenny Chung, his weekend started rather badly because he was 2 minutes late for the driver's briefing, so he got fined for that. Then the car kept stopping and starting on track in the pre-practice session. But Kenny Chung, great enthusiast. To the back row, you find number 23, the McLaren of Wang Chengtou. He was in this race last year in a Mercedes, and the grid's going to be completed by Brian Lay, who never got out to do a lap yesterday. That car, sorry, on what day was it? Lexington, Friday. That's the one. It got to the end of the pit lane and then expired, didn't it? A bit like I'm about to.
Pick a day, any day.
Yes, yes.
And it probably happened then.
I know there was an early start, there was a lot of talking and quite a few interruptions.
You're right.
But Brian Lay should be one to watch, I think, coming up from the back of the grid. Goes all the way back to racing Renault-powered single-seaters going back a good few years. Right, the grid is being cleared, and the car's good to go for this rolling start, as befits a good GT race. GT4, to call it entry-level GT racing is perhaps a little bit unfair, because these are still serious bits of kit, but it's a cheaper alternative to GT3, and it's something that really has attracted the attention of the manufacturers. And it was a very slow burn, and then Porsche, having built the Cayman, wanted a GT4 model, and they thought, well, we talk about our GT3 Porsche, so they wanted to brand the Cayman as a GT4, and discovered that the IP to the name GT4 was owned by SRO, by Stefan Rattel's company. So they approached SRO and said, any chance we could use the GT4 tag? To which Stefan said, of course, absolutely no problem, as long as you build some cars to go onto the grid. And they did, and other manufacturers followed suit and thought, we better combat this sales pitch from Porsche, and the rest is history. The grid then has Han Li Chao on pole position from Darrell Young on the front row. Daniel Liu is next from Moritz Berenberg and Cao Tzu Lung. Kelmin Leung is sixth from Wang Ho, and number 27 of Tao Ti Quan. Next up, Chen Chunhua and Lu Kai Shun from Chuang Shi Shun and Tsai Chang Ta starting 12th. 13th on the grid, Yang Meng Chao. 14th is where Lei Kit Meng will start, and he's one to watch from Lau Kim Ho and Wong Wei Hong. Hopefully 17th on the grid is Kai Wen Yang. You've got Ibn Ho's McLaren. Lu Ki Ren next from Miguel Lai 20th. 21st on the grid, Fok Wai Ming and Kenny Chung next, with Wong Cheng To and Brian Lai to round out the order. Is this the fairy tale that Darrell Young so craves?
We shall find out, because they will go off on their formation lap in just a few minutes' time. Last couple of words from the teams. Just wondering what's going through his mind now, because he's lined up here for a race in some form or another for 20 Macau Grand Prix. And how special is this going to be for Darrell Young? Would be nice, wouldn't it, to have a headline story for Darrell Young on his final race?
It absolutely would. He's been a loyal enthusiast of GT racing and of the Grand Prix. He was one of the drivers that came to keep the event going through the COVID period, which seems like a distant memory, but over here, of course, only 3 years ago, we were still having to battle through that. Grid being cleared of the mechanics, the engineers, the SRO officials as well, and there you can see the last engineers who will stay with the car to the 1 minute board. Engine will fire up, and then the leading car will take them away for the formation lap. Lovely mix of cars. You've got Audi, Porsche, Aston Martin, KTM, McLaren, Ginetta, Lotus, Mercedes AMG, Toyota and BMW.
Well done.
There's not a lot you're missing out of that.
Well done. Super stuff. So the heart rate goes up just a little bit for these drivers lining up at Macau for the first race of the day on Grand Prix Day. And what a privilege that is as well, to come here to Macau. You know that there are going to be a lot of people already in the grandstands at 8 o'clock in the morning, settling down for a full day of action. We've got single-seaters, 2 championships represented for single-seaters. We've got GT racing in the form of GT4, which are lining up now, GT3 a little bit later on, and we've got touring cars as well. The fans that come here to Macau in the grandstands from early on in the morning are well catered for in racing, GT racing, single-seaters and touring cars. What more could you ask for? Motorcycles. Okay, well, we had them first thing yesterday morning, and they were earlier than this, weren't they? About an hour earlier than this they started.
I could smell the coffee from the hotel. There was so much espresso needing to be consumed. The aroma was everywhere. And it is the ultimate wake-up call for everybody when the bikes go out. They were fantastic yesterday, and I'm sure you'll be able to find the replay of that online. So the cars are good to go. The BMW pace car, as it effectively is, will take them away. That accelerates clear now, and then a glorious grid of GT4 machinery will be released with the green flag, and the cars now blast off the grid ready for our formation lap.
Han Li Chao there in the 33 car pole position, leads away Darrell Young just behind, and already the important business of moving the cars to get a bit of heat into the tyres, that starts to take place now. and it's going to be absolutely vital if the circuit is going to be, inverted commas, cool at any point today. It's going to be now, and it's only a relative concept that it's going to be cool. It's going to be very, very warm as the day goes on. The forecast all week has been that today is going to be the sunniest day of all 4 days for the 2025 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. So it is going to be warm. If they need to get a bit of heat into the tyres, this is perhaps the one that's most critical for them to do.
Now, last year's race was one of the best of the weekend because it started on a damp track that dried out a little bit. It started, you might recall, from the assembly area because we were desperately tight on time, but it ended up with a virtual dead heat. Sadly, in the end, the result was affected by a penalty, which went to the Court of Appeal, but was not upheld. But it was a really, really good race, and it illustrated the way that the different types of GT4 car can all battle evenly against one another. There is Lisboa, which yesterday proved to be quite a pinch point for the local drivers in the Road Sport Challenge. Well, again, many of these are local drivers, but a level further up, and quite a lot of experience on this grid. More powerful cars, yes, really professional teams that operate them, and GT racing in Asia really has boomed in the last just under a decade.
It's a unique place, Macau. Not only does it host this 4 days of a festival of motorsport, essentially, but at night time, as soon as the darkness falls, the circuit is open to normal traffic. I went for my customary walk around Macau last night, and walked down pretty close to the Grand Lisboa, which is the hotel on the outside of Lisboa. And you do realise that building is quite unique. I'm not sure there's a building that looks the shape and the colours of that building anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, we've been saying over the weekend that Macau kind of has two personalities, because for motor racing purposes you see it during the day and it looks like it's got some modern buildings and it's got some old buildings and it's got some lovely old architecture, but you come here at night and it is a completely different place. It looks so different because then all of those casinos and hotels, all of the bright lights, just take on a completely different feel. The cars now making their way up from Police to Moorish, narrow part of the circuit, and a really early break for this very, very sharp right-hander, out of which their number 3, the Lotus of Liu Kai-shun, turns. Before he came into car racing, he was a professional golfer, and is hoping that he's going to be able to work the second of the 2 Lotus Ineras up in the course of the next 9 laps. This is the slightly banked left-hander of Donna Maria, and that takes you down to Alan's favourite corner, the Melco hairpin. I say favourite corner because he's about to explain a yellow flag. Yeah, it's under yellow flag conditions throughout the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. No overtaking, very sensible. It would be horrible to see an attempt of an overtaking manoeuvre, but that opportunity is taken away from them. It's very, very narrow, 7 metres in total, the width of the road up at the Melco hairpin. So they can't overtake. They wait for the flashing green light on the exit of the corner. That's when the circuit goes downhill. It begins to open up. It goes into 2 lanes of normal traffic every day, and then opens up into 4 lanes. The widest part of the circuit is coming up behind the safety car now, and that's the completion of a lap. 2 right-handers at the end of the lap, Fisherman's and R-Bend, and it gets quicker and quicker and quicker as they get to the end of the lap, and consequently the start of the next lap. But no overtaking at Melco hairpin. And the other thing about the hairpin is you can't cross that yellow line either, because if you are on the right of that, you won't have enough lock to get round the corner, so you've got to stay to the left of it. We're ready to go racing then, as the pace car as it is peels into the pit lane. The front of the grid then is Hanli Chow versus Darrell Young, the black and red Toyota Supra in the GR colours, Gazoo Racing colours, the white, largely white Mercedes of Darrell Young alongside. Keep an eye on the bullet-shaped Cayman on the second row of Moritz Berenberg as the cars are released now then to get the Greater Bay Area GT Cup race underway. Darrell Young gets his nose in front, but Hanli Chow fights back on the inside as they go through a reservoir for the first time. This is where the brave of the brave will shine through, and there's drama in the background as Brian Lay loses the bonnet on the Ginetta, but the cars accelerate down. We've got a McLaren in the wall as well, I rather fear, which may well be Wang Cheng To's car, but as the leaders come side by side down towards the reservoir and then Mandarin sequence of corners, it is the Lotus in the lead. It is Daniel Liu who has got ahead of Darrell Young. Hanli Chow has dropped back into 3rd place. Moritz Berenberg is 4th. Kelvin Leung in the BMW is 5th. They scrambled through Lisboa for the first time, but I rather fear we've got 2 damaged cars at turn 1.
We certainly have, and that was all a bit interesting, wasn't it? They were almost 4 abreast as they went down onto the wide part of the circuit, and that is the result of Brian Lai's car. It lost its bonnet, and I think it's got a fair bit of other damage as well, which is not good news, but at least it's running.
Safety car deployed. The other Ginetta in the background was the car of Kenny Chung, and I'm pretty sure that up against the wall on the inside, going through reservoir, was the Chong Wen-to McLaren. Brian Lai's had a horrible weekend. Kenny Chung's hasn't been much better. He limps on, but Brian Lai's car is going no further. But I don't think it just lost the bonnet, in fairness. I think that was a legacy of contact. And those were the 3 cars at the back. So Kenny Chung is going to try and drag the car around. But
doing an amazing job to do that, because the right front wheel is not rotating at all.
Well, he wants a lap. Let's have a look and see if we can piece it all together. These are the leaders then, side by side. Darrell Young round the outside. And then, we've got a car in the wall already. Oh, it's the KTM. And no, Brian Lai's bonnet does just lift on its own. So independently, and Kenny Chung, I think, went wide in avoidance and got into the wall. So 3 dramas, all of which triggered a safety car period. So Kenny Chung, I think, had to go wide to avoid Brian Lai and hit the wall. Brian Lai's bonnet just either wasn't secured properly or something had happened to trigger the air getting underneath. And the KTM was having its own incident anyway.
Yeah, that was quite a busy opening first race of the day, wasn't it? And we don't yet know precisely how the Lotus got to the front, because it looks as if Darrell Young had the advantage, just a nose in front off the line, got a really, really good start. It was side by side with Hanley Chow, and then I think it was 3 or 4 cars all contesting the lead of the race, and the best by the time they got down towards Lisboa was the yellow Lotus, which looks absolutely fantastic. There's the BMW safety car. It gets scrambled now, so off it goes, picks up the Lotus, and just behind him is the Mercedes of Darrell Young.
And Yang Kai Wen, who I was getting concerned about for missing on the grid, has joined the race from the pits, and he's probably just done himself a whopping favour, because that meant that he could circumnavigate all of the dramas. The replay of the start then, Hanley Chow slightly in advance as they came into our bend, but the cars peeled through, accelerated away, and when the lights changed then, have a look at the back of the grid. The KTM at this stage is all good, so everybody blasts away. And how did the KTM find the wall? Hanley Chow was on the inside. The KTM, there was just a little bit of a rub, wasn't it, that unsettled the KTM in the background. That's how that ended up clattering off the guardrail. Then Brian Lai's bonnet goes, and yeah, Kenny Chung, I think, tried to avoid that and found himself on the dirty part of the racetrack, and damage is sustained. Brian Lai gets to a vehicle access point and stops. That was very good, sensible driving. And as the cars came down to Lisboa, by this stage, Daniel Liu was already ahead. I think Darrell Young and Hanley Chow were so busy scrapping amongst themselves, Alan, that they kind of left the door open for him.
What Daniel Liu did was to give himself a little bit of space, and it was rather good that he was able to get over to the left-hand side of the circuit, get a bit of breathing space, and all of a sudden, because they were battling so hard at the front of the field, things opened up for the Lotus, and that's how he got to the front of the field.
So, safety car is on track. We're going to have probably 2 laps minimum as the drivers weave their way down towards Lisboa. These days, it's not as easy to hoik a car out of the way, because the International Sporting Code requires that a race is neutralised before marshals are allowed trackside. So the good old days of somebody leaping over the wall, attaching a rope, and the car disappearing, I'm afraid, are gone. It's not quite that straightforward. It can be done, but only under controlled conditions. Moritz Berenberg, the AM champion, turning his way in the Porsche down through the right of Lisboa. Just the one Cayman that we have within the race. As you see, good representation of Toyota and a further 8 manufacturers as the cars now climb up San Francisco Hill. And Daniel Liu in the lead of the race. Not for the first time has he been at the head of the pack this year within the championship, because he did take a win in the first of the 2 races in Beijing. Now, Darrell Young is going to be on his toes on the restart, isn't he? Because he knows that he's running out of racing laps and therefore running out of options in order to try and take this fairy tale win.
He was certainly on his toes for the start of the race as well, wasn't he? Came up towards the start of the race and immediately got just a little bit of a nose in front, and kind of showed just how determined he is to make this a race to remember. He would like to win, of course he would. They all would. But you know what? If he's on the podium, that would be a pretty good final race for Darryl Young. He's a huge character in the area, absolutely massive. A few years ago, we were saying the other day that just outside the Macau Grand Prix, when you come up towards the paddock entrance, there are a lot of little stalls that do great business over the course of 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. And a couple of years ago, there was this very ornate sort of action man-sized medal of Darryl Young. You could change his helmet, you could put a trophy in his hand, change his race suit, all that kind of thing. And it sold out. So, they didn't have one left at the end of the 4 days, that's for sure.
Well, there's probably going to be the 20th Macau anniversary edition.
Oh, you mentioned
where you can interchange all the different trophies as well.
Yes.
There's another range to come. I'm sure Darryl's thinking commercially about all this. He won't be lost from the sport because, as Alan was saying earlier on, he's got his craft bamboo racing involved, but he also manages Bianca Bustamante racing in single-seaters, so there's enough to keep him occupied, the Hong Kong Canadian driver. Only just in the last half a minute or so seen a flatbed recovery truck go past us on the way down towards turn 1. We've got 3 cars rather, to retrieve, so it is going to be a slightly lengthy operation, I fear, which is not great news for the drivers. It is one of the perils of Macau. There's that yellow line I was talking about on the inside of the Macau hairpin. If you are to the right of that, you're never going to get round the corner because you won't have the lock, so it's another of the regulations. Yes, no overtaking, but also please make sure that you don't cross that line.
And we have seen, it's very rare really, because it's a no overtaking position. It's pretty rare that you see a potential race position changing action at the Macau hairpin. But we did yesterday. It was in single seaters, and you can't afford to take your eye off the ball for a single second, can you, around the Macau hairpin, because just a centimetre out of the perfect line around that corner, and bop, we saw a single-seater driver yesterday bang a rear wheel, and as a result of that, relinquish a podium position on the final lap.
Now, as the cars come over the line, the field goes through. Recovery operation still taking place down at turn 1, and the driver's trying to maintain tyre temperature. We had in one of our many safety car periods in the road sport race yesterday, the top 2 drivers come our bend for the resumption of the race, ready to continue their battle. And what actually turned out was that the leader got all sideways, and that delayed the second place car. 3rd, 4th and 5th accelerated past and went on to be on the podium, and then much later in the day were all given penalties for overtaking under the safety car. The officials said he should have braked and let the others stay ahead to the timing line. So 3 very happy local drivers got on the podium, and they left very unhappy because they all got penalties, and the result changed again. You can see the way that the cars are being guided through into the zones. You've got one for the KTM, one for a bit of clearing up, one for Brian Lyre's Ginetta. So we're not going to end up, I fear, with many racing laps here, and such a great shame that it happened not only on the first lap, but really at the first corner.
It's a 9-lap race. It's the shortest of our races today. We've got a 10-lap race coming up for the first of our single-seater categories today. FIA F4 have 10 laps for the FIA F4 World Cup, 10 laps also for our second touring car race for the Macau Gear race, and a whopping 16 laps for the Macau GT Cup for GT3 cars, and that's all coming up in the early part of this afternoon ahead of the full build-up for our Macau Grand Prix race over 15 laps this afternoon. So this is the shortest race of the day, and we are losing laps as we continue to go behind the BMW safety car, a little bit like the road sports race yesterday morning. One of the races for the local drivers, a huge event for the local drivers, and even though they barely got a couple of laps of full racing during their race, it didn't quell the joy that they got when they ended up on the podium.
Safety car is in this lap, so we are going to go racing this time. This again is one of those situations where I would hate to be a race director, because if you put the safety car out for 3 or 4 laps, people say, why didn't you stop it and let us go racing? And if you do stop it, people say, why did you stop the race and not use the safety car? Because that's what it's there for, to keep the race going. Yeah. But you're damned either way. But it's a little bit more complicated here because of the timetable, partly because you've got to open the roads on time at 6 o'clock, but also the Grand Prix and the build-up to it doesn't start on time for the arrival of the dignitaries from the government, the chief executive, for example. So the timetable, perhaps on race day, even though there's less in it, is even stricter.
And of course, there are a huge amount of broadcasters around the world that are taking coverage of today's races, and quite right too, because the eyes of the motorsport world are on Macau over the course of 4 days, and more than ever on today's racing. Heading down from the Melco hairpin now, and indication on the timing screen that we have a slippery surface, which we saw the marshals dealing with that down at the incident zone, so they need to be careful. Those Lotus, you know, look absolutely fantastic, don't they? You wouldn't often think a yellow car with stripes of gold on it would be particularly attractive, but it just works.
It does here, doesn't it? So Daniel Liu versus Darrell Young versus this year's champion Han Li Chao. So Han has taken, within the championship, 4 wins out of the 6 races. There is, within the SRO GT Cup, a silver championship, silver graded driver championship, and AM as well. He's the silver champion. Moritz Berenberg behind him in this race is the AM champ, and indeed second in the points of the championship. Green flag flies. We are back racing then as the cars come out of our bend, and a very good restart by Daniel Liu to jump clear of Darrell Young by a couple of lengths as they get down towards Reservoir. For the first time in this restart, the Lotus is away. Second then it's the Mercedes of Darrell Young. Third is the Toyota in the hands of Han Li Chao. Fourth is Moritz Berenberg in the Porsche, and there Darrell Young not even being able to go after the Lotus particularly. Daniel Liu has made a very good restart. This is the part of the circuit where quite often you expect the Mercedes to be the gun car with all of the grunt from that front engine Mercedes AMG power unit, but actually Darrell Young is under attack from Han Li Chao, who comes up on the outside line, and Moritz Berenberg to the inside. He's never raced here before, Moritz, but he's having a red hot go in 4th place.
Certainly is, yeah. A really good restart by the race leader. The Lotus getting away very well. And what's happened at the bottom of San Francisco Hill? There's been a coming together at Lisboa as well.
Le Kit Meng's Ginetta is in the wall, and if he can't get the car going, we're going to end up with yet another interruption, aren't we? So it might have been that there was another car involved in that as well. Darrell Young has gone missing because Darrell Young has not gone through the second sector. You can see the Lotus, you can see the Toyota, and Darrell Young has ground to a halt going up San Francisco Hill. So you've got the Ginetta stationary there. The safety car again is called, but Darrell Young's Mercedes has got a problem and has ground to a halt further after this corner. Now let's try and have a look. This is the first incident. So Le Kit Meng is given a bit of a whack by the Mercedes that just fires him off, but already look, the yellow flag is showing further up the road because Darrell Young has stopped.
You know, just saw something happening in the bottom of the screen on the right hand side, and there it is.
And Berenberg's gone in the Porsche as well, look. So Darrell Young, now that's curious because Darrell Young was second and Berenberg was 4th, wasn't he? So has Darrell Young had his own moment that Berenberg caught up in it? We'll try and piece it all together, but we've got the safety car yet again, and now 2 cars to remove at a pretty difficult pace. Not very many cranes at San Francisco Hill, for example. You need flatbeds.
Yesterday and today it's been a tricky first race for the largely local competitors, and now we need to try and piece together exactly what's happened. So yeah, so Darrell go. So Darrell goes straight on, if you like, at the bottom of San Francisco Hill, which is perplexing to say the least.
It is, unless he'd run over something that damaged a tyre. But you're right, Darrell Young then ran out wide, hit the barrier and bounced across the road, and then an unsighted Moritz Berenberg getting into the back of him. So the AM champion is out of the race. It's not going to be the fairy tale result that Darrell Young wanted. And truth be told, it's not really the race that people wanted, with still not a full racing lap completed. So the safety car comes through. We're down to 5 laps to go now anyway, and Daniel Liu, Han Li Chao and Kelvin Leung, the top 3. In 4th place is Liu Kai-shun, up from 10th on the grid, and there again is the safety car.
Race control to safety car, you know the drill. He's only done it a couple of laps ago, and once again the BMW safety car is scrambled, picks up the leading Lotus of Daniel Liu. We should mention again, Daniel Liu got a very, very good restart after the safety car pulled off into pit lane. And this time it's going to be a slightly different story, in as much as he's going to have Handy Chow on his tail when we get the race started once again. Weaving the cars as much as you can while the safety car is out. They're losing tyre temperature all the time. They're going slowly around the circuit and under the control of the safety car. And the problem with that is you lose tyre temperature if you don't keep it up. Then you're more likely, once the safety car comes back in, to have another incident because of cold tyres. So it's a tricky situation, this.
So everybody staying to the right to give the track workers space. And you can see there the flatbed, but we might need another one of those to get both cars out of the way. So huge disappointment for Darrell Young and Moritz Berenberg. So trying to work out just why Darrell Young ended up in the wall, whether he brushed the barrier on the inside and that spat him wide. That's one option. A bit of tyre damage is another, but it would have been cold tyres. But this is an experienced driver we're talking about in Darrell Young. So very, very strange that, and also very disappointing for him after all the effort that has been put in. And I think he might have to delay the retirement and come back next year. Yeah, 21 years.
You don't really want to go out on a race like that, do you? I feel very, very sorry for him. He was full of emotion heading into this final race weekend of his illustrious and very long racing career. We're still trying to piece it all together, exactly what happened to Darrell Young with all of his experience. You kind of think there was something that happened that meant that he went straight on at San Francisco Hill and hit the barrier. It's not an accident you see very often, is it?
No, it's not. We had an incident there in the road sport race yesterday, but that was by somebody trying to get up the inside, which was never going to work. Cars then turning their way through behind the safety car. So from another angle, this is the bottom of San Francisco. Have a look at the second place car. Now, does Hanli Chow get into the back of him maybe and give him a nudge? Doesn't look like it. There's a gap, and Darrell Young, I think he might have just skimmed the wall on the inside, and that fired him onto the wrong line. Berenberg's the unlucky one. He arrives around the corner and suddenly is staring at the back of a Mercedes AMG that he doesn't want to see.
So I think we're slightly closer to knowing. At least I think we've now worked out that he didn't get tapped into that position. It's still a little bit perplexing, and whatever was the cause of it, hugely disappointing.
We've got some good news.
Yes, please.
What Lei Kit Meng's Ginetta that we saw get spat down the escape road into the tyres, that's rejoined. So it's lost its rear wing, but at least that part of the circuit's clear.
That is very good news indeed. He being the winner of the Road Sports Challenge race last year here at Macau. And he's not had the best of luck over the course of 2025 here at Macau. So that's good news for Lei Kit Meng in the very, very brightly coloured Ginetta G55. Couldn't have more colours on it if it tried.
It screams Macau, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So the cars come down towards our bend, and the number of laps tick on down. Again, this is where you kind of think, on the one hand, good, keep the race going because you need the timetable. The other option is stop it, suspend it, and then people aren't losing all of the laps, but it just elongates the whole slot that the race has to be finished within. Very difficult for race control to judge it absolutely spot on. So at least this way the race keeps going. And ultimately, although there is a frustration when a safety car is called, the onus is on the drivers not to hit things or each other. So as we saw yesterday in the World Touring Car event, in the FIA GT Cup, in the Grand Prix qualification race, it can be done without hitting things, hitting each other. And here, sadly, what should have been a really lively race has ended up with a number of the star drivers being eliminated early on. And we're looking forward to the resumption of the race, which hopefully ain't going to be too far away.
No further investigation into the incident at Marshall Post 3. So They've had a look at the incident in race control and deemed that no further action is required. Somebody was also saying to me this morning just how quickly the recovery vehicles, bear in mind that a flatbed recovery vehicle goes out to wherever on the 6 kilometre circuit. It doesn't come back here to the paddock on the circuit itself. It uses the perimeter roads that go around the Macau circuit. And already we've got Brian Ly's car being dropped off down here in the paddock. Very, very quick, aren't they? Yeah, they are. It's a well-drilled operation there at the bottom of San Francisco Hill. Still the clear-up continues to try to get Porsche and Mercedes AMG out of the way. There is a vehicle access gate just opposite that, but I'm really rather fearful about how many racing laps we're going to get in here. Well, we have 5 laps completed. It's a 9-lap race. They are on lap number 6, and one thing that you do have to do at Macau is make those manoeuvres count early on in the race, because you never know what's going to happen to you over the course of 9 laps around Macau. And making a move in the Lotus for the race leader early on may well prove to be a decisive move in the overall positions. Daniel Liu. What was it Christopher Haase said yesterday down there on the grid when he had a chat to them? Anything can happen at Macau. He wasn't wrong. And very often does. Yep. Indeed so. We're going to have at least one more lap under the safety car as the field turns through. Daniel Liu then leading Han Li Chao and Calvin Leung in 3rd place. It's the second of the Lotuses in 4th of Liu Kai-shun, and then Cao Tzu Lung 5th. Wang Hao is in 6th spot. Miguel Lai 14th in the Audi, and Lei Kit Meng last and 19th in the now rather battered Ginetta. At least it's still circulating. It might be a bit of a handful when he goes racing without the rear wing. Something off their own, but being alive and riding to get to the end of it now. And they need to be prepared to get things back underway at any point. So keeping heat into the tyres when they get to the wide part of the circuit, weaving the cars from side to side to try and keep heat will hopefully prevent any kind of problems as far as cold tyres are concerned when the race gets back underway. Now the lights go out coming down through Black Sands, which is the other side of the Melco hairpin, and we understand that they're not too far away from getting the recovery done. Safety car in this lap. Brilliant. We are set to go once again then. The lights go out and race control trying to get the race back underway as quickly as possible. Right. Have you got anything that's not crossed? Because it needs to be crossed to get through to the very end. Daniel Liu leads the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. And now they know, don't they? Weaving the cars a little bit more vigorously than they have on the previous 2 laps to get things back underway, to get racing back underway here at Macau. Our first race of the day, the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. The safety car, the BMW safety car, busy already. It's only just coming up to 8:30 in the morning, and already he's been called into action twice in the BMW safety car. But we are racing. Green flag is waved, and the Lotus comes across the line. And he's not going to have this easy, is he? He's not, but a rather tardy restart from Calvin Leung in the BMW. He'd lost a lot of time to the top 2. So the champion in the SRO GT Cup, Han Li Chao, now tries to concentrate his efforts on getting past Daniel Liu as the cars come down towards Mandarin, out of Reservoir, on towards Lisboa. Lotus leads, Toyota second, big gap back to BMW. There's a yellow flag at the end of the previous lap. We'll worry about that in a moment then, because somebody has had a drama coming through. Safety car again. We've had a car crash at the end of the restart lap. There's a change going on for 3rd place, but Liu Kai-shun round the outside of Calvin Leung. That was a nice move on the outside, but the safety car again, and it looks as though Chen Chun-hua in the Mercedes has crashed. We've also got another Mercedes facing the wrong way at Lisboa. Sai Chang-ta facing the wrong way. It's one of those races, I'm afraid. And there, coming up to the resumption of the race, is Chen Chun-hua, who has accelerated on his cold tyres, Alan, and just understeered into the barriers. It's so important, isn't it? Lap after lap behind the safety car, you have to get the tyres back up to temperature. And oh dear, there we go, understeers into the barrier, and quite hard into the barrier there as well. And then this down at Lisboa as well. Wonder if there might have been a little bit of a touch going in to Lisboa there from behind.
I think you're right.
But we'll wait and see the result of that. But yeah, so 2 separate incidents on the restart. However, I've got a real positive about this for the race leader. It's been exceptional. Both of the restarts have been really, really good. He's under pressure. That time he was under pressure from Hanley Chow, but off the line and on the restart, the race has got away very nicely indeed for Daniel Lu.
So the cars then for the third time are behind the safety car, making their way on lap 7. And I think you can get 1 lap of racing at the end under green conditions. Then will have done pretty well here, but sadly not 1 full racing lap has been achieved. Daniel Lu there discovering just how tight the Melco hairpin is. Same for the other Lotus of Liu Kai-shun.
What did we just see there? It was so close to the barrier on the exit of Melco.
Right, this is the Chen Chunhua not restart. This is coming through our bend. This is the last corner. And I think, again, he might have just skimmed the wall on the inside, but he fires himself out to the outside. It was our bend rather than Fisherman's, and that's the reason for yet another safety car.
What was the reason for Daniel Lu, do we think, going so close to the barrier on the exit of Melco hairpin behind the safety car? That was really close.
Yeah, good question, that. Now, slightly concerned that we've not yet got anybody working on the Mercedes, but perhaps the diktat from race control is we need everybody through and then we can deploy people onto the circuit. But I think this is going to go to the end under the safety car now, I'm sorry to say, because we're on lap 8, and let's have a look as the cars come down towards Lisboa in replay. So this is the Liu Kai-shun pass for 3rd position. Green flags are still being waved here, and now there's a yellow flag. So had he done that move just before the yellows and the safety car was deployed, it's marginal, but I think he was just okay. But Chen Chunhua started the weekend with a damaged car. Prediction, by the time that is out of the barrier, will be for a checkered flag, I think. Because,
oh dear.
That's not the best way to jump down from the wall. Anyway, they keep smiling. It's going to take a bit longer, I think, than normal because of the way it's embedded under the tyres.
At least they were quite jolly about that.
Yeah, quite. Yeah.
They could see the...
oh, you did it as well, yes.
The amusing side of it. And word should go to the marshals that are dotted all the way around 6 kilometres on Macau. They do an amazing job. It was incredible when you saw Darryl Young's car at the bottom of San Francisco, and then all of a sudden, when the word was given from race control that the marshals can come on to the circuit, how many did you see? A dozen marshals all in one go. Something else that I've noticed walking around Macau in the evening, increasingly so now, the security guys on the marshals that are working on the corner elect to stay there on the corner overnight. So they set themselves up, little air bed, all the home comforts, a little alarm clock set up, and a few drinks and some food to get them through the night. But the commitment to duty and looking after all the equipment that's on every marshal post, that happens all the way around the circuit. It's quite a commitment that they do to this event, to make it, to help it run as effectively as it does.
I'm afraid to say that the race is going to end effectively in the order it is now, because we're on the 8th lap of the 9, and I don't think the safety car can come in this time, so we have a result and not one racing lap completed, a full racing lap, which is a massive shame for a championship that really rather deserve better. But if drivers hit things, what can you do?
Yeah, very disappointing. We said it yesterday about the motorsports as well. The bigger the grids, we love big grids. It looks really, really nice when you've got a full grid lined up down there to take the start of a race. However, the probability of something going wrong, like we saw yesterday morning and this morning, it raises with the size of the grid, doesn't it? So we've got quite a comfortable number of GT3 cars competing for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup later on. It's less cars than we've had, but you know, coupled with the fact that we have GT drivers at the very top of their game, world-class drivers, we had a lights to flag race yesterday without interruption.
Yeah, quite, yeah. And because that car's at the very last corner and its nose underneath the tyre barrier and the recticel barrier, it's taking a long time to move, and the safety car would have to have extinguished the lights by now. So we've got one more lap at the end of this. The road is now clear. The road is clear. Brilliant stuff as the car's lifted over the barrier. So can the safety car dive in, or is it too late? I think it's probably going to have committed, isn't it, to stay out for another lap? No, lights, I think.
They're still on.
Still on. It could bail.
At the moment, it's in the wrong part of the track to bail.
Yeah, so we're going to have to do one more lap under the safety car, and that will take us to the checkered flag, and that's monstrously frustrating when the road had just been cleared. Maybe 10 seconds earlier we'd have been okay, but it is not to be.
It is frustrating. However, on the form that we've seen so far, it's probably the safest thing to do with the timetable the way it is. 9:15, we've got the Macau Formula 4 race, the 10-lap race for the FIA F4 World Cup, and the Greater Bay Area GT Cup with 3 safety cars deployed. We can't afford to have further delays, can we? Because that F4 race is due to get underway in just under 40 minutes' time.
So the cars now come down through the approach to Mandarin, and of course the safety car can only leave the circuit into the pit lane. It's not that it can park anywhere else around the racetrack and get things underway here, for example. It's got to come into the pit lane. So again, sadly, a bit like yesterday's Road Sport Challenge, it's a race that is going to be finishing under the safety car. Now, perversely, because of a spin and then having to press on to catch up, the fastest lap of the race to Sai Chang Ta's Mercedes, that's in 18th place. So Daniel Liu is going to take a second victory of the season, and in second place will be Han Li Chao, and the champion is going to therefore round out a very good season with yet another podium finish, and it will be the other Lotus of Liu Kai-shun, the third position.
How often do you say that the fastest lap was about 1.5 minutes quicker than anybody else in the field? That's quite a unique one, isn't it?
And only at Macau, and you say that the fastest lap of the race was done under the safety car.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say, because we've had so much safety car running, there's no real option in this race. So Daniel Liu will bring the field back towards the start and finish area.
We saw it yesterday in Road Sports that the safety car will peel off into pit lane, and they are allowed to go up towards the checkered flag. And yesterday I think we had the car in second place that had a bit of a Geronimo moment when they came around the final turn. Geronimo Badaraco was going for the win, but that can't happen.
No, and in the end he got a penalty for doing so, but you're right. It's like a ceremonial finish, isn't it? So the cars will drive to the checkered flag, but we know the result because you can't overtake until you get to the timing line, the control line, and that's where the checkered flag is. So it's for show more than to restart the race. But what could happen is that somebody else goes wide and puts it in the wall, and you gain a place as a consequence. So it's possible to change the result, but it shouldn't really be happening. So Daniel Liu, who was Carrera Cup Asia champion back in 2021, has been a regular in single-seater racing, drove in Europe for a time in the Euro Formula Open. He raced the GT World Challenge Asia, in Asia Le Mans, and he is on his way to win number 2 of the season. He won the first race in Beijing, and looks like it's going to be a victory here for him as well.
They make their way around the left-hander, Donna Maria, and we'll go down towards the Melco hairpin under the control of the BMW safety car once again, and I think Han Li Chao will be a little bit frustrated by this, because he looked as if he got a really good restart that last time after the safety car came in, and was looking at challenging the Lotus for victory on the top step of the podium. He'll be there on the podium, albeit on the second step of the podium for our first race of the day for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars under the control of the BMW safety car, whose lights are now out. It will pull off the circuit at the end of this straight, and then The top three and the rest of the field will make their way up towards the checkered flag for the first race of the day.
So Daniel Liu takes a Pyrrhic victory from Han Li Chao, and then Liu Kai-shun in third place. Lei Kit Meng getting to the end, but I think there'll be a real sense of frustration amongst the drivers and for the drivers as well. Safety car peels in, they drive to the checkered flag, it is waved, and Daniel Liu, who wins from Han Li Chao, and we have had Liu Kai-shun take the flag in third place, but he's just been noted for overtaking under the yellow flag, so that move down at Lisboa may not stand. For now, he is shown as being in third place, and that was your Greater Bay Area GT Cup race for GT4 cars. Daniel Liu, the winner, and all of that work done on the first couple of corners.
It most certainly was, and we say it so often here at Macau, you need to make those manoeuvres early on because you never know what's going to happen over the course of the race. And the victorious Daniel Liu, Liu Wenlong, across the line first, takes the checkered flag, and there will be, of course, the slow-down lap. Probably one of the first laps that was done in completion without a BMW in front, up towards San Francisco. About to turn past the marshals. They all wave to the marshals, don't they, and thank them for all that they do. And in fairness, bright and early on a Sunday morning, the marshals have been pretty busy already here at Macau.
Can you answer me a technical marshal related question?
Oh, I know.
And I'm open to answers from around the globe on
Go
this.
on.
I can't think of any other circuit that I go to where marshals trackside are not in fireproof overalls. They're not in orange suits, they're all in their Macau jackets, they've got their orange tabards, but finding a marshal in a fire suit and an orange suit, we talk about the Orange Army, for example, in terms of marshalling, but not here.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point.
Do you have a really good answer for me?
I don't know.
Ah, okay.
No, well done.
That's the winner. That's Daniel Liu, that is.
It is. I don't feel like a winner. I don't know the answer to that, but a really good question as well. Although, and I sort of have a variation on a theme of an answer for you.
Right.
Marshall's suits, the pro bands, the orange suits that we see in many parts of the world, including the UK, do seem to be worn by security at nightclubs here.
Okay.
So now you know.
I'll ponder. Let's have another look at this moment for Liu Kai-shun. So the second of the yellow Lotuses is what we're looking at. Right, there's a green. There's a green. He comes up to the outside of the BMW. We're still under green flags. Look at the green flag nearest to us at the bottom of the shot. That's still there. Still a green flag. He's alongside, and there's a yellow coming out any second. He's ahead. He's ahead. He's ahead. He's ahead. There's a yellow flag being shown there. He was ahead slightly, and then the car goes out of the corner, stays ahead of the BMW. So that is what is being looked at by race control. But equally, at the speed you're going, to suddenly have to stand on the anchors and drop back in. So that was one part of the excitement. And then that, of course, that bit of contact that turned around the Mercedes of Tai Chang Ta, that was under a yellow flag. So it's one thing to complete a manoeuvre, it's another one to turn somebody around under a yellow.
They're going to be busy in race control, aren't they?
Not wrong.
Goodness me. This is our winner of our first race of the day. The number 20 car started on the second row of the grid, started third on the grid. Got a couple of really good manoeuvres completed by the time they got down to Lisboa on the opening lap of racing. And that all rather paid off for the Lotus driver, Daniel Liu, on this slow-down lap, onwards and inwards into pit lane. Those Lotus look really cool, don't they? Really very smart indeed.
And it's interesting that they have gone so well over here. There are certain cars that seem to, I mean, you can put a lot of it down to the team, but they work better in some regions. You know, we have seen the Emira in British GT, and the team that was operating them, Mahiki Racing, eventually just could not sort out the reliability and eventually moved to Ginetta and got rid of the Lotus project, which is a shame. We've seen Toyotas here winning this championship. They've been really good in French and European GT4, but haven't worked necessarily in other markets. So maybe it's down to the nature of the tracks or the teams that operate the cars, but certainly here the Lotus has done very well. Team Pegasus, the squad that operates Daniel Liu's car, well, he's a delighted driver. He may not have done many flat-out laps, but he cares not. He's a winner at Macau.
Because that is an iconic shot on the top of the car in Parc Fermé. A win is a win, and he's going to enjoy every single moment of that. However many laps you are behind a safety car, this is what it means to a driver and to a team as well. To be on the top step of the podium at Macau is something very, very special indeed. So celebrations down in pit lane, celebrations in Parc Fermé as well. Very soon we'll have our first podium of the day. But you see, it might not have been the race that we were looking forward to, racing lap after racing lap. But you have to be there to be there.
Well, exactly. And what Daniel Liu did off the start to jump ahead of Darrell Young and Han Li Chao, who were so busy concentrating on each other, they let him through. The work was done. You know, he didn't luck into that because they crashed out of his way. He had to overtake them, and he did it on cold tyres on a really fast part of the circuit. So Daniel Liu has done a good job. Provisionally third is Liu Kai-shun there, his teammate, and the other team, Pegasus Emira. But Daniel Liu is all smiles, and hopefully next year the GT4 brigade will be able to keep themselves a little more the right side of the line. Whether it's, you know, the fact that it's early in the morning and the road is still cool, discuss. But I think part of it comes down to the fact that you want to do well at Macau, and there's a lot of pressure on.
And one of the other things that comes out of that race is a very sad way for Darrell Young's race, his final race, announcing his retirement a little bit earlier on this month, his retirement after this race. But unfortunately, retiring for the race early was not quite the fairy tale answer that he would have liked for his final race. So, do you know what? I'm going to go with your idea. Maybe we'll have another retirement race in the future for Darrell Young.
Yeah. Yeah, comebacks are quite a thing in motorsport, aren't they? So, Darrell, we'll see you next year. And that also gives you another year of merchandise to sort out. Let's have a look at the very provisional result then, headed home by Daniel Liu Wenlong from the SRO GT Cup champion Han Li Chao, and under investigation Liu Kai-shun for third. Calvin Leung was fourth. In fifth spot it was Cao Tzu Lung, and Wang Hao was in sixth place. Zhang Shishun seventh ahead of Tati Kwam, Yang Men Chao and Lo Kim Ho. Rounding out the top 10 we had Miguel Lai in 12th place. We had the recovered Lei Kit Meng in 16th. And Liu Kai-shun's passing under the safety car yellow flags, no further action. The move was done in time, say race control, and that's good news. That means the podium we're going to get will be the podium, the top three confirmed, without having to go and investigate anything post-race. Lots of disappointment for the likes of Brian Lai, who's had an absolutely miserable weekend, and Liu Tiren also struggling. The grid is being formed ready for our next race for single-seaters here at Macau, but the representatives of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup presentation party will very shortly be making their way to the podium, and it will be Daniel Liu that will be on the very top step in readiness for the podium. Representatives of the Galaxy Entertainment Group are going to be there, and the podium ceremony will be getting underway very shortly. The trophy queens will be on the podium, the trophies will be brought forward, the drivers will be there as well, and first up they've got to sort of battle their way through the paddock, haven't they, through the hundreds and thousands of people it feels like that are there. And
not the work of a moment.
No, the enthusiasm from the drivers we talk about, but the same is mirrored by the fans, who all want to see the drivers, all want to be there and celebrate the moment.
Photograph, please. Just have a quick photograph with a winner at Macau, because it's a fairly rare thing. It's a very exclusive club, isn't it? The drivers over the years that have been on the top step of the podium and experienced that joy of victory here at Macau. And yeah, rightly so, fans, spectators and officials alike, they all want to get a few selfies over the course of the weekend.
So a second Lotus win of the season, and a Lotus
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome back to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And now it's time for the prize presentation on the podium.
Attention in the paddock. Paddock gate is now open. Paddock gate is now open.
We're gonna present the prize for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4. First of all, please welcome our winners. The second one-up, number 3, Liu Kaishun from Hong Kong, China. And the first one-up, number 33, Han Ni Chao from China. And the winner is number 20, Lu Wenlong from China. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our winning drivers. And first of all, please welcome Mr. Bernard Falk, Vice President of Program Management of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and trophy to our second one-up, number 3, Liu Kaishun from Hong Kong, China. Thank you, Mr. Falk. And next, please welcome Ms. Carol Tai, Vice President of External Affairs of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and the trophy to our first one-up, number 33, Han Ni Chao from China. Following by Mr. Buddy Lam, Director of Corporate Affairs of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 20, Lu Wenlong. Congratulations. You've earned this, all of our winning drivers. Please, our guests, move to the center and let's look to the front for a group photo. All right. Thank you, our fans. We saw that they have been cheering us on all the journey. Thank you so much. Thank you, our guests. Thank you. And I would like to invite all of our winning drivers, please, our winning drivers, remain on the podium, on the top of the podium. We're going to have one more good photo. Yes. Please look to the front again, and let's give a big round of applause. Sending out congratulations to our winning drivers. Thank you. Please return back to the position as now it's time for your celebration. 有请各位可以回到我们刚才的位置，我们现在呢将会邀请各位进行我们庆祝的时刻。
Macau as part of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix weekend. We have a new event. It is the FIA F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race. And yesterday they had the qualifying race, which gives us the grid for this main race. And it promises to be a really good 10-lap race. The Formula 4 car is a 1300cc turbocharged one-make category. Everybody comes here with one team operating the cars. It's a central source, if you like, and it really is a very level playing field. And bearing in mind that you're looking at drivers who are only from the age of 16 upwards, there's a lot of pressure on them. They're too young to drive on public roads, never mind anything else. Well, these are public roads, closed for the purposes of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, but what a circuit it makes. David Addison, Alan Hyde are trackside, and we're looking forward to this, Alan, aren't we? Because these type of single-seaters, this width of single-seater, is really good around Macau.
We made the point as soon as they arrived in 2020 as part of the Macau Grand Prix race for 3 years here in Macau, and instantly when they took to the track on Thursday morning, they just looked right, didn't they? Yeah. They looked nimble, they looked light, they looked quick, and that's perfectly what you want on a circuit which has got just about everything. It's got really narrow parts of the track with the barriers either side, as you can see when we're on board with Keen Nakamura Berta. Those barriers on the top part of the circuit into the right-handers, the tight right-handers at Police in Moorish corner, and then the long left-hander, the twists of Donna Maria up towards the Melco hairpin where you can't overtake. It is that narrow. But a nimble little F4 car is absolutely perfect. And you made the point yesterday, and hadn't really thought about it before, that we have drivers that are young enough to not have a road car licence, so they can't drive on the roads. But here, for 4 days of the year, they can.
Yes, you can just imagine, can't you, having their first driving lesson. Have you got any experience on the public road? Well, I've done Macau. Oh, well, you know, you've passed. This is Keen Nakamura Berta. He's a British driver. He's the Italian F4 champion. Came here really with a very, very strong reputation, and he was in the wall on the opening lap of the race yesterday at Lisboa, and he could not believe it. You could see the expression and the body language. He just couldn't understand that what should have been a good result for him had disappeared. The same was true of the man that was on pole position, and that was Sebastian Weldon, son of the late Dan Weldon, because he slithered into the barriers. And one of the big stories of the weekend has been the British champion, Finn McLaughlin, who had an awful Thursday with a car that just did not work. He was given a replacement chassis and engine and got himself mid-grid. Here he is. And yesterday, after all the dramas at Lisboa, he was in second place and squabbling for the race lead. And we thought, no, he's played this safe. He's going to be second and get on the front row. And coming out of the Melco hairpin on the last lap, just somehow, we've not seen it before, managed to hook the right rear wheel round the barrier and break the rear suspension. So he didn't get to the end of the race. And again, he could not believe it.
Nor could we, nor could anybody. And he reposted the video yesterday of that unfortunate finish to the qualification race, and then said in his post last night, "I'll be back tomorrow." So this is going to be one to watch. Finn McLaughlin, I think the story, or if you like, a slogan of his 4 days here at Macau is never give up, because he didn't turn a wheel in free practice 1, didn't really turn a wheel in free practice 2. He got a new car, a new chassis to experience qualifying, straight into qualifying, and was able to do amazing things and qualify in 6th place, and was looking like he'd be on the podium, but for that little tap of the right rear wheel going around the Melco hairpin, which is quite inexplicable, really.
And this, the run down through the Solitude S's towards Faraway Hill, and Finn McLaughlin, like all of them, all bar one I should say, racing here for the first time. At this point it's really hard to find a reference, because it just seems to go from one left to right to left to right. Eventually you get through Pyle and drop down towards Police, and at the bottom of the hill you go right through Police and make the climb up towards Moorish. This is Police. Slightly more open right-hander, early break for Moorish. You think the corner is a long way ahead, but it's so tight you've got to slow down really early. and then you're still climbing at this point up towards the long approach to Donna Maria, and then it's a long left-hander itself. It's slightly, ever so slightly back, just tilts you to the left a little bit. Very narrow section of the circuit here. This is the aforementioned Melco hairpin. You see a yellow line on the inside, which you're not allowed to cross either, because otherwise you'll never make it round the corner with the lock, and then the road opens up coming down through black sands, and that was the corner yesterday that caught out Finn McLaughlin. From here on in, really good fast part of the circuit, speed building. You're heading down towards Fisherman's, and when you get out of this next right-hander, suddenly the road goes from 2 lanes to 4, and it is paradise. You've got all that width of circuit.
You can imagine how much they look forward to this part of the circuit, can't you, in a Formula 4 car. And Finn McLaughlin is a very, very good driver. He claimed the British F4 Championship this year, and he did it in great style, taking 5 race wins. I was excited to see him competing on the streets of Macau, but it's not been an easy story, as so often is the story of a driver on a trip to Macau, and I think we can expect a great race coming up from Finn McLaughlin. Yesterday was the disappointment. Let's see what he can do today. Right, so the cars lining up on the grid. The team personnel are down there, and the grid boards marking the point at which they need to come to a stop. 2 single-seater categories this weekend here at Macau, which is fairly rare. You normally see just the Formula Regional, or previously the Formula 3 cars competing for the Macau Grand Prix. But agree absolutely 100% with David. It's really good to see Formula 4 cars on the timetable for this weekend.
And these are not slow cars either. The run down towards Mandarin and from that section to Lisboa, 230 kilometers an hour, 6th gear, and then you're down to 80 kph in 2nd gear for Lisboa itself. Emanuele Olivieri, as the winner yesterday, is going to line up on pole position, and Jules Roussel, runner-up in the French Championship, will be alongside. This is Ryan Coretti, another driver that has come from the French F4 Championship. He was 4th in that, double winner this season, and made some pretty decent progress yesterday. Now, this is the youngest driver on the grid. He was 16 only 4 days ago, Ari Bansal, and the Indian driver has won the GB4 Championship, which is effectively a UK series for the older iteration of F4 car, and the elite motorsport driver going very well this weekend. Number 61 there is Kimi Chan, and he's another of the drivers that has been in Chinese F4 this season and has been a race winner. So it's a quality field, this. You've got lots of champions and lots of race winners and a jumbled grid. In fact, we've almost got a reverse grid, because Finn McLaughlin starting 12th, 14th is the French champion Alex Munoz, 15th is the poleman yesterday Sebastian Weldon, 16th is the Italian champion Keen Nakamura Berta, 17th is Thomas Behrman, who's been a race winner in British F4, and 19th is the Central European Zone champion Gino Trapper. So a reverse grid race in a sense.
Poor television director, we're not going to know where to look, are we? Goodness me, this is a very exciting race, and it's what single-seaters at Macau at the end of a season is all about, because when we have international champions coming from domestic championships all around the world to compete, if you like, for the driver that is going to be deemed to be elite in this year around Macau. It's just something to enjoy, something to savour this, and you can tell that all these young drivers, this is going to be a memory in their motor racing career that they will remember forever.
F4 did us proud at Macau in the COVID period, because it was the category that ran for the Grand Prix. It was the Chinese Championship, and because of the travel restrictions, it was really the only single-seater category that could tick the box. It was then rewarded with a race or an event, so race each day, at the 70th anniversary weekend in 2023. And here we are with a brand new FIA badged race. We've had F4 at the FIA Motorsport Games in the past, but now here with a World Cup. That's Rintaro Sato, son of Takuma Sato, winner of the Macau Grand Prix. He did race here last year, in fact, Rintaro, and also in Japanese F4. This year he's been racing in France in the French Championship, French F4, where he won at Lebanon.
And these young drivers are going to have experienced quite such a busy grid before. If you have a look at the build-up to this race, just double it, treble it, quadruple it, and that's what we have building up to the FR World Cup a little bit later on for the Macau Grand Prix. But this is a first glimpse into what things are going to be like. And you know what? If these drivers come back next year and they are competing in the Macau Grand Prix, they have had this experience to get used to everything about the Macau Grand Prix. It's going to really equip them very nicely indeed.
It is indeed. That's Emily Cotti, who was in the race yesterday and in qualifying, the Chichester-born driver who has been in the Italian and Middle East Championships this year. Keen Nakamura Berta then, the Italian champion, although he is a British driver with a Japanese mum and a Slovak father. And he was the runner-up last year also in the UAE Championship. Sebastian Weldon then, who's been 5 times a winner in Italian F4. He's been a race winner in the Middle East F4 Championship this season and affiliated to the Andretti Global brand. Of course, his father raced for Andretti twice at Indy. Now, that's somebody that has raced here in F4 in the past. The 2023 Chinese F4 champion, Thiago Rodriguez, and therefore he does know the track and he does know the cars, but he crashed yesterday, tripped over Thomas Behrmann, who was already in the barriers at Moorish. Grandstand's pretty full already, and it's early in the morning yet. It's only just gone 9:10. That is Thomas Behrmann. He is the younger brother of Ollie Behrmann, Grand Prix driver, of course, for Haas. He's the son of David, who used to do a bit of MG racing, and Thomas was a race winner in British F4 this season gone. After him on the grid, you will get to Gino Trapper, who is going to be the final driver, and the Central European Zone champion has had a pretty tough weekend. There he is. So 2 incidents, and he's got work to do from the very back.
Because this grid kind of tells the story of the journey so far, but this is the race on its own. This is the 10-lap race where heroes are made, and a quick handshake with the British F4 champion, Finn McLaughlin. He's been riding uphill pretty much for the whole of this weekend, but I'm not sure that any of the climbs have been quite as big as the one that faces him over the next 10 laps. But by no means right off Finn McLaughlin. I think this could be a very entertaining race from the back of the grid for a number of the drivers. You were talking about Sebastian Weldon in car number 98, of course, qualified on pole position for the qualification race yesterday, and now finds himself on the 3rd to final row of the grid. So there are mountains to climb from the back of the grid, but in Macau, you know, anything can happen. Let's see what does as it emerges over 10 laps for the FIA F4 World Cup. The Macau Formula 4 race is coming up.
You can make progress on the run down to Lisboa, and that's a key part of the lap, as Emanuele Olivieri, the Middle East champion, winner yesterday, lines up on pole from Jules Roussel and Ryan Caretti. Ari Bansal is 4th ahead of Kimi Chan and Li Qiuho. Simon Zhang, the Chinese champion, will go from 7th ahead of Itsuki Sato, Marcus Chung and Wang Yuzhe. Rintaro Sato is 11th ahead of the British champion Finn McLaughlin. Emily Cotti 13th ahead of the French champion Alexandre Munoz. Sebastian Weldon is 15th ahead of the Italian champion Keen Nakamura Berta. There's Thomas Behrmann ahead of Thiago Rodriguez. There's Gino Trapper, the Central European Zone champion, to round out the grid. 10 laps are ahead of us then. The drivers on Pirelli tyres will be released in due course. They'll get that formation lap underway, and as the cars then will be released, A, you've got to make a good start. B, you've got to get a slipstream down towards Lisboa, because places can be gained. But equally, you've got to keep out of trouble at Lisboa. I still think people are going to gain places because of incidents ahead. So, yes, it is going to be fascinating to see how quickly the likes of a McLaughlin or a Nakamura Berta, for example, or a Weldon can get through traffic before Emanuele Olivieri, and there he is, the godson of Dindo Capello, checks out up the road. If he can get away while they're fighting their way through, he's going to be hard to stop. Now, look, that doesn't necessarily take into account the possibility of a safety car mid-race or anything like that, but he needs to build that gap while the other quick drivers are having to carve their way through. And it illustrates the importance of that qualifying race of keeping out of trouble. It's all very well attacking for position, but if it goes wrong and you end up compromising the main race, it wasn't worth it.
When you look back on that aerial shot, that high shot looking down the grid, you realise just how far it is from the front of the grid to the back of the grid. It is a big job, but you know, the opportunity for an interruption in the race and the opportunity to get a really, really good start right at the start of the race, then this is all going to add up to potentially giving a good result at the end of 10 laps. Here we go then, the final countdown, 10, 9, 8, until we have the green flag lap. And this is the bit that drivers like, when all of the personnel have left the grid, they're left alone to do what they do. Off they go on the green flag lap. Now the green flag waves, and they've got a job to do on this formation lap, and immediately Emanuele Oliveri starts doing that, and that is to weave the cars as much as they possibly can on this lap, in particular on these wide parts of the circuit, which forms the end of the gear circuit and the start of the next lap, to weave the cars as much as they possibly can, and to not be sat on their own at the front of the grid for too long, to lose all that temperature that they get into the tyres. It's a really warm day here. It's going to get warmer and warmer in the middle of this afternoon, so around about the kind of time that we're looking at the start of the Macau Grand Prix later on, it's going to be up to 27 degrees, hot and sunny.
Just one more thing to catch up on yesterday. Rintaro Sato was third across the line, but he was given a penalty post-race. Now, he'd been slow off the grid, and he had made up his place in order to be where he should have lined up, but he did not do it before the first safety car line. If you do not regain your place by the first safety car line, you must start from the pit lane, not the back, but the pit lane. He did not do that, therefore he was given a notional stop-go penalty, but as it was applied post-race, it had to be a time penalty, and 30 seconds therefore dropped Rintaro Sato from third to 11th place.
Here we go then, the formation lap for our first single-seater race of the day. 10 laps around the gear circuit here at Macau, looking back at the driver who has pole position. Ultimate concentration. You can't afford to drop that concentration for a single second, as we have seen so many times over the years here at Macau. Get some really good views as well from that mirrored visor on his helmet. My goodness, what an iconic shot you get back looking at a driver with the yellow and black barriers right the way around the circuit. We said it yesterday, when you see a photograph of a racing car on a circuit and you see in the background the yellow and black barriers, you know exactly where you are. You don't necessarily know which corner you're at, but it's an iconic feature, isn't it?
It is indeed, and the trees hanging over the circuit makes you think, is that really Macau? Because for many people the perception of high-rise blocks, neon lights, casinos, but here in the old part of Macau, you've got lots of greenery. The cars run around the reservoir at this part of the circuit, dropping down the hill, and Macau is a hugely busy and vibrant place. It's tempting to think that this is the entirety of it, but there are other islands which are even more modern in many respects. Go to the one of the others and you see all the huge casinos and hotels and shopping centres that are there. People coming from Hong Kong, from mainland China to Macau, coming for the Grand Prix, coming this weekend also for the National Games, which is a little bit like the sort of Commonwealth Games, if you like, from our side of the world. And it brings so many people to Macau. They have lots of festivals of, for example, there's a whiskey festival, a beer festival, there are sporting events, festival of food, exactly, yeah. So to the grid comes Olivieri.
Quite a way ahead of the rest of them. We did say that he's not going to want to sit there at the front of the grid for too long to allow the heat to dissipate in the tyres, but Oliveri has arrived on pole position quite a way ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's sort of up to him to control the pace and others to go with him, but Jules Roussel has arrived now, so Emanuele Olivieri in the green-nosed car, Jules Roussel on the outside of the front row, which is a result given that he got a grid drop for causing an incident in qualifying. And there is Gino Trapper, who has got a lot of work to do from the rear of the grid. History is about to be made because the first ever FIA F4 World Cup is just moments away from starting, and where better than on the streets of Macau. Young teenage drivers, Formula One, sports car, GT stars of the future, all set to do battle. Emanuele Olivieri is the driver on pole position. Jules Roussel lines up with him at the front of the grid. There will be 5 red lights. When the lights go out, We go racing, and a good getaway is made by Olivieri. A good start also by Jules Roussel to get up the inside line. Look, going down towards Reservoir for the first time, and Jules Roussel has the road come to him, and he's done it. He's up alongside, he's got his nose in front. But now he's going to be on the outside line all the way down towards the very fast right-hander of Mandarin. The blue car of Ryan Coretti comes to the outside. Roussel takes the lead. French Championship rival Coretti goes second. Olivieri drops the third. Bansard is fourth. Grama in the background. Simon Zhang is off the road. He's taken number 17 with him as well. So there's a big shunt already. It's going to bring out the safety car as we lose Itsuki Sato. Two have gone on the run down towards Lisboa, but it is going to be Jules Roussel from Ryan Coretti. More head up the escape road and into the wall. Plunges there, I'm afraid to say. The car of Ki-Hu Lee. So there's going to be a lot to sort out. The safety car will be triggered. Jules Roussel leads.
Roussel got a very good start, and he had to be very brave, hang it out on the outside. But he was very keen, and a super start by Jules Roussel from the outside of the front row of the grid. That went absolutely according to plan. The thing that maybe didn't go according to plan is that we would now have a number of cars which require recovery here in our in the first of a 10-lap race. But we said how important it is to get a really good start, and Emanuele Olivieri from pole position down there in third place is not going to be so happy about the way the start went for him. And down there in third place, he can see them in front of him, and we've yet to know. We've got the yellow flag out on circuit, but at the moment we haven't got indication that we have a safety car, have we?
No, but I'm sure that we are going to end up with something having to neutralise activity with broken cars on that fast part of the circuit. But for now, let's enjoy it, because you've got Jules Roussel ahead of Ryan Coretti then, and Emanuele Olivieri not having made that best of start. Safety car is now called. So we'll see what the order is at the end of the opening lap, because that kind of incident, of course, all helps the likes of McLaughlin or Behrman or Weldon or Nakamura Berta. So we do now go to control conditions. We had one safety car interruption yesterday, and Jules Roussel has timed it right, because you never know from here on in. As the race resumes, safety cars breed safety cars. It might well be that he's now won this race by getting the move done before the interruption came. So
important to get a good start, and that was a very determined good start as well from the outside of the front row of the grid. Had to hang in there, and Emanuele Olivieri was on the inside line on the run down towards Lisboa, the overtaking place. Let's have a look once again.
So it's a decent start by Olivieri, but not a mega start. Jules Roussel gets a good launch. Don't forget it's a staggered grid, so he's a length back. But look, as they turn into the first corner, he's just ever so slightly in advance. And Ryan Coretti in the blue car in third place gets the tow from both of the cars ahead. So he moves to the outside of Olivieri, gets a bit more of a tow from Roussel, goes round the outside into second place. But it's behind, look, where Simon Zhang is. Itsuki Sato is the innocent victim. He's absolutely harpooned as Simon Zhang pinballs his way off the barrier. So that's two gone. And then the next one that arrived rather rapidly on the scene coming down to Lisboa is Ki-Hu Lee. But that was good stuff from Ryan Coretti. That was Simon Zhang sideways, and Itsuki Sato suddenly is absolutely harpooned, as I say, by Simon Zhang. From another angle then, they come out of Mandarin. Bit of a wobble from Jules Roussel. Snap of oversteer on the cold tyre, but he managed to save it, whereas Simon Zhang did not. And the Chinese champion out of the race. Now, Finn McLaughlin saw it thus. That's fine, he thinks. The accident's all happening over there on the right-hand side. That's 2 places gained.
Yeah, good positioning there, keeping well out of the way for Finn McLaughlin. And as you say, 2 positions made up, keeping on the left-hand side of the circuit, keeping out of trouble down at Lisboa as well.
That's the 3rd one gained.
So I reckon one of the really important thing when you are one of the very quick drivers, as Keen Nakamura Berta comes into pit lane.
Now that's bad news, clearly, because that was another driver who was meant to be fighting his way up the order, and Keen Nakamura Berta is going to be pushed back towards his parking area in the pit boxes. And has he run over debris? He's got a problem. They're looking at the steering wheel, looking at the dash, looking at the display. So Nakamura Berta may have a gear issue. It might be an electrical gremlin. Laptop has to be plugged in. He was so quick through practice and qualifying. I think he really was so confident going into yesterday's race, and it's just unravelled from there on in. He crashed yesterday, and now he's got a car with a problem, and he's about to go, if he's not careful, a lap down. So Big disappointment for Keen Nakamura Berta. 10-lap race this, so we've got a little bit of breathing space with the safety car, and it is definitely technical rather than damage. So I'm afraid to say, as Finn McLaughlin had technical dramas on Thursday, here's another one in need of assistance. Min Times is the company that operates the cars. Engineers coming from the FFSA, which has a similar way of running the championship. One team runs all the cars.
Yeah, and Finn McLaughlin's problem couldn't be resolved, and it was just fortuitous that they were able to offer another car opportunity for qualifying. And once Finn McLaughlin got in a nicely running car, he was able to show just what he can do on the streets of Macau. But it wasn't until that point. This is really good news. We get the indication now on the timing screen that the safety car is in this lap.
Brilliant.
And with 3 cars that needed to be recovered, that's really good work by the course workers.
Absolutely it is, yes. So the crane at Lisboa getting the car of Qiu Li out of the way, and Simon Chang's car and Itsuki Sato's cars removed as well. Right, quick update then before we go racing. McLaughlin is 7th, and he started 12th. Munoz, who started 14th, is up into 8th. Weldon is 10th from 15th, and Behrman is 12th, having started 17th.
You've got to stay out of trouble, and that, what you just said is rather proof of that. Avoiding these opening lap problems, Finn McLaughlin did that to great effect, and clearly so did Seb Weldon, because they would have come across both of the accidents starting towards the back of the grid.
Right, this is Emanuele Olivieri's view. We're about to go racing now. Keep everything crossed. Safety cars breed safety cars. The green flag is ready on the timing line. They're still weaving, still getting the tyres back up to temperature. There wasn't a lot in them to start with, so they need to be careful coming out of the very fast R-bend. We had a crash in this corner on a restart in the previous GT race, but we go racing again, and Jules Roussel with a good restart leads Ryan Caretti across the line by half a second. Third is Olivieri. Bansal is 4th. Kimi Chan 5th. Rintaro Sato is in 6th place, and then it's Finn McLaughlin. And again, now the importance of getting a tow is plain to see. You can see Jules Roussel going left and right to try to break the slipstream effect. Look in the background there. There's an effort being made up the inside by Sato against Kimi Chan, and he goes through. Nicely done on the inside of Mandarin. That puts Sato 5th.
Brave place to do it as well. Very, very good manoeuvre indeed. Well done. Great to see these thrilling manoeuvres taking place down at Mandarin, and not always down at Lisboa, which is perhaps the more preferred overtaking manoeuvre. But Sato doing really, really well there. It's a slowing car, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. And that might be Wang Yuzhe as they climb up the hill, we'll see. But look at this for the race lead. Ryan Caretti right on the back of Jules Roussel, and rather cheekily having a look on the inside. It's not really an overtaking place, that, but what he can do is try to force a mistake out of Jules Roussel. So you've got the drivers who were 2nd and 4th in the French Championship leading the Middle East champion Emanuele Olivieri here, and don't forget he was the winner of that qualifying race yesterday. So let's see what he can do as he plunges downhill again.
And what you can do on this section is to just show an intent, and it could just put you off your stroke, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And one tiny little error on this tight and twisty section of the circuit, there is no room for error. The inevitable is that if you make an error, it's going to be very, very costly indeed. We've got a yellow flag being indicated down at turn 4. I'm sure in due course we'll find out what that is for. No doubt the slowing car that we saw.
Yeah, I think it might be Munoz. So Alexandre Munoz, who's had all sorts of problems after 2 crashes, they can get that through that vehicle access gate, can't they? That's Munoz at San Francisco. So Alexandre Munoz's car hopefully can be pushed back. They need to be quick, but there's still quite a bit of lap to go before the cars get there. So through they will turn. Jules Roussel leading Ryan Caretti, and you can see these two now starting to gap Emanuele Olivieri, aren't they? In 4th place, the yellow car is Ari Bansal, then the black, white, red car, that's Rintaro Sato, carrying the colours his father used to run in Formula 3, and the leaders are coming down towards R-bend. Olivieri not staying with the top 2, frustratingly.
No, dropping him back just a little bit. The top 2 as they come up towards the start-finish line and complete another lap. Well done to the marshals. Green flag at turn 4, and it was fortuitous that we did have a gap in the barrier. The marshals could get that car to a place of safety. Really, really good work, and good work from race control as well, keeping things going and allowing them time to do that.
change imminent for third place here, because you've now got Ari Bansal crawling all over the back of Emanuele Olivieri as the cars come again down towards Lisboa. Finn McLaughlin is being looked at, so is Emily Cossi for being out of position at the safety car line. We have a move for the lead. Coretti to the inside line. Nicely done. He goes through. Rayan Coretti leads the F4 World Cup.
Where did that come from? Normally you get an early warning that there's going to be a go for the lead, and as they came down towards the corner, it was very, very last minute and beautifully done as well. A new race leader in our Macau F4 race here at Macau, the FIA F4 World Cup here at Macau, and a new race leader.
And he's done that from 4th on the grid, has Rayan Coretti, and he's making very good progress over the course of the weekend. Bear in mind, he started the qualification race 15th on the grid, and he's leading the main race. So talk about making progress and piecing together the weekend. He crashed in qualifying, getting a replay of that move. So he comes now down towards the right-hander of Lisboa. He gets a tow, and I think Jules Roussel thought, no, he's too far back, and Coretti finds a gap, sends it up the inside, and in fairness to Roussel, it gave him racing room rather than turning in and causing a collision.
So often on that run down, you see the car jink out to one side and then go to the other side as well. There was no early warning there, and it was beautifully executed. Absolutely super stuff. And you're right, what you can see is the journey over the course of 4 days, getting better and better and better. Let's talk about some of the fastest sectors as well, because Finn McLaughlin, coming from the back of the grid, has gone overall best in sector 2. Sebastian Weldon, pole position yesterday, he's gone overall best in sector 3 as well.
Now you're looking back from Emanuele Olivieri's car at Ari Bansal as they come from Fisherman's down towards our bend in this 10-lap race led by this blue car of Rayan Coretti, chased by Jules Roussel, who now wants to do to Coretti what he had done to him the previous lap. In other words, get the tow from here all the way down to Lisboa. Olivieri, though, can't match them for pace. The fastest lap just been done by Seb Weldon, who's up into 7th place. Coretti tries now to break the tow, goes one side, tries to break that slipstream effect that is being handed on a plate to Jules Roussel. If these two squabble, that might allow Olivieri back into the game as they go through Mandarin now, down towards Lisboa. Staying in the wheel tracks is Roussel. Coretti tries to go one side and then the other to break the tow. And which way does Jules Roussel commit? He goes to the outside line, which he's brave. He's going to be alongside. He almost gets crowded. He can't go round the outside, but look at Olivieri right back with them.
Yeah, they're battling so close that the gap has come down between the top two, battling for the lead of the race, and Olivieri, who started on pole position, up into the tight and twisty section. Super race from these, and the top two still have a little bit of a gap, but then they go into braking zones for the corners in the tight and twisty section. They all close up together. Seb Weldon has gone overall best in sector 1. Finn McLaughlin briefly goes overall best in sector 2, and then that's taken away by Thomas Berman, who's down there in 9th place. Boy, we've got some talent in this field.
We have indeed, and the likes of Weldon and Berman are still not done in terms of improvements. Now this is Finn McLaughlin, he's 6th, Seb Weldon behind him, closing up, as Alan says, fastest lap of the race to Weldon, then you can see the pace that he's got, edging that little bit nearer to Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin has done fewer laps around the circuit this weekend than anybody else, because effectively he missed all the running on Thursday with a car that wasn't very compliant, and he didn't do a great deal in the qualifying session either. So on the Saturday, on Friday I should say. So it's been a tough weekend for McLaughlin. This replacement chassis has catapulted him back up the order, but he still doesn't have quite the same mileage as the others who've had healthy cars all weekend. It's all concertinaing up again as Coretti leads Roussel, leads Olivieri coming out of Melco. 4th is Ari Bansal, the Indian driver, and that is 2nd placed Jules Roussel. He's fallen back a little bit, down through Black Sands though.
Certainly has, yeah. This is where the circuit opens up now as they go down towards the completion of another lap. It's going to be the completion of 5 laps as they come across the line, and the race leader with a little advantage there, not the sort of advantage that we saw going on to the previous lap. However, everything can change now if you get the slipstream, although I think that might have been broken a little bit now for Coretti at the front of the field.
but I think Weldon is about to have a go at McLaughlin. Let's have a look in the background, because as they come now, the change has happened. In fact, Weldon has done it. He's gone by, going into turn one. Look, the white car is ahead. This is Finn McLaughlin looking back from the Red Bull liveried entry of the Red Bull Junior driver, but very definitely Weldon with another demon lap has gone through, and Thomas Behrman behind has done the fastest lap of the race. Olivieri not able to stay with the top two, still having to defend from Bansal.
And the overall fastest lap of the race so far has gone the way of Thomas Behrman now. He's up there in 8th position, and in front of him he's got Finn McLaughlin and Sebastian Weldon. But the overall best lap of the race at 2:24.828 is for Thomas Behrman down there in 8th place. The good news is that we've got some running now. They can get themselves in a groove, and that is exactly what they're doing.
So Itsuki Sato we lost on lap 1, Simon Zhang we lost, Kyuho Lee we lost as well, but up front it is Ryan Caretti, who was 0.7 of a second ahead when they came across the line. The onboard in that graphic showing you the view of Emanuele Olivieri, who could really rather do without Ari Bansal behind him. Bansal has been very impressive this season. He's done a few British F4 races in the championship, also the non-championship races at the British Grand Prix. He's won the GB4 title, and 4 days ago he turned old enough to be accepted into the race, and here he is running in 4th position. It's
amazing the kind of experience you can get at such an early age now, isn't it? And you start your single-seater journey, which these cars are very much part of it, and introduced. It was going to be the first of the steps of the single-seater ladder that you could stay with right the way through until Formula One. And for the first time this year, supporting the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, we saw Formula One competing with Formula 2, competing with Formula 3 and Formula 4 as well, the non-championship race that you alluded to just a couple of moments ago. 5 laps are complete now, and the advantage was 0.7 of a second. I fancy it might have come down a little.
Yeah, let's have a look. Ari Bansal has fallen back through Black Sands as well. He's dropped off the tail of Olivieri. So, yeah, everything that Caretti does, Roussel tries to match. Stays in the wheel tracks, if you like, hoping that he can just get back into that toe, and then he'll be dragged along. But Caretti, 7/10 ahead, he becomes 4/10 ahead. Fastest lap of the race done by Jules Roussel. Emanuele Olivieri on that lap is another 4/10 slower, so he's dropping away, unfortunately, from the man on pole position. His pace not as good today as it needs to be.
Need to watch Sebastian Weldon down there in 6th place on the tail of Sato, and he has just put in, has Sebastian Weldon again the fastest lap of the race. He's had that accolade a couple of times as they go side by side for the lead once more on the run down towards Lisboa.
Caretti fends off Roussel, who tries the inside up to San Francisco, but what Jules Roussel here is doing is trying everything at Lisboa, and he's also discovering the type of defence he's liable to get after repeated opportunities to challenge Ryan Caretti. He knows now what Caretti has in his armoury to fend him off. We know now that Finn McLaughlin's going to be looked at post-race for that safety car line infringement. Interesting that his car doesn't have the pace of Weldon, because having lost out to Seb, he's fallen back into the clutches almost of Thomas Behrman.
Yes, he has, but it will be good to see Finn McLaughlin finish this race, and he can look back on the weekend and be pretty proud of everything that he has achieved over the course of 4 days, because 2 of them were pretty non-existent. Missed free practice 1, didn't really complete a lap. Missed free practice 2, didn't complete a lap through no fault of his own, through some technical problem with the car, and then the team deciding that a new chassis could be used for qualifying, straight into qualifying, having not done laps around the circuit, and now he finds himself in 7th place. That's not bad.
No, it's not as good as it was, sadly, but it's been a very tough weekend. So now really it's about mileage, it's about experience, and although he's set for FIA F3 next year, it would not be a surprise if he didn't come back to Macau and exorcise some ghosts. There he is, look, with Thomas Behrman almost pushing him around Melco. So the race leader, Ryan Caretti, only 4/10 up at the end of the previous lap. There is Seb Weldon, look, and that's been a very, very good recovery. He led as far as turn 3 yesterday in crash. He started 15th and he's up into 6th. They don't think you can't overtake and don't think you can't make progress around here, especially in a single-seater which is narrow like this. And he's going to be on the back of Rintaro Sato before long. So the race leaders have just gone by, and 4/10 is down again to 3/10. Roussel is on for another bid for the lead, isn't he?
When it was 4/10 on the previous lap, there was still a potential for side-by-side on the run down towards Lisboa, and there is going to be again. Oh, so close between these top two. Having a look down on the inside is Roussel as they go down towards, and this is an epic battle between the top two for the lead on the run down towards Lisboa.
You've got another one between Sato, Banson and Weldon in the background as now Ryan Carretti comes back on the outside line down to Lisboa, but Jules Roussel asserts himself. Roussel leads, and then there, look, Sato, Weldon goes ahead of Banson as they turn into Lisboa. So another place gain for a charging Sebastian Weldon. Great drive this, and a wonderful battle for the lead. It's trading now between Carretti and Roussel. Superb stuff.
Absolutely superb stuff, and we've got this lap and 2 more to go in the 10 laps for the FIA F4 World Cup Macau Formula 4 race here. Absolutely super stuff in the top 6, all battling it out for a victory here at Macau, which is something very, very special for a single-seater driver. Oh, it goes wrong! It goes wrong! Carretti! Goodness me!
And who's managed to get past safely? Yellow flag shown, so it's Roussel with a big lead. Olivieri, I think, had squeezed through, but as the car was bouncing across the road, did it take anybody with him? Carretti there up against the wall. It's going to be another safety car to move him. I think everybody else got through, but it was a bit touch and go. So yeah, Olivieri survived it, so did Bansal, Sato, Weldon. They have got through, and Ryan Carretti just went a little bit wide, bounced off the barrier, and that, after a really impressive drive, is the race over. And the order behind him then, look, as they come down towards the Malco hairpin behind Jules Roussel, is that second is Olivieri, third is Sato, fourth is Weldon, fifth is Bansal, sixth is McLaughlin. Here's the replay, safety car deployed, and you see here Ryan Carretti, the back breaks away, snap of oversteer as he gets into the corner. He's offline, he's heading for the wall at this point, and he knows it. He tries to fight the car, bang, in it goes, bang, in again at the front, and from that point on, it's game over. And for Olivieri, absolute panic. Where is that car going to end up?
That was beautifully avoided, wasn't it? It's all split-second decisions, and Olivieri gets past the car. You don't know where it's going to finish. It's still moving, it's still swerving, and there is a diminishing room of tarmac to get past.
You saw Seb Weldon stand on the brakes and there was tyre smoke. Right, safety car deployed. If they're as quick as they have been at doing this, we might get one lap in, but I'm not convinced. It's got to be done on this lap, hasn't it? I don't think it's going to be able to be done in time, but hey, we'll see, we'll see. But Jules Roussel back into the lead from Emanuele Olivieri. Real shame that Ryan Carretti, 15th on the grid yesterday, and having led this race, perhaps he deserved better, but it illustrates that the tiniest error can be punished. So race order, Jules Roussel leading, Emanuele Olivieri in second place, Rintaro Sato in third, Sam Weldon fourth, Ari Bansal is fifth, and Finn McLaughlin is sixth. Right, now this is Emanuele Olivieri's view. Have a look at what's going on ahead. Look for the blue car of Carretti. He's sideways there at Maternity, and he survived that one, but only just. But clearly from here on in, Carretti's car is struggling. He's either asked a bit much of the tyres or he's over-driving, and they head downhill. Olivieri getting a little bit closer. There, he's slightly wider look than Olivieri, who skims up towards the brickwork. And then now, Carretti turns in, the back breaks away, and he's out wide, and crunch. One whack, comes across the road, another whack, and Olivieri is thinking, stop, 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 I've got to get round you. He does. It's not that easy for people behind, but really, you could perhaps slightly flippantly say it was a tank slapper that began 3 corners earlier, and eventually that's the outcome, a broken car.
You just don't know, if you're following, you just don't know where that car is going to finish up. You can make an assessment of where it might, but you really have to hope that luck is on your side as well. So tight and twisty, that section. So disappointed, because the battle between those two was superb to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lap after lap after lap. And Well, who is it that said last year in single-seaters, you have to have a go? I think it was Freddie Slater,
it was Freddie
wasn't
Slater,
it? Yeah. You have to have a go, and you do. And we were treated to a great battle at the front of the field from those two. And you can only feel very, very sorry for Ryan Coretti. You know, coming up San Francisco Hill, when you saw the first of those little moments, just upsets the flow, doesn't it? And one little tiny moment leads to another, and ultimately that's the result.
So the cars all going round the recovery vehicle, which is on hand, but if that's not off the track by the end of this lap, we have a result, because they will go to the checkered flag in this order. Pedro Cutiero, the safety car driver there, Portuguese racer, very, very experienced of dealing with the safety car processes at Macau. He's been the safety car driver for a decade plus, and also used to race here in touring cars. He is the man at the wheel of the safety car, leading the field round. But yeah, I fear we ain't going to get one more lap, just because of the nature of how this all has to happen. But what a race while it lasted. Brilliant stuff. Please, can we have the F4 World Cup on the timetable next year?
Yes, indeed. I think they've rather booked their appointment, haven't they? Absolutely superb. We said it from the first time we saw F4 cars here at Macau. They're just perfectly suited. They are nimble, they're quick, and there's young drivers with a huge amount of talent and ambition as well. Just had a message from the FIA Touring Car Commission. Is it president? I think he is. Alan Gao,
yes.
Who has just said the weather here at Macau today is absolutely perfect. He's arrived here for the next race that we'll have here at Macau, the 10-lap race for the Macau gear race, and it is beautiful, isn't it? We've got clear skies, we've got sunshine. Go on. Why
is the Touring Car Commission president bothering with the weather? Shouldn't he be thinking about touring cars, not the weather? I mean, we know it's sunny, Alan. We can see that. Well done, Mr. Gao. Your weather forecasting career beckons. Genius stuff. Yeah. I'd never have thought it was sunny and perfect.
He's being helpful.
Was it?
Yes, we're in a little box, aren't we?
All
yeah,
right.
we don't know.
We'll give him that. I'm afraid to say, then, the safety car is going to have to take us to the checkered flag. And look at Ryan Coretti, hunched down against the barrier, distraught, and actually sobbing by the look of the jerky body movements, and that was a devastating outcome for what had been a really impressive race. And Ryan Coretti will remember Macau, but for all the wrong reasons. And Jules Roussel then is on target to take honours in the FIA F4 World Cup. He was runner-up in the French Championship with 2 this season, and it looks as though he is going to be a history-making first ever winner of the FIA F4 World Cup. Great racing it has given us. Just a shame that this one has to end behind the safety car.
You're right. And when you see the really forlorn Ryan Coretti, you can see so clearly that how upset he is. You realise how much it means to a young driver to be on the podium or to take a race win, to take victory here at Macau, because it is, for a driver, a huge, huge challenge. Well, I think he can look back at this. He's dealing with the disappointment, the upset now, but he can look back and be very, very proud of the race that we just enjoyed, because that was thrilling. And we've seen a few single-seater races over the years here at Macau. That was a thrilling race.
Keen Nakamura Berta, just to finish the story, did rejoin from the pits, but was so far behind. Even now, he has not caught up, even with the safety car. So he is going to finish the race in 14th place. He will gain the position at the expense of the rather tearful Ryan Coretti. So the car Jules Roussel will lead Emanuele Olivieri and Rintaro Sato to the end. Sato, another driver here who's made good. Third, he was in the order, and 11th he started. So somebody else proving that overtaking is possible. And Ryan Coretti's car goes down the hill on the back of the flatbed. The road is clear, but sadly we've run out of laps. The checkered flag will greet Jules Roussel this time. It'll be that traditional ceremonial release up to the checkered flag, but the FIA F4 World Cup is going to be taken then by Jules Roussel, Emanuele Olivieri and Rintaro Sato for the podium.
And although we've finished the race under the control of the safety car for that incident, We did have some really good laps. We saw the drivers being able to get into a flow of the race, which is something that Macau sometimes doesn't really happen, because you get a stoppage and then you get another stoppage, or rather than a stoppage, an interruption to the race with the safety car, and they just want a few laps that they can piece together and begin to get into a race flow, and we did get that. We got a thrilling race for our FIA F4 World Cup, and we have a World Cup winner who is very soon going to be released from behind the safety car to take the checkered flag once they've negotiated the Melco hairpin, run down the hill through Black Sands towards Fisherman's, and then R Bend, and the checkered flag, which is already being prepared down on the starting gantry under the control of the BMW safety car. And a good view from Emanuele Oliveri's car. Didn't quite have the pace of the top two during that race, having got off the line not too bad, but Gilles Rossell and Ryan Caretti did seem to be the pick of the field in that race. See how tight this is down at the twisty section through Police and Moorish onto Donna Maria. That barrier on the exit of Moorish has very often claimed a lot of cars in whatever form, single-seaters, touring cars, GT cars. It's not claimed too many this weekend thus far. We've had some unusual places to see cars crashing over the course of 4 days.
I'd still like to know exactly what was happening for Finn McLaughlin, because as we'd said during the race, he was falling away from Sam Weldon and was under attack from Thomas Behrman. So yeah, I'd like to see Finn back next year and see what he could do with a competitive car all weekend.
Yeah, sometimes you have a really unlucky 4 days here at Macau and you come back all the stronger the following year. And I have a feeling that may be what we see for Finn McLaughlin. We've seen it so far this weekend for Freddie Slater. We've seen him have bad luck at previous visits to Macau. And Finn McLaughlin can be very proud of that. So too can his family. It's been a character-building weekend at Macau, I think, for Finn McLaughlin. And to finish the race in 6th place, which is where he is now, can be pretty pleased with that, with the limited running he's had. Right, safety car field off, checkered flag is prepared, and there we go, across the line goes the race winner. Checkered flag goes to Gilles Rossell. He takes the win from Emanuele Oliveri from Rotaro Salto on the 3rd step of the podium. Sebastian Weldon, who started right the way towards the back of the grid, finishes up in 4th. Arai Bansal is in 5th place, and in 6th place, completing the top 6, is Finn McLaughlin. And Thomas Behrman, who was for quite a few of those laps putting in a fastest lap of the race, finishes up in 7th place. Well, we can be pleased with that. We got a race.
We did get a race, and it was a good race as well. And if anybody thought that F4 wasn't worthy of being on the Grand Prix bill, well, think again. Because that, as a support single-seater race, was very good indeed. And we've been saying for season after season that these are the really good cars to have here, because they're not that wide, they're not that big, they're not too powerful. And bearing in mind, we're talking of drivers here who kind of at best are 16 years of age. To do what they do on this kind of circuit, it is very impressive indeed. The drivers in the single-seater races at Macau are far, far younger than ever. We talk about the way the event has evolved and the sport has evolved, but it's another of those side products. And people say, oh yes, but you know, in the 80s and the 90s there weren't quite so many accidents in the single-seater races, but the drivers were maybe 5 years older, if not more. And now people come into the sport from karting, into single-seater, into car racing from 14 onwards. And so the drivers that you're looking at are very young indeed, not that experienced, and they will, none of them have encountered anything like this. So incidents are inevitable, but I think the way that the likes of Rossell, Olivieri, and before his accident Caretti, and certainly Sebastian Weldon have raced, and Arai Bansal in fact as well, mighty impressive. And Emanuele Pirot, as the president of the FIA Single-Seater Commission, who really pushed to have this event here, I think deserves a bit of acknowledgement. It was a good idea. Now, Emanuele, can we have more of the same next year? We'd like them back.
I love Macau. I love the Macau Grand Prix, and I love Formula 4 cars around the gear circuit as well. It is just, they just fit very nicely. We said it a number of times during the first year that they competed for the Macau Grand Prix in 2020. They just look right, and they give us great racing. They are narrow enough to allow little moments going up through the tight and twisty section.
And the ethos of this, with people coming from around the globe onto a level playing field, where you've got F4 running in every continent, it takes you back to the original ethos of the Macau Grand Prix, this end-of-season shootout, if you like, to see who is best. It's all very well being the French champion or the British champion, but are you better than each other? Well, this allows you to find out.
It does, and of course it's the hugely proud moment in a few minutes' time where you get the drivers on the podium. We will see a huge spread of international flags showing on the backdrop on the podium over the course of today, and you'll also hear a lot of different national anthems as well, and that is what Macau is so about. It's about a race like no other. It's a place like no other in the world. There isn't really a motorsport event quite like the Macau Grand Prix. Very often over the recent years that I've been here, it's coincided with a Grand Prix somewhere over in America, if it was the US Grand Prix or potentially the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But you know that the teams are all keeping a very close eye on what's happening in Macau, because a number of these drivers are already signed up to be part of young development driver programs associated with Formula One teams, and Macau is just magical. And I tell you what, Jules Roussel is about to experience that and then some when he climbs out of the car down in Parc Fermé, experiences the joy of a win here at Macau. And you can hear the applause in the background as well, the media attention, and the podium is coming up.
We might be able to hear from our winning drivers. Emanuele Olivieri steps out, goes to be weighed, which is all part of the technical process. There's a very, very happy race winner, though, Jules Roussel clambering out of his car. Olivieri, I think, will be very disappointed with that. On paper, he should have been a shoe-in, given the way that he went yesterday. But Jules Roussel, brilliant start, got himself in the lead, and although he lost out to Rayan Karate, he was not to be denied. And the driver he's raced against, Ritaro Sato, for third place, there to celebrate as well. Sato will be delighted with that, given that he started 11th after his penalty from yesterday. And a very happy Jules Roussel. Some rather more somber faces from the drivers that didn't get to the end, but Jules Roussel is very happy indeed.
I love these scenes from Parc Fermé. I love the celebration, the joy. Can I stand on the car? Yes, you can. You're a winner at Macau. And that's the picture we want. With the backdrop in the background, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. I love the fact that he asked if he could stand on the car. It's not my car, I need to check. Yes, you can. They're quite strong.
Alex Legui there, he's going to have a word with the winners for us in a moment, and the trophies will be presented for, if you like, the Macau Formula 4 race by representatives of Melco Resorts and Entertainment, and then Emanuele Pirro will hand over the trophy on behalf of the FIA to the race. Jules Roussel then puts himself in the history books, and once he's gone through the process of taking off his gloves, undoing his helmet, taking off his hands device, and taking off his helmet, and taking off his balaclava, and taking his earplugs out, finally we'll get a word.
There's a winner. There's a winner at Macau, and I think it'll sink in a couple of moments' time. We'll hear from Jules Roussel down in Parc Fermé with Alexander Legui.
You provided us with a lot of battles there, brilliantly executed, you kept it clean, job done.
Yeah, I'm really happy. All of the week we had the pace, and now we concretize, so hard battle all of the race. We have to be here since the beginning, make a great start, overtake Olivieri at the first corner, and after big battle with Ryan and overtake him in the few last moments. So I'm really happy.
How much have you enjoyed your Macau debut?
I think for now it's my best race of my life. in terms of experience on the results. So I'm really happy, and I will create Macau with only good memories. Well done. Thank you.
I think we're going to hear a lot about Jules Roussel over the next few years. We'll see where his single-seater path takes him next. He's had 2 seasons in the Championnat de France Formula 4, and there he returns the crash helmets to the car, and in a few minutes will be on the podium. Provisional result though, Jules Roussel the winner from a somewhat disappointed Emanuele Olivieri and a delighted Rintaro Sato 11th to 3rd. Sebastian Weldon then, a really impressive drive, 15th to 4th ahead of Ari Bansal, and Finn McLaughlin 12th to 6th. Thomas Behrman started 17th and he bagged 7th from Kimi Chan, Marcus Chung and Gino Trapper 19th to 10th. Thiago Rodriguez 11th, and behind him there was Wang Yuzhe, Emily Cotti, and after the pit stop Keen, Nakamura Berta. We lost Ryan Coretti, Alex Munoz, Lee Kyu-ho, Simon Zhang and Itsuki Sato. Well, certainly F4 has given us some great racing and some drama as well, and Ryan Coretti is going to take quite some time, I think, to get over that accident. You could see just how distraught he was. It's a great shame for him. It's a great shame it ended up preventing us from the last couple of laps worth of racing, but Jules Roussel taking the advantage ahead of Emanuele Olivieri and Rintaro Sato 3rd. They'll be on the podium shortly at the end of the FIA F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race. So the drivers are ready to make their way onto the podium. Jules Roussel, Emanuele Olivieri and Rintaro Sato, top 3, and they will be atop the podium very shortly. There, the podium awaits. The doors in a few moments will open. The trophies will arrive. The presenters will be arranged. The drivers will be made ready. And the local officials are ready to take charge of the podium ceremony for the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA F4 World Cup. Trophies for the top 3 courtesy of the event, and the FIA trophy for the overall winner, Jules Roussel. One or two drivers with big reputations here, having a bit of a whack to that reputation. And Jules Roussel, runner-up in the French Championship, comes out the winner. Let's get to the podium then.
Presentation ceremony for the Macau Formula 4 race, FIA F4 World Cup. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to join us on the podium. On second runner-up, it goes to number 30, Rintaro Sato from Japan. On first runner-up, number 68, Emanuele Olivieri from Italy. And the winner it's number 7, Jules Roussel from France. Congratulations, drivers. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. So congratulations once again to all the winners. Before we present the trophy to our winners, we would like to wait for the national anthem. This is another glory moment for our winning drivers. Thank you very much, team. Lovely.
L'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans nos campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans nos rois, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un sang impur abreuve nos sillons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Such a lot of love from all the teammates. Thank you very much. And now we are ready to present the trophies to all the winning drivers. First of all, I would like to invite Ms. Oscar Chang, representative of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up. Number 30, Rintaro Sato from Japan. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Coming up next, let's welcome Mr. Scott Tang, Senior Vice President, Head of Resorts Operations, Macau of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, number 68. Congratulations. And last but not the least, let's welcome Dr. Kent Wong, Chief Advisor of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 7, Jules Roussel from France. Congratulations, drivers. Now, with all the guests, please gather at the center. Let's take a group photo together. Please gather at the center. Thank you. And smile for the camera. Please look at the center front, at the media zone, together with the official camera as well. Perfect. The moment is perfectly captured, right? Thank you once again, all the guests. Thank you very much. Drivers, please remain on the podium. Thank you. Drivers, please remain at the current position. As coming up next, we are also going to present the FIA Trophy Formula 4 World Cup for our winner driver. I would like to invite Mr. Emanuele Pillo, FIA Single-Seater Commission President, to present the trophy to our winner. Once again, number 7, Jules Roussel from France. Congratulations. And Mr. Pillo, please remain at the center. Let's take one more photo with the drivers. Please look at the front, at those media friends' cameras as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pillo. Thank you. Drivers, please again remain on the podium as it's the champagne time. So please note that the champagne is for your photo taking only, please. So please hold the champagne. Let's take a photo together. And in accordance to the law of Macau, the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee has provided non-alcoholic champagne for this podium celebration. Please just take photo with the champagne, please. Look at the front. Yes. for photo taking only. Thank you very much. You can celebrate with your team after the trophy podium. Thank you. All right, thank you. Please remain on the podium for some interview, drivers. Thank you very much. We would love to hear your feelings at this moment. Thank you very much for your understanding. So now, Chris, it's your time, please.
Later, celebrate later. Rintaro, here we are again on the podium. But you had to come from further back than we thought. Great drive. Talk us through it.
Thank you very much. It's been a tough race because I started P11 really back in. But yeah, I managed to finish P3. I'm so happy about it. Thank you very much to the mechanics and engineer and my family. Thank you.
Were you just going for it? Nothing to lose?
Yeah, that's true.
So next year you've got to come back and have another go? It's a great circuit. Obviously you enjoy driving here.
Yes, this is. I hope.
Well done. It was a great to watch. Great drive. Well done to you. Emanuele, well done to you as well. I know you would have loved to win, but second place at Macau is still a huge achievement.
Yeah, I mean, not what I wanted, but anyway, yesterday I won the race, today P2. Somehow I didn't really have the pace to win anyway, even with a good starter. But yeah, anyway, still P2, I can be happy.
Looked quite close when Ryan crashed and you just about squeezed through.
Yeah, it was not the best moment of the race because if he was going to my car, it was a good moment. But anyway, still okay.
Well done to you. Great job this weekend, right? Top step. First of all, congratulations to your guys down here for singing the national anthem. That was magnifique. Wasn't that the best weekend? You had an up and down race. You got the lead early on, then you lost the lead. But a few times you tried to get the lead back. And then you went for it, and it was a great move at turn 1 into turn 2.
Yeah, quite hard with the defense of Ryan. But here, the toe, first of all, for me, defending with this toe, with this long straight, was really hard. And after I profit to this and overtake him, and after close the door at the first corner, but the pace was there, even at the race since the first session of the week. So I'm really happy.
You didn't want to finish second, did you? If there was any chance, you were going to take it.
I really don't want to do second place. When you know we had the pace to do first and we can overtake him, I just take all of the opportunity again, and I'm really happy for that.
And you know your name's in history now, the first ever winner of the FIA F4 World Cup.
Yeah, I think I didn't realize again, but maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, let it sink in. Congratulations, you're champion. Well done, Jules Russell.
Thank you, Chris. Congratulations once again, drivers. Thank you very much. Thank you. And rest assured, your non-alcoholic champagne is with you. Later, you can share with your team. Thank you. Please proceed off the podium. Thank you very much, boys. And ladies and gentlemen, we see you back here for our next
first ever
podium
Macau
trophy
Formula 4
presentation.
race, FIA F4 World Cup winner Jules Russell leave the podium. Fantastic racing provided by the Formula 4 drivers as part of our 72nd Macau Grand Prix weekend. History made. Our first ever winner of the event is Jules Russell.
Welcome to the race winners press conference from the Macau F4 race, FIA F4 World Cup. We have our top three finishers here. Race winner, Jules Roussel. Second, Emanuele Oliveira. And third, Rintaro Sato. Congratulations to all three of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門4級方程式大賽國際汽聯4級方程式世界盃正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主魯塞爾、亞軍奧利維利同埋季軍嘅佐藤林太郎。
Jules, well done. An exciting race, plenty of action. But first of all, how's it feel to be a winner at Macau and the winner of the first FIA F4 World Cup?
Like I say on the podium, I think I didn't realize again, but I see only positive in positive way. We had the pace to win this race, and we win it. And we take the opportunity, and now winner of Macau, and I think it's my one of my dream because I see Macau since a lot of time. And the race look very tricky, really changing race, and to win it, just grateful.
冠軍得主魯塞爾咧，其實頭先同我哋分享啦，佢喺正賽開始嘅時候，自己都唔知道會遇到啲咩情況啦，咁所以佢就一直專注於保持自己嘅步伐啦，完成比賽。喺澳門登頂一直係佢嘅夢想之一啦，佢依家有一種夢想成真嘅感覺啦。
There were two critical moments to that race. Obviously, the start, you got away very well and were leading through Lisboa and had a little bit of a moment. And then when you overtook Ryan as well, a lot of attempts and then a very spectacular pass. Can you just talk through those two moments?
Yes. I don't really know what to say because I think we saw it on the live, but yes, quite a big battle. Maybe try to break later, few laps earlier. But it's quite risky on the break because you will never know how was the grip and if he will block and just don't let me go and Ryan on me in the wall. So I take risk, but calculated risk, and I think a few last lap, take the opportunity to overtake him before the braking and close the door and keep it in front.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實喺賽事過程當中，包括喺佢超越對手嘅部分咧，其實佢都係一直喺度衡量自己喺作出呢一個動作之前咧，需要承擔幾多嘅風險啦。然後咧就盡量保持步伐之餘咧，可以做到佢想完成嘅超越動作，最後就攞咗冠軍。
Emanuele, well done on second place. I'm sure you would have liked to have been one step better off, but how do you reflect on this weekend? Strong qualifying, you won the qualifying race and second today. Are you generally pleased how the weekend's gone?
Yeah, I can be generally happy with the weekend because every session I was in top 3. So yeah, for sure today not what I wanted to be, but anyway, even though the start was not the best, I think today somehow my pace was not the best. I was really struggling with the car on the braking and high-speed corners. So yeah, I just tried to manage to keep some confidence. And yeah, then the race was quite clean. I had to defend from behind, and at the end there was the crash in front, which was quite scary. But yeah, anyway, P2 can be quite happy with the result.
奧利維利咧就表示，其實喺成個比賽週末當中咧，佢當然希望自己可以攞到更加好嘅名次啦。咁但係其實喺比賽嘅時候咧，佢首先要保持翻個步伐啦，要 keep 住自己嘅自信心啦，同時亦都要抵擋後車嘅攻勢，所以最後攞到第2都好開心嘅。
There were parts of that race where you appeared to be able to close in on the two leaders, and then you kind of dropped back, especially when you came out of the Melka hairpin. You didn't seem to be able to tag onto the back. Was the car kind of fluctuating in its pace and potential, or was it just a case of the leaders were slowing as they were battling?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say because before the start, I said like even if I get overtake because the straight is long, I think I had to pace to overtake back. But yeah, anyway, I stay calm after the safety car, but after like 1 or 2 laps or so, the pace was not really there. So I just had to focus on myself to actually defend behind, to keep it on track basically.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實喺比賽嘅過程當中咧，佢一直都希望可以保持自己嘅速度啦，然後可以攞到更加好嘅成績。咁但係因為安全車嘅出事啦，咁導致佢其實就將之後嘅專注點咧就關注喺抵禦對後方車群嘅攻勢嘅。
Rintaro, congratulations, third place, same position as yesterday, but I think a lot more harder work today coming through from 11th on the grid. How did the race pan out for you?
It's been a really, really tough race because I started P11. It's really, really bad, and it's so hard to overtake in here because in the mountain section it's almost impossible to overtake. So, yeah, I managed to stay on the track. I think that was really the most important thing to do in a Macau Grand Prix. So yeah, I made a really good start, and fortunately I avoided the crashes as well. So I'm really, really happy with this.
第3位嘅佐藤咧就表示，其實當然正賽嘅過程都好艱難啦。首先佢喺正賽其實係喺稍後方出車嘅，咁所以佢只可以喺比賽佢有優勢嘅路段啦，而做出超車嘅動作。咁佢嘅起步做得唔錯啦，同時亦都好幸運地可以避開咗賽場上邊嘅一啲插碰啦，咁所以好開心可以以第3完成。
Did you feel there might have been a chance to get past Emanuele to line up a thing? And how much were you looking behind you? Because obviously Sebastian Weldon was coming through the traffic like you too.
Yeah, it was really, really hard to overtake the car in front of me. I was behind them, but it's so hard to stay behind after the miracle happy, and I was just catching the straight, and I cannot overtake it. So it was really, really hard to overtake. So I just pushed to the car in front of me to make a mistake. So it's really, really hard to overtake here, but I'm so happy with this.
而佢都補充到咧，其實喺東海洋跑道上邊咧，超越對手咧係更加艱難嘅，尤其是係喺法格溫之後啦。咁所以佢嘅戰略咧就係保持翻佢嘅速度啦，然之後一直跟住前車。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
Jamie Klein from Autosport. One for Rintaro quickly. Obviously, you had the penalty yesterday. Can you just explain exactly why you got the penalty? And do you think this was a winnable race for you if you'd started from P3 where you finished yesterday?
So actually, the penalty about the formation lap, I couldn't start to get in the formation lap. I couldn't start earlier because the P1 guy stalled a bit, and we saw the right side started a bit late, and then the P8 drivers overtook me, and I didn't have opportunity to overtake the P8 guys, so I couldn't back to my grip positions, and then I started, so that's why I got the penalties.
And if you'd started from P3 today, I mean, could it have been a different story?
Well, we never know because it's a racing, so maybe some stuff crashes, I don't know. But yeah, maybe I have a good opportunity if I started P3.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Kayleen Lau from Feeder Series. A question for all three. Just wanted to get your thoughts on your experience racing here in Macau, and how do you think that will help you for your plans for next year?
Jules?
For me, I think improving my driving to keep good technical part, even with the wall just ahead of me, and to brake later with good technique, and improve the concentration to don't make a mistake, and with this keep the pace, take risk, but keep concentration.
Yeah, racing is absolutely amazing. First time in a straight circuit, and I think if you're fast in Macau, there is no point you can be fast anywhere, basically, because here you need to be so precise, so confident with yourself and with the car, and pushing the car into the limits. So really, I think that you need to build on session. You can't really go out from the pit and straight away pushing, because it's not easy, and it's really easy to do silly mistake. And if you crash, you will lose a lot of confidence. So I think it's about everything in the straight circuit.
Rintaro?
Macau Grand Prix, it's a street track, so and there's everywhere is that wall next to us. So one mistake made a huge crash. So the most important thing is to stay on track. And we are the humans, so we made a mistake. So try to not make a big mistake to avoid the crashes or avoid the loss the confidence. So it's really, really important to stay focused to driving for 1 hour to driving the Macau Grand Prix. This is the good training to focus in the other racing track as well, to keep no mistake to stay in a good position.
Any more questions? All good? Oh. All good? Thank you very much. Congratulations to all three of you. And if you can pose for a photograph, that'd be great. Thank you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車大灣區 GT 杯正賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Greater Bay Area GT Cup。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第一位嘅陸文龍、第二位韓瀝潮同埋第3位嘅廖啟順。We have with us on stage the top 3 winners. They are finishing first Lu Wenlong, second Han Li Chao, and third we have Liu Kaishun. Chinese, English?
Both can.
Both?
Yeah, both can.
Okay. Then we saw that you did a really good start in the beginning of the race and also every other ones after the safety car. Can you please walk us through?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I had to get the job done today. Thank you, first of all, to Lotus and my team, my engineers. They worked really hard this weekend to provide the car. We knew we had the pace all weekend, but qualifying and knowing Macau is very, very tricky and anything can happen here. And knowing that today's race was the plan is to try to get ahead as soon as possible. So making the move at Mandarin was definitely essential to win today's race. So yeah, that was it, and really happy about it.
Congratulations. Can you please also share a few words in Chinese to our audience?
Yeah. 先要感谢莲花车队和我的技师 engineer， 他们这周末真的很辛苦的帮我在我这辆车。我们知道我们这里澳门是个很难的街道赛，但是到最后我们一起一个车队都成功了。
谢谢。第二题问题问一下韩立潮，可不可以跟我们讲一下你在这次比赛中的感受？
首先这个周末我们整个团队做了很大的努力，包括首先非常感谢JR China为我们提供的所有的这些支持，然后另外呢就是甚至我们的这个车型总开发的工程师全部都到场了，所以为我们提供了很多的这种帮助。然后另外车队在整个周末其实也非常的努力的去工作，因为我在排位赛的时候其实遇到了一些小的问题，然后车轮刮到那个墙上，然后转向拉杆弯掉了，然后车队利用很短的时间帮我更换新的转向拉杆，然后让我可以再次有机会进行排位赛，然后取得了一个不错的杆位。所以也非常感谢我的车队。同时 在比赛，因为我们的车整个周末其实在直线上并不是说很有优势，然后并且起步的时候，也遇到了一些混乱的状况，所以很遗憾，但是也很享受这个过程。对。
谢谢。A quick recap on what our first runner-up Han Li Chao just shared. He would like to thank the team for the effort and all the support, and he would also like to thank the engineers who are actually here to help him fix the car when he actually touched the barrier earlier in the race. And he overall throughout the weekend he didn't do a very good start and he didn't have much advantage through the straight, but he's happy with the results. 第三題問下廖啟信，可唔可以都同我哋講下今場嘅精賽？
今天很荣幸吧，可以从第10位发车到第3这个成绩啊。我们排位赛遇到了很多问题啊，我的变速箱是卡档了，然后在后面经过车队的维修，只有1圈的时间，然后也很可惜在排位赛没有做出一个很好的圈速，可以在今天的前排的位置争取一个更好的名次。但我觉得，可以从在澳门这么窄的赛道，从第10位发车，我们仅有可能6、7个弯的绿旗，可以从第10到第3，我觉得，我已经发挥了全部，也很感谢我的车队给我的支持，谢谢。
A quick recap from Liu Kai-shun. He didn't do too good in the quali because of some technical issues with his car, and he would like to thank the team for fixing his car for the race. Starting from 10th, finishing 3rd, he's pretty happy with the result, and he would like to thank the team again. Now we're opening the floor for questions. 開放現場提問，開放現場提問。Okay, so that's the end of the press conference. Thank you very much. Can we please stand up for a photo? 麻烦大家站一下，我们来一个 photo， 谢谢。
Part of the Macau Grand Prix weekend is the gear race, and that is what we have in store as part of, indeed, the last round of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. It's the event of Macau. The championship was resolved yesterday in favour of Jan Erlaché, and that kind of takes all the pressure off. People don't have to think about points. They don't have to think about keeping out of trouble. They can get up their elbows. They can go for broke in order to try to win one of the most coveted touring car trophies that there is. The grid is formed. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside. Alex Legui is down on the grid, and we'll hear from her in a few moments' time as the final 10-lap race of the season gets set to go. With the semi-reverse grid, of course, the top 10 in qualifying are reversed, and that is going to put Josh Buchan on pole position. Right, we're nearly ready to go racing. First, let's get to the grid.
Wins, 14 podiums, 3 world titles to his name. This gentleman here, he did it here in Macau. How does it feel to be, you know, wake up as a triple world champion?
It feels a bit lighter than yesterday, to be honest. I go in the race today with a bit more confidence. You know, now this is secured, so I'm very happy. It feels good to do a race with no pressure and just going for, just for the passion, you know, because the passion is not there all the time when you fight for a title. So, no, I'm happy that we can secure this yesterday.
What did it mean to you?
It means a lot, you know. We wake up every day of the year since I start racing to manage to get world titles. That's the third one. For sure, the first one will always feel a bit different, but every time you achieve basically your goal and what you are working for every day, it feels amazing. The problem is that it feels amazing for a very short period of time, and you get quite addicted to this feeling. So now I'm already like looking forward for next year to get that back.
Just talk us through your bonnet.
Yeah, actually, very proud to get this. Like all the guys from the team, they handmade the bonnet, or everyone signed, because, you know, behind this, okay, I'm driving the car, but there's a lot of people behind at the factory, and here all the weekends, you know, it's like around 40-50 people working to make this possible. So I'm really happy that I can represent them through the racing, and really happy about the work everyone is doing, to be honest.
I love it. All right, have a good, clean race, Jan. Something tells me this one might not be that clean. I don't know what it is, you know, just if I were a gambling girl in Macau, I would put money on the fact that we might have some red flags in this race, because obviously the driver's title has been secured. The team's title has been secured by Link & Co, Cyan Racing. So these boys are quite happy. And then you have, you know, your likes of Normie Michelitz. He won his world championship here last year. He has got nothing to lose, and we know that they have got some serious pace. As we also know that Nacho Montenegro has some serious... Nacho, in fact, come, let's just have a quick word to him. Sorry, Nacho. Oh, well, look who it is. At least you're both here today. Right, Nacho, your debut at Macau, and you're absolutely nailing it. The pace that you have from yesterday's... all right.
Not the three of us now.
Right. I was just saying, if I were a gambling girl, I'd put money on the fact that we might have some red flags during this race. What are your thoughts, boys? Pepe?
I will start from the pit lane. No, joking, but yeah, nobody's playing for anything anymore. Team championship is decided, drivers championship is decided. Last race of the year, reverse grid. The forecast should be pretty red flag, yeah.
The frisson of mischief here. Nacho, your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, same opinion as Pepe. I think it's going to be tricky in the beginning, I would say.
Hopefully for our budget it's not us creating the red flag.
Right.
Because we managed to get up to here, so...
In theory, you can just, you know, sit back and watch the chaos that might ensue up there, yeah?
No, but the tricky thing is that you get to Mandarin, really, with some cars in front of you, and you don't know where the corner is. And you have to go through it at 240 to make sure that you get a good chance in Lisboa. So it's crazy. Honestly, inside the car is crazy, so let's see what happens. And also a big thank to Goat Racing, to Ruben, and to all the Fernandez family and all the guys, because it has been an incredible season. With very, very little resources, we managed to secure third in the championship. Nacho has done a great season, and Pepe, okay. Pepe's great.
Pepe's Pepe. Right, Goat boys. Okay. Right, come on, Eve. We've got to get down to the front because I do want to have a chat to Josh Buchan, who is our pole man. Also, his debut here. He's our Aussie contingent alongside Ryan McMillan, who has been exploring the walls a little bit over this weekend. So, Josh Buchan is our pole man. Ma Qinghua, Chinese man, is in P2. We know that they've got pace. We know that the Hyundais have pace. But what Josh was saying yesterday is already in. What Josh was saying yesterday is the trickiest thing is to launch these cars. If he gets a good launch, in theory, he should be all right. Have you been practicing your launches in your brain, in your sleep?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I have been. I'm rubbish at them, so yeah, hopefully I can get one of my few good ones.
Good. Have you had a conversation with Ma and Santi this morning?
No. Look, I'm just going to run my own race. I respect the boys immensely, but there's no car, man, or circuit that intimidates me in motorsport, so it doesn't matter who's behind. If I do my job, that's all I can control. The boys behind me are the best, but, you know, I go all right too, so.
Good. All right. Get that launch going. If he can do that, I have a feeling he will be okay, because I don't know about you, but, you know, I have a feeling this gentleman here, Santi Urrutia, someone who's got absolutely nothing to lose. He's definitely got, where is he? He's definitely got no issue with confidence. He thoroughly enjoys driving at Macau. What is it with these drivers? Right, let's go and speak to Ma then instead. In fact, we haven't been able to speak to you this weekend. Right, P2. Okay. Josh is a little intimidated by the starts in these cars. We know they're not that easy. You've got an awful lot of experience. What are your thoughts into that first corner?
Oh, we will see. Macau, you never know. Mystery all the time, so I will do my best. I think I did a really good start yesterday, so I'm gonna repeat it, and hopefully it can be clear before Mandarin, but it's, you know, we always need to fight very hard into Lisbon as well, so let's see.
A little Santi birdie said to me yesterday that he feels like he's either going into the wall or he's going on the top step. Either way, he is full guns blazing.
Well,
you too, right?
Yeah, exactly. What a coincidence.
Fair play. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Good luck. Goya. Goya?
加油, 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 加油.
加油. 加油. I've learnt a lot of languages this year. Not fluently, obviously. Right, okay, good. So, let's see what happens. It's going to be a really interesting race, this. It's been an incredible season. Like, from start to finish, we've had dramas, we've had action. Jan led since the second round. He did a brilliant job. Lincoln Co's have been deeply consistent. The Hyundai, BRC Hyundai boys have struggled a little bit more this year, but they will for sure be back next year, all guns blazing. Macau is providing all of the goods. It's glorious weather. Quite often when we're here, it's just extra humid and a little bit much for everybody, but everyone's really enjoying it. The atmosphere, the energy down here is absolutely incredible, and I have absolutely no doubt it's going to be a very exciting race. Make sure you're watching. Hope you enjoy it, and keep up to date with us on our TCR series social media. Drop us a DM or drop us a comment and let us know, who is your money on? Come on, do it. Let us know and I'll have a look. Have a great race. Looking forward to it. Gaya.
We're ready to go racing then here in Macau, and you've heard from some of the drivers, and you've heard at least one opinion on the fact that this might be a rather, how can we put it, destructive race. Well, yesterday was the complete opposite of that. Robust, Alan Hyde suggests, and that's not a bad idea. Yesterday, they were faultless.
They were. We had a super race yesterday, but yesterday, as Alex was making the point down on the grid, there was a World Championship to be decided, positions to be just looked on rather than fought for. But this is the Macau gear race. There are some incredible names on the roll call of honour for winners here at Macau in a touring car. And you know what? It's rather nice if you can add your name to that roll call as well. I loved the quote from Josh Buchan down there on pole position. Starts, yeah, I'm a bit rubbish at them. It's not often you get a driver saying things like that, but that was brutally honest, wasn't it, from the Australian down there on the grid.
But this is a place at which you do not want to be rubbish, because you need really to be ahead and clear of all the trouble, don't you, going through Lisboa. You heard Esteban Guerrieri was on the grid talking about the speed in the car, 240 kilometres an hour. You don't really know what's the other side of Mandarin. Well, the same is true at a lower speed. You don't know what is the other side of Lisboa. If somebody's gone wide through the corner and hit the barrier and bounced round, as soon as you go through the corner, you're facing maybe a blockage or a parked car. It's another step into the unknown.
Santiago Arrutia, starting at the back of the grid yesterday, starting on the second row of the grid, gave us a lot of the entertainment during the penultimate round of the championship year. And this driver here, we're just having a look there in there at Nicolas Kona, who was very, very good on the first 2 days here at Macau. Maybe not the qualifying position that he would have liked, but has been incredibly quick over 4 days here at Macau in 2025. So he's one to watch on the outside of the second row of the grid.
Indeed so, Esteban Guerrieri there. He is another force to be reckoned with in TCR Spec Touring cars. Double winner this year in the Goat Racing Honda is Esteban Guerrieri. And a driver who's come, like many, from the single-seater ranks. He was a Formula Renault champion, went through up as far as GP2, was in the British Formula 3 for a time. And there, making his second race now in Macau. First one yesterday, Nacho Montenegro. The Argentine drivers on the grid. He didn't make a great start yesterday. He got roughed up, didn't he, over the first 3 or 4 corners and fell back. So he'll be a little bit keener, perhaps, today to stick out his elbows. And we often talk about, in the final touring car race of the weekend, repair time, because, you know, you might have a fortnight or 3 weeks before the next round. End of a season. They've got loads of time to repair cars after all of this. So there's a motivating factor, at least, to get stuck in. Yann Lachey, having taken the championship yesterday, all the pressure off.
Here we go then. We are looking forward to the final rounds of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, the events of Macau, but more importantly perhaps for this race now the championships have been decided. This is for the winner of the Macau gear race. Final couple of words from the teams, final opportunity to get a little bit of air into the cockpits of the cars, and that's a big feature of this. It's incredibly warm down there, and therefore the crowd are rather enjoying it. And that is the bonnet of the champions car, and it's signed by all of the team as well. It's a really nice little touch for Yann Lachey. I like what he said down there on the grid to Alex as well about it's rather addictive, this, the feeling that you get from winning a world title. 3 world titles have now gone the way of Yann Lachey, the FIA World Touring Car Cup champion twice in 2020 and 2021. And now he adds to that tally of world championships, the TCR World Tour here at Macau yesterday. Right, get yourselves ready, everybody. Strap in, because I think this might be a bit of an exciting one.
Absolutely right. The gear race, tracing its history back to 1972, when John McDonald was the first winner. For many years, it was a non-championship invitation race, and you had Group A cars in the 80s coming from all corners of the globe to take part. Then, as there was no real international touring car rule set, it became a slightly less valued title perhaps to win, but with the re-emergence of a World Touring Car Championship back in 2005, so the kudos of winning the gear race really did rise once again. And for a 10-year period, we had 2 gear race winners, because each race in the World Touring Car Championship era gave a gear race victory. So 1 year for Dom, we had Augusto Farfus and Matt Hasman winning it, another year 2 different drivers, and so on and so on. And since 2015, we've had the TCR cars as the base model here, whether that has been in the World Touring Car Championship, World TCR, or now the TCR World Tour. The absent Dusan Borkovic won it last year. Before him, Fred Verviche. Before him, Felipe de Souza. Zhang Jiqiang won for 2 years. So Esteban Guerrieri is the most recent winner who is on the grid. He won it in 2018. In fact, apart from anybody else, I think he's the only winner that we have on the grid, so looking for a second victory. Yann Erlaché, our champion, has never had a Macau win. He would rather like to right that wrong, if you like, now that the pressure is on for having won that championship.
It's quite a mountain to climb from 9th on the grid in the Lincoln Cove for Yann Erlaché, but as you rightly say, now the pressure is off. Let's see what can happen. They were saying it yesterday down there on the grid before the GC race. Anything can happen at Macau, and very often it does. This is going to be one to savour here at Macau, and the huge crowd here, as always, we have packing the grandstands here at Macau. About to witness it. I just realised as well when the cars went off from the grid that the crowds in the grandstands around the circuit here are so close to the cars, so close to the action. With so many Grand Prix circuits now, you're in a grandstand, but you are somewhat removed from the side of the circuit. You're right there in the action. And as soon as the cars left the grid on the formation lap, you see all the hands go up in the grandstand, all with the phone in there, because you don't have to zoom in. You are right there on top of the action.
And there is the run behind Josh Buchan up towards the right-hander of Moorish, very tight, slow corner. Josh Buchan from TCR Australia, double champion. He's been an outright race winner in World Tour this year. He's got Marshall Car behind him, Santi Urrutia, who yesterday started in Kowloon. He was that far back on the grid because he had 2 sets of 12-place grid drop. 12 places for an engine change and another 12 for a turbo change, but that was only a penalty carried into the next race. So now he is able to take advantage of the reversal of the top 10 qualifying times to be up near the pointy end, and I think this is going to be a good race for Urrutia. Now here, coming down towards us, is our new champion, Yann Erlaché. Got number 1 inside the car. He has to keep his 168 season-long number, but he is P1, if you like, within the championship. And we heard yesterday in the press conference from his mum, Kathy Muller, who came here to race in the Macau Grand Prix in the mid-80s, 1984-85 era, when it was a Formula 3 Grand Prix, and a very proud mum she was. And she, perhaps more than Jan did, touched on the pressure of the last few weeks coming here. He was up against Ted Bjork, and only a 2-way fight for the championship, but even though he was always the expected and perhaps stronger candidate for the title, there's still been pressure over the last few weeks. Now, pressure off, and one last race of the season. 10 laps are ahead of us. If we end up with a safety car, all right, when we end up with a safety car, then we can extend that to 12.
So the cars lining up on the grid. The front row is in place. The second row is in place as well. And let's not forget Yann Erlaché, the champion this year. His uncle, Ivan Muller, he's tasted the top step of the podium here at Macau as well. A touring car legend. Here we go. They all line up. We wait for the green flag at the back of the grid. Then eyes to the gantry. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Engine notes rise. 5 lights. And we go here for the Macau gear race for 2025. Let's see who gets the march on the front row of the grid as they head down. I think it's just going to be the Lincoln Co. or Marchinpois, isn't it? Good to hear from Marchinpois down there on the grid ahead of this race. Josh Buchan, who said, I don't get good starts, hasn't got a bad one, you know.
No, he's going to lead, and Urrutia up into second place. That was brave stuff on the inside going into Mandarin, so Marchinpois drops down to third. Mikhail Ashkin was to the inside line, but he's now been crowded as the cars move their way down towards Lisboa. Not many going to the outside line. They're all trying to find a gap on the in if they can. So it's going to be Buchan from Urrutia, and Ashkin tries to go around the outside for third. Breathe in, everybody. Do they all make it? So far, so good. And yes, they power their way up San Francisco for the first time. They're still trying to be side by side in the leading group. Eventually, they're going to have to get themselves in a queue, and up the hill they go with Josh Buchan still in charge.
Well, he is. He leads as they go up through the tight and twisty section, where in a touring car in recent years we have seen manoeuvres take place in this tight and twisty section. But when you're on board and you see just how close those walls are and how close the barriers are as well, almost kissing the barriers. Rob Huff, we've mentioned it before over the last couple of days, once said to me, if you've still got your wing mirrors at the end of one of these races, you're not trying hard enough. They go so close to the barrier, so close to the wall. They are single file now. That's sensible stuff on this opening lap.
It is indeed. Let's see what progress Jan Alache can make over the course of this. Don't forget, the reversal of the top 10 means that the quickest man in qualifying, Nestor Girolami, has to work his way up from 10th on the grid. And Josh Buchan leads Santi Urrutia. Ashkender is third, fourth is Lars Reinhardt as they come out of Moorish. And then you've got the Goat Racing Hondas next in the queue. Up towards Donna Maria goes Josh Buchan. He might be new to Macau, but he's adapted pretty well this weekend.
And he's won a race as well this year, with a few outings in this part of the world, in the TCR World Tour.
Drama, I'm afraid, though, there for number 69, which is Andy Liang. That's down at Police. He's got going again, but I think he is possibly bound for the pit lane. Got a bit of damage on the front.
I think you may be right. It's one of the very bright liveries that we've got partaking this weekend, which is indicative of where we are in the world. They do like to race around Macau and the Greater Bay Area and China as well, with extremely bright colours on their cars, and that's a great example of it. But it's been a little bit in the wars this weekend.
End of lap one, it's going to be Hyundai from Lincoln Co, Hyundai from Lincoln Co, Honda, Lincoln Co to round out the top 8, and then two more Hyundais to round out the top 10. Josh Buchan then, led by 0.278 of a second. Urrutia now tries to find a bit of a slipstream, but he's not quite near enough on the run down towards Mandarin. So Josh Buchan it is who leads, a little bit wider maybe, coming off that part of the circuit, but now the toe does kick in, and Urrutia goes for it on the outside line then. So the bright blue Lincoln Co is going to be ahead, but Buchan breaks late. Neither want to give way. Hard on the brakes into this boat. Urrutia needs the undercut coming off the corner. Can't take it.
And also, can't put a wheel wrong, because he's got Ashkiner right there behind him, who's had great pace here at Macau this year, and he's right there to pick up any pieces of an error from Urrutia. Pretty much raced on. Urrutia yesterday was having very, very close action. It's going to be the same, I think, again here at Macau for the Macau gear race, and the top step of the podium, the prestigious top step of the podium. Pepe Oriola, what a shame, down in pit lane.
And out of the car, race run by the look of it. So that's one of the goats gone, the Goat Racing Hondas. They were 3, they're down to 2, as the leading duo is getting away a little bit from Mikael Ashkiner now. Josh Buchan upping his pace, and he needs to, because you've seen how committed Santi Urrutia was heading into Lisboa last time. So for the second time of asking, they wriggle their way down through the faraway S's, down through Solitude Hill, and head towards Police out of Pyle. Go right now through Police up towards Moorish, and a really early lift and brake and down change for the corner. That
barrier on the exit of Moorish very often catches them out. We've been lucky so far for 2025. It's not claimed too many cars over the course of Thursday, Friday and Saturday. What's going to happen today on Grand Prix Day here? The Macau gear race threads its way down from the Malco hairpin. The circuit now opens up. The green light that you see there flashing away means that once they're through the Malco hairpin, they can overtake once again. And Urrutia once again closes up on the back of Josh Buchan's car, and you just know that this is going to be a fantastic run down towards Mandarin and Lisboa.
Yeah, the pass at Lisboa starts now, doesn't it? You've got to be quick, smooth, all the way through Fisherman's and R Bend, and that sets you up for the next section of the circuit. The next braking zone, as they come off the last corner, which is effectively turn 22, is not until turn 3. So all of this now is ultra fast. It's wide, the speed is building, and again, look, Josh Buchan has just been able to escape slightly as they came over the line, 0.4 of a second. This is what we saw a lap ago, but it was coming off Mandarin, where the Lincoln Co was the quicker car last time. Ashkiner going after Urrutia, and look at the run that he gets yet again. He tries the outside line, but I don't think he's going to be quite level this time. He needs the inside line, and Josh Buchan's doing a ripper job of defending here. He is not leaving him any car's room on the inside.
That's an Australian phrase, isn't it? And he really is. So the Australian that leads the race here, the Macau gear race, is doing a very good job of keeping Santiago Urrutia just behind. Take a look back at the start, shall we? And see the start that Marcin Roy got from the front row of the grid, side by side with Josh Buchan. Josh Buchan saying that he doesn't get particularly the best of starts, but keeping an eye also on Urrutia, who's just there behind the race leader. Just jinks out to let him know that he's right there. Marcin Roy slots in behind in third place. Ashkener is right there as well. And now this run down towards Lisboa.
Replay of the start from Guerrieri as the cars launch down towards Reservoir. Busy grandstands on one side, pits on the other. Speed building from here on in. Cold tyres, remember, and a very brave first lap it has got to be. And you see how most people were kind of crowding towards the inside, not wanting to chance their arm on the outside and maybe end up not being able to get back into the queue of cars down towards Lisboa. So Guerrieri sees what's going on ahead, tries to get in the draft. The other reason is you've got to follow the car ahead and be in the wheel tracks to benefit from a tow. And then all of a sudden, Lisboa comes upon you. Huge grandstand that towers over the circuit. See how slow it is down to second gear, how narrow the road becomes now. And there, look, they were still trying to be side by side up San Francisco Hill, and it was Ma Xing-ha who was looking for the gap on the inside, but not to be.
You have to have trust in those around you, don't you, to do those kind of manoeuvres at Lisboa and San Francisco. And we saw yesterday, this is a world-class field of drivers. Absolutely super race we had yesterday. And at the moment, Josh Buchan is doing a great job on the world stage as well. This is going to be the conclusion of lap number 3. Across the line he goes. And let's see what Urrutia can do this time. He's still got the problem as well that he needs to keep an eye in his mirrors, because Ashkener is right there as well. And this is setting up the manoeuvre for Lisboa. If it's going to happen, you've got to be close enough on the run down through Mandarin, the super quick Mandarin on the run down towards Lisboa.
And again, look, Josh Buchan covers off the inside line, and Santiago Urrutia goes to the outside. He's going to have to be very brave to go all the way round the outside. He's got to try to tighten the line off the corner and get the undercut, which he does try this time up towards San Francisco, but he doesn't have the drive off the corner. Urrutia was one of the big overtakers yesterday, had a great battle. Eventually he prevailed at Lisboa. Today, he can't do it. He's also got to be mindful of Mikkel Ashkener, who is right there behind him. 4th is Mark, 5th is Guerrieri, Ted Björk's up to 6th, 7th is Montenegro, El Haché is only 8th, Mikulic is 9th, and Girolami is 10th.
Ted Björk was a driver we spoke about quite a lot yesterday, because he came here to Macau second in the championship. Well, he's making up places today. Didn't have a great race yesterday and therefore relinquished the title to Jan El Haché. But Ted Björk is currently in 6th place, Jan El Haché in 8th place. But not only that, Ted Björk has just put in the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:32.100 for Ted Björk. We've got 3 laps complete now, and Josh Buchan still responding so well to the huge amount of pressure behind him.
Yeah, he's raced against these guys, of course, this year, as you say, on his selected World Tour outings. He's been a race winner, so he knows what he's up against. He might be learning Macau all the time. He's doing a good job, and he's certainly able to defend from Urrutia. Ashkener falls back a little bit on the mountain circuit, if you like, that mountain section that's about to be completed the other side. And here, Melko hairpin, and Ashkener, if anything, has now got a whole queue of cars starting to stack up behind him, of Mar, of Guerrieri, of Björk and Montenegro. El Haché 8th, 9th Mikulic, 10th Girolami, bit of a gap before, after Aurelien Comte comes Max Hart, who you saw locking up there.
Urrutia is right there in the wheel tracks of the race leader, Josh Buchan, as they come down into the part of the circuit that really opens up. 4 lanes, 2 lanes of traffic each way, when these are the everyday streets of Macau. And Josh Buchan is well aware that Santiago Urrutia is right there behind him, up towards the completion of this lap number 4. Across the line they go, tied together. You're quite right, already Urrutia is setting himself up for the run down towards the ultra-fast Mandarin, and then on towards Lisboa. What's going to happen this time? He is absolutely mirroring the wheel tracks of the race leader, Josh Buchan, as they head down into this very, very exciting and hugely populated, as far as fans are concerned, the huge grandstands on the outside of the run down towards Lisboa. Very, very exciting place, and Urrutia goes to the outside.
But he's done it before and it's not worked, and Ashken closes right up there in third place. Urrutia again fires to the inside coming off the corner, but he doesn't have the run. He can't get the power down quickly enough, and he doesn't have an advantage, so he's therefore got to sit back behind. Sooner or later, he's hoping that Buchan's going to make a small mistake somewhere. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, now done by Max Hart, 11th, and he's managed to get himself up past his teammate Aurélien Comte. Max very much a late addition to the ranks with less than a week's notice, but he's done the quickest lap. He's been a winner here in the China Touring Car Championship in the past. That was the Macau Touring Car Cup race a couple of years ago. Max Hart getting good progress right now. And the replay here of Aurélien Comte going straight on. Lo Se-ho gets past him, so does Ryan McMillan, and Aurélien, a triple winner in the championship, rejoins.
Good use of escape road there. No requirement for a three-point turn, which is quite tricky in these touring cars, but very good usage of the escape road down there. When you think it's going to go wrong, you've got that option. And, really good work there. You mentioned Max Hart. I will say once again, he only found out during this week running up to the Macau Grand Prix that he was going to be coming out here. Literally, he was still on the phone while he was checking to see if there was a possible flight that he could get over here as soon as possible. He had his girlfriend packing his bag and getting things ready. He was booking his flights as well, and he knows how good he is around the Macau circuit, and he didn't have the best of years last year. As you say, he was on the top step of the Chinese Touring Car Cup here at Macau a couple of years before, but last year it wasn't great, so there is very definitely unfinished business for Max.
Well, meantime, Ted Björk, runner-up in the championship, then missed out to his teammate Jan Erlacher. He comes along the straight between Fisherman's and this. Bend, it's still Buchan from Urrutia, who once again now starts to set up that move down at Lisboa. He's taking Mikkel Ashkana with him as the leaders come across the line. Then that now puts 5 of the 10 laps in the book. We've got Ma Shin-Kwa in 4th place, Esteban Guerrieri 5th. They've fallen back a little bit. 6th is Ted Björk. But it's surprising, isn't it, that some of those that were so good in qualifying just aren't making any progress, even on this part of the circuit. So good defensive driving clearly by those ahead. And while you're defending, you're going that bit slower and losing touch with the car ahead. Down they come, and it is still the dominant Josh Buchan in the lead. Urrutia not necessarily challenging this time. So Josh Buchan fends him off, inside line. Comes out of the corners to the head, goes a little bit wider than does Urrutia, who once again tries that inside, but he's never close enough before they have to go right again at San Francisco.
He shows intent, doesn't he, going up towards San Francisco, but never does anything too dicey or too dodgy going into that corner, and then the circuit closes up, so it becomes that much more difficult. I think Ashkana got a better run down towards Lisboa that time, so Urrutia is going to be well aware that he's got the very quick Ashkana right there behind him every time when they go down into Lisboa. We've got 5 laps completed, so that's half distance completed now for the Macau gear race, and that prestigious title that we have so many top touring car drivers, their names appear as having been winners here at Macau, and how happy would Josh Buchan be to add his name to that tally of world-class drivers here at Macau.
This is Ted Björk, who is getting himself right onto the back of Esteban Guerrieri, winner of the gear race in 18. Björk having a cheeky look at the inside, but that ain't going to happen. It's far too narrow there. But what he's trying to do is force a small error out of Guerrieri, who defends, going up towards Donna Maria. This is the big frustration. You might have a quicker car, but there is just no way through.
So tight, isn't it? And when you're riding on board like we are now, you just realise how close those barriers are on the left, and then on the right, and then on the left, and then on the right. One tiny error and things could go horribly wrong here at Macau. And that is your race leader, Santiago Urrutia in 2nd place. That's complete 6 laps at the end of this lap in what is a 10-lap race. So 10 laps yesterday, 10 laps today as well for the touring cars. And Josh Buchan is doing a really good job. He's been under relentless pressure, lap after lap after lap, and he hasn't put a wheel wrong.
So over the line once more they come, 0.4 of a second, Buchan to Urrutia, who has now only got 4 laps to go. He's running out of options, he's running out of ideas, I think, as again, look, Josh Buchan heads left and right to try to break the toe. Urrutia is still having to be mindful of Mikael Ashkinen. Now don't forget that this is pretty much the order from the grid, which was a reverse grid. So Urrutia on paper is quicker than Buchan, Ashkinen is quicker than both. And further back, each driver gets quicker still. Again, Urrutia thinks about a move, too far back this time. But if Buchan is offline coming off the corner, he might be able to have a go. Ashkinen, though, is looking a bit more menacing, and he's really on it. As Buchan defends, and is there contact? Certainly Buchan gets sideways. Ashkinen to the outside of Urrutia. There's contact between those two as well. Urrutia is still second, and up the inside for third, I reckon, has gone Marsh Winkar.
All of a sudden, this race has lit up, hasn't it, when they go side by side on this section of the circuit. You have to look through. Goodness me.
Urrutia's got damage, he's going backwards, so Mark got past him, Ashkinen got through as well, so all of that effort from Urrutia has come not only to naught in terms of gaining the lead, but it's going to put him out of the race, because there was clearly contact going from San Francisco up the hill, and Santi Urrutia is the one that has come off worse. So Josh Buchan still leads, but now he's going to have a new challenge.
Yeah, you don't normally get side by side on that section of the circuit. Normally someone comes off worse, and that was all looking through your fingers as we went into the tight, twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau.
So the big winner out of it is Marsh Winkar, because he's up into second place, look. So it's still a Link & Co second, it's still Ashkinen third. But now we'll see what Mark can do. The incident involving Urrutia and, Björk and Guerrieri has been noted. We didn't see that, there's been a run between those, but now Josh Buchan has a bigger lead, which is important. Not by much, but he gets very sideways there and scrubs off a bit of pace. But he's going to have Marsh Winkar chasing after him, and we'll see what the Chinese driver can do, because he will be so determined to win on home soil.
Somebody's lit the fuse on this lap, haven't they? Because it has absolutely exploded on lap number 7 of 10. We've got a few more laps to go, and pretty much like we had yesterday, we have a good flow of racing. It's so nice to be able to race around the streets of Macau without having safety car interventions. And so far, so good, because they are now completing 7 laps out of 10, 3 more to go.
Into the pits has come Andy Liang, like yesterday, as Josh Buchan then mindful that he's still got a Link & Co behind, and Mikael Ashkinen thinking, now look, how has this happened? I'm still staring at a blue boot lid, and I thought I was going to get ahead of one. Buchan then led over the line by 7/10 of a second. Ma now trying to do what Urrutia did and bring down the gap on this very fast section to Lisboa. He's not near enough to make a move, that is for sure. And with every passing corner of every passing lap, Josh Buchan is looking a little bit more likely, a bit more secure in terms of winning the gear race title.
So Josh Buchan has been superb so far. He absorbed all of that pressure that Santiago Urrutia was putting him on under in the first half of the race, and now he's got mirrors with another Link & Co directly behind. That's of Marsh Winkar, started it onside on the front row of the grid, but now a little bit more of an advantage, well, certainly going on to this lap. Now they're on the tight, twisty section, maybe not so much. Urrutia into pit lane, requiring at very least a new tyre on that car, but also the attentions of the team. What a shame.
Yeah, after a really hard race, he was one of the biggest triers, wasn't he? He was not giving up. They want to try to get the car back out if possible. You can see the shredded tyre, legacy of the contact. And Josh Buchan, we saw get spat sideways, so he has been lucky in a sense to survive all of those dramas coming out of Lisboa. He still leads, although Marsh Winkar maybe looks a little bit nearer, while closing up at Donna Maria. Puff of tar smoke as Josh Buchan has to fight the car.
Quite a long puff of tar smoke as well.
I was just about to say, maybe if there had been that contact, perhaps that car is not not quite 100% anymore.
I think you might be right. They thread their way around the Macau hairpin now, and Marcin right on the boot lid of the race leader. They can overtake again now. This is the run down towards the completion of lap number 8. 2 to go at the end of this. Marcin is the new Cyan car, just directly behind the race leader as they turn around the final few turns up towards the conclusion of lap number 8. 2 to go at the end of this. And Josh Buchan has found the headlight flashing button inside the car. Doesn't need it though.
But it's nice that it worked. There was one back mark against the pits as well, which was Sean Chang. As the leaders go through, right, we have only got 2 laps to go. There is Marcin Khoa, the Chinese driver, who's 4/10 of a second as they come over the line, back from Josh Buchan. And Mikkel Ashken are now having to weave around to try to break the toe from Guerrieri. Ashken has dropped too far back, so it's a 2-horse race for the gear race title now. Buchan versus Ma, who again, look, is about 3-4 lengths back. We've had a change, haven't we? Not quite for third place, although it's imminent, as Guerrieri lines up to have a go. Here they come, down to the braking zone. It is still now Ted Bjork, in fact, up into third place. He's gone through. Guerrieri fourth, and that's because Ashken has got a problem and has slowed right down. So Mikkel Ashken's car was the one offline. He has slowed, so Ted Bjork now gains a couple of places ahead of not only Ashken but also Guerrieri.
Having a much better race today when all the pressure is off as far as championship points are concerned. Ted Bjork up into a podium position is something to take away from the weekend. Obvious disappointment for not claiming the driver's title yesterday here at Macau. Celebrations with the teams for their achievement over the course of this year, but to finish on the podium personally would be really nice for Ted Bjork. Good way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, he's been a race winner here in the past, not of the gear race, but of a World Tour race. Comes then now through on the 9th lap, 1 to go at the end of this, and look, Marcin Khoa is getting closer all the time. Marcin Khoa edging nearer to the back of the Josh Buchan Hyundai as they come out of police up towards Moorish. Can't overtake here, it's way too narrow, but certainly that Lincoln Co is starting to line itself up for one last go. Look at the damage maybe on the front of Miles' car, but Josh Buchan has done a very impressive job of defending thus far. He ain't done yet, but let's see what he can do. Just over a lap to go now.
He's doing a super job, isn't he? And a very understated comment down there on the grid that he's not too good at starts. Well, he made a good start, and it's not very often that you hear a racing driver pointing out anything that they're not supreme at. But for Josh Buchan to be able to say that, it's an Australian thing, I think. They're terribly honest, certainly brutally honest about any questions that they are asked.
Very self-deprecating, you're right. I think Mar might even have a go at our bet. He got much closer and was crawling all over the back of Buchan. Look, he's weaving around again, just trying to get Josh to look up at the wrong moment and make a mistake. Ain't near enough to make the move coming into our bend, but he ain't for the one of trying, that's for sure. Over the line, Buchan right up against the wall. 1 lap to go. The carnage everybody was predicting has not happened. We got through without dramas, without safety cars, without stoppages, without yellow flags. But we still got a lap to go. That could all change. The run to Lisboa. Can Josh Buchan hang on for 1 more lap?
I was going to say, we've still got 1 more Lisboa corner to go, and the top 2 are absolutely tied together on this final lap. What is Marcin Khoa going to be able to dish up as they go down towards Lisboa? He's determined. How determined he is. He pulls out to the left-hand side. He'll be on the outside line. Josh Buchan, keep it neat, keep it tidy, turn in. He does so. Keeps it tight on the run up towards San Francisco Hill as well. My goodness. And we've got the car, the 168 car, which is rather surprising, I think, of the champion, Jan Elaché, into the barrier down at Lisboa.
And Norbert Miklish was caught up with him. He was on the escape road, so got a good job he got the championship one yesterday, isn't it? Jan Elaché having to sort himself out. He is going again, but slightly ignominious way to end his championship season. So Buchan versus Ma, half a lap to go now. They're still nose to tail, and Marcin Khoa has not given up. He still is determined to try to find even the hint of a gap that he can stick the car in.
It's only going to take one tiny error from Josh Buchan, and you know what? Race long, he's not done one. He has really soaked up the pressure that he had early on from Santiago Urrutia right on his tail, and now right on his tail is Marcin Khoa. They turn through those tricky right-handers at Police and at Moorish, then head down towards the, coming out of Moorish and then head down towards the long left-hander at Donna Maria into Melco hairpin, and then the circuit opens up. What has Marchinois got planned for this final lap, this dash for the lights in the Macau gear race of 2025? They turn into the no overtaking area at the Melco hairpin. Constantly over the 4 days it's under yellow flags, you can't overtake, single file, and then the green light. That means you can overtake once again. What's going to happen here between the top two? Josh Buchan has driven an exemplary race. All he had to do was to make sure that he didn't put a wheel wrong with the Limping Co right there behind him. Is he going to take this all the way to the checkered flag?
Looks like he is, because one corner to go. Josh Buchan then, first time at Macau, he's going to win the gear race. He's going to win it under huge pressure, race long. Josh Buchan wins it. Marchinois is second. Ted Bjork takes third ahead of Ignacio Montenegro, Esteban Guerrieri and Nestor Girolami to come through behind. Max Hart takes the checkered flag 7th, and then after that Norbert Mikulic for 8th, Ryan McMillan for 9th, and 10th to Lo Seho with the dramas for Jan Erlache on that last lap. Josh Buchan drove superbly there. One or two people question whether it's right that the gear race, the coveted title, is the reverse grid race that puts the slower drivers towards the front. But you can't fault the way that Josh Buchan drove in that, because every lap he was under pressure. And on this section of the circuit, particularly down to Lisboa, he positioned the car on every lap to make sure nobody was coming by.
Waves to the crowd, and he has absorbed a huge amount of pressure as Josh Buchan gets it a little bit wrong in front of the grandstand. Well,
thought he was heading for the barrier there.
We've had the checkered flag, so he can be allowed that.
So Josh Buchan taking honours. This is what happened to Jan Erlache then on that last lap, going down towards Lisboa, and got the GOAT Honda ahead, which he's trying to work a way past, and gets it wrong under braking, can't make the corner, bump, headbutts the tyres.
Finds the right gear, does the 3-time world champion driver, and he can be allowed a day off as well. He did all the work that he needed to do yesterday, so one mistake, well, I think we can forgive that. He leaves Macau this year as a world champion, and very proudly so as well. It was fascinating. He talked about the fact that his mum, also a very good racing driver, was put on the microphone in the press conference after he claimed his title, and it was so smooth, wasn't it? Jan was sort of in the background, looking like we all would if mum was saying nice things about us, just a little bit embarrassed about the nice things that Kathy was saying about us. Right. It was amazing. You are a world champion, but some things of human nature never change. When your mum's saying nice things, you get embarrassed.
Exactly. Yes, I think Jan was thinking, for God's sake, don't get the photographs out when I was small. You're going to ruin my street cred. That's what mums do, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember Jan when he was 4?
This is him when he was first in a car.
Well, he has had a great season as Jan Erlache, a very deserving champion. And okay, he had an error in that, but it was actually because he was on the attack. Yeah. And you can't knock him for that, especially here. So although he will leave Macau with an 11th place finish in that race and still no victory on the streets here of the gear circuit, he does take the championship, and that's the main thing. Jan Erlache, 4 times a winner in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. Right, so all those people that were saying, I think there are going to be red flags, or I think this is going to be carnage, what do we reckon to their opinions then?
Well, it didn't happen, did it?
It didn't happen.
We had 2 exemplary races from the touring car drivers, world-class drivers here at Macau. And you know what? The Macau circuit, the gear circuit here at Macau, requires a world-class driver to have races that... Okay, we had a few moments. We had a few cars that bumped into barriers and bumped into walls, and we had overtaking manoeuvres that didn't quite work, but we didn't have a safety car, did we?
No.
Not yesterday and not today.
All went good, and the excellent news is that no cars with any serious damage. Real shame for Pepe Oriola. We didn't really get a chance to mention that he's not been here since 2018, not raced for 2 years in anything, but his race was a very short one. Lots of Australian flags to greet Josh Buchan. And the Australian driver taking a second victory of the season then within the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. Out he gets! And a very happy, very proud, very noisy team celebrates Josh Buchan's achievements. Josh, double TCR Australia champion. He's raced in karts and Formula Ford. He's been doing some GT4 down under this year as well with good pace. So thanks to the team. And savours the moment, and why wouldn't you? Wouldn't it be great to see him do a whole season in the future?
It's an iconic shot, isn't it? And particularly when you can carry the flag of your nation on the top step of a winning car here at Macau. Lovely scenes. Josh Buchan can be very, very proud. That's his second win this year in the TCR World Tour. And what a place to do it as well.
The Championship's media delegate, Fabio O'Reilly, is the gentleman you've just seen, congratulating him. Making sure that in the winners' arena for World Tour purposes, the right people are there. We need a winner, we need the official photographers, we need a cameraman, and we need Alex Legui as well. And she'll be able to have a word in a moment. Mark Xinhua then takes second place as he arrives in Parc Ferme. The technical team ready. Max Hart getting out of his car. He was the man with the fastest lap of the race to his name come the end.
Super race for him as well. Got up to 7th place, so well worth coming back to Macau this year for Max Hart. Really good stuff, that.
Absolutely, and there to the backdrop goes Josh Buchan, and Alex Legui will be there. And Xinhua, Ted Bjork for second and third places. They'll make their way to the podium, but it's a gear race win for Josh Buchan. It's been a long, long time since we've had an Antipodean winner of the gear race, but Josh Buchan is with Alex Legui.
Josh, you didn't just nail Macau, that was an absolute masterclass of a Macau drive. What a lot of pressure, but you did it, you got it!
Oh my God. It's the best moment of my career. It'll be hard to top this one. I know I should say about the race. The race was the race, you can watch it. I need to thank my team. I need to thank Aaron over there. I need to thank Barry from HMO who put me in the seat in 21. Hyundai It's Australia for backing me to this point. Everyone in the crew, I can't name every name because there's too many, but every single crew member was in that dungeon downstairs for a week and just pushed on through. Lauren, she's on the plane. I'm meeting her in Japan in a couple of hours. Hello, hope you had Wi-Fi. You should have watched that. To everyone who's helped me in my career, thank you kindly. Rob Huff, a special mention, my phone a friend coach. I said I'd give you a mention. JFDI. Yeah, it's a good day in sport.
And it's turned into quite a season for you in the end.
Yeah, look, at the start of the year, I was going to make heaps of money, race heaps of cars. It was great. And then my programs kept getting cut. Luckily, Aaron, the guru, came up with the crazy idea to do TCR World Tour. And, you know, we got smoked at the first round in Tailem Bend, our home track. We looked pretty stupid, so genuinely turned the car on its head between rounds for Korea, did the business there. And then obviously sat out Brownie, my little mate, did a good job in China. And then to perform here, I had a solid plan of what I wanted to do, just take it easy, build, crawl, walk and run. I still didn't get Mandarin right all weekend. I sucked through there, my God. And yeah, I feel like I executed. The only time I hit the fence this weekend was on the in-lap. I was looking down, going nuts, saw a corner there, had to rip the handbrake and smashed into the fence. Full first day on the tools, but anyway, I couldn't care less. Disqualify me if it's broken something that shouldn't break, whatever, I don't care.
Good job. Enjoy the podium and enjoy that party tonight.
So great job done by Josh Buchan. And he is, I think, I'm right in saying, actually the first Australian winner of the gear race. We have had an Australian winner of the Grand Prix, but not of the gear race. So a bit of history being made by Josh Buchan, and he will now make his way up to the podium.
And Josh Buchan takes the win from Marcin Hua in second place, and a great race from the fourth row of the grid for Ted Bjork, runner-up in the championship this year, and finishes up on the third step of the podium. Montenegro finishes up in fourth place, Guerrieri in fifth, and Girolami, who took pole position yesterday for the qualification race, finishes up in sixth place. Confirmation of the complete field running for round 20 of 20 for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. And of course the final rounds here for the Macau gear race. And the brutal honesty of an Australian when he gets interviewed after a race like that. Superb little quotes coming out from Josh Buchan. The best moment of my career was one that I particularly loved. He referred to the team working on the car down in the dungeon, and the reason he says that, they are inside on the first level inside, down there in the paddock building, and it's very, very warm down there, and that's what he was referring to there. And the brutal honesty about the opening meeting of the year when he took part in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, that he got smoked at the opening round, his home round, and then they did a good bit of work to make sure that he wouldn't be again. So he got a win, and he's got a win again to finish the championship year. So from what started out as a tricky year with the deals that he put together not quite coming to fruition, the decision to enter events in the FIA TCR World Tour have really rather paid off, and writes a bit of history now, taking the top step of the podium in the prestigious Macau gear race. There's the winning car, that's underneath the podium, and the drivers will be making their way up to the podium now to get this presentation underway. There's the little bump, little dent in of the car after the obligatory celebrations on the roof of the car, and confirmation of the team standings as well. Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing winning the team standings by some considerable margin, by 287 points at the end of the championship year. Right, we've got a number of things to look forward to today here at Macau. First of all, we'll enjoy the podium presentation. We will also enjoy the build-up to the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup here, which gets underway local time here at 12:35. It's just approaching quarter to midday here at Macau. 16 laps in total for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup taking place. And then, of course, all the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix. 3:30 is when that race gets underway. 15 laps for the FR Formula Regional World Cup. That's coming up, and so too is the podium. They're getting ready. The door is open. Presenters are in place. So too the dignitaries. Here we go.
And now it's
for our
time
podium
for the prize presentation ceremony on the podium for the Macau Gear Race Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 2. First of all, please welcome our winning drivers to be on the podium. The second runner-up, number 111, Ted Bjork from Sweden. And the first runner-up, number 155, Marcin Hua from China. And the winner is number 30, Joshua Buchan from Australia. Congratulations. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Please also welcome our representative of the winning team. Welcome Mr. Aaron Grant from HMO Customer Racing, Proprietary Company Limited. now we're going to present the trophies and the laurels. First, please welcome Mr. Peter Chan, Senior Vice President of VIP Marketing of MGM, to present the laurel and the trophy to our second runner-up. Thank you, Mr. Chan. And now, please welcome Mr. Kenny Fong, President and Executive Director of MGM China Holdings Limited, to present the laurels and the trophies to our first runner-up and the winner. First to our first winner-up, number 155, Ma Qinghua from China. And to our winner, number 30, Joshua Burkian from Australia. Thank you, Mr. Fong. And now I would like to invite Mr. Peter Chan again to present the laurel and the trophy to HMO Customer Racing, our winning team. And may Mr. Fong and Mr. Chan move to the center to have a good photo. Gentlemen, please look to the front and let's take a photo. Wonderful. Congratulations. May all the winning drivers remain on the podium, and thank you our presenting guests. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fong and Mr. Chen. I would like to invite our winning drivers to remain on the podium, because now we're gonna present our trophies to our winning drivers again. First, please welcome Mr. Stuart Murray from FIA, the FIA Deputy Director of Circuit Sport, to firstly present the laurel and the trophy to our second runner-up. Ted Bjork from Sweden. And to our first runner-up, Ma Qinghua from China. Thank you. And next, please welcome Mr. Marcello Lotti, the WSC Group President, to present the trophy first to our winner, number 30, Joshua Buchan, and to our winning team, the HMO Customer Racing Proprietary Limited Company. Congratulations. And now please move to the center and let's take a group photo together with our winning drivers. All right. And now, gentlemen, please look to the front, to our media zone, and let's take a good photo. What a moment! Congratulations. Thank you, our guests. May all winning drivers remain on the podium, and thank you, our presenting guests. I would like to invite all of our winning drivers again to step on the top of the podium, to look to the front, and let's have one more good photo, please. Yes. Winning drivers only for this photo. Yes. Yeah, together. Yes, holding up high our trophies and looking to the front. Have one more good photo. Wow! All right, thank you. And now it's time for celebration. We would like to invite our winning drivers to pick up the champagne. All right, let's see those champagne showers. All right. Congratulations. It's time for the most famous tradition in all of motorsport. Wow, what a moment. Thank you. And now I'll pass the mic to Prix. We're going to have the interview section with our winning drivers.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Ted Bjork, oh no, still champagne to come. Ted, that was great work with the champagne. You won that race easily.
I was on it, like in the race. Really tried to get the result, and it's really nice to finish the season on the podium. So I'm really happy, good fighting. Thank you, team. Thank you, Zion, Lincoln Co. Congratulations, HMO and Josh. Fantastic job. Teammates, everybody, nice.
Fantastic job, you as well. 8th on the grid, you got up to 6th pretty quickly. And then, out of nowhere, you appeared in 3rd place. Tell us about that lap.
At first, it was an attack on one of the Honda in turn 16, so I just sent the car. And then they was struggling in T2, and I just went on the outside.
And a great season, as you said, 2nd place in the championship.
Daigaho. Welcome to the press conference of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. Congratulations, Josh Buchan, Ma Qinghua and Ted Bjork for the podium for our final race of our 2025 season. Josh, what a race. I don't imagine you had a moment to breathe from start to finish. That defense from Santi was relentless, and then once he made his error, then you had much the same from Ma. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I was slow in Sector 1 all weekend, really. I never really got the hang of it. I felt good everywhere else around the circuit, surprisingly. Some of the stuff where you're doing 160, 70 between the walls, like bang, bang, was no problem. But just there, it was just a feeling. Like, the speed doesn't worry me, it's just a feeling. And I knew this race, if I got in the lead, that was going to be the issue, because these guys are super quick, so talented. But yeah, once I got in the lead, it was going to be very difficult to get past. The Hyundai is good down the straight, and I was not letting that up without a really good fight. They were going to have to put me in the wall to get rid of me. So, and I was okay with that. If that was how it was going to end, that was how it was going to end, and I was content. Luckily, that didn't come to that. The boys were very respectful. I've always tried to race these guys as cleanly as I can. I could easily have come in here and played on the fact that, you know, I'm not in a championship and I can rub and smash, but I respect all of these guys immensely, and I tried to treat them with respect, and I feel like I get it back out there as well. So, yeah, it was an excellent race from everyone, from every car I came across.
It was such a great race and such a great season as well. It's been a real privilege to have you in the championship. Can we see more of you next year?
Have to speak to Hyundai and then see if they'd like me back. I have, no further TCR deal at this point. I'd love to continue on with Hyundai. It's been a family of mine for 10 years. It's been a family for racing for 5. I'll still be racing next year irrespective, but yeah, if there's a TCR opportunity for me in World Tour, whatever it may be, then I feel like I would do a job.
Well, we look forward to having you. Congratulations.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門東望人大賽 Kumo 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽澳門站第2回合正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1位嘅北勤、第2位馬清華同埋第3位嘅比約克嘅。剛才北勤呢都同我哋講，其實佢喺成個比賽週末裏邊呢，佢喺第一賽段嘅速度係比較慢嘅，咁所以呢，佢就覺得喺賽事期間呢，只要佢攞到帶頭嘅位置呢，就已經可以不停咁樣通過保持佢自己嘅速度嚟到去爭勝啦。咁佢喺賽事過程當中呢，亦都抵禦住對手嘅強烈嘅攻勢啦。咁佢好開心可以攞到賽事嘅冠軍啦，亦都覺得成個比賽呢係非常之好嘅。咁至於佢下一年會唔會就繼續參加 TCR 嘅比賽呢？咁佢話個人呢就暫時未有一個咁樣嘅安排，但係佢會繼續參賽啦。咁而下一年如果有 TCR 嘅機會嘅話呢，佢都會好好把握嘅。
Ma, congratulations. Good to have you on the podium. You read that Santi incident perfectly. Can you just talk us through how you seized that opportunity?
Yeah, first of all, super happy to be on the podium again. And thanks to the team, thanks to Siren Racing, Link & Co. And was not an easy race. I think I had a really good start, a really good jump. But obviously, we don't have the top speed on the straight line. So, Buchan was inside of the Mandarin, so I have to sacrifice a little bit of the position. Then we make through. Yeah, there was an accident in front of me in the middle of the stint. Then, yeah, it was nice involved. Sorry for my teammate Santi. And yeah, then I tried everything to put on him, but was yeah, just yeah, I got the pace, but I tried because he's a bit slow in sector 1 especially, and down to sector 3, 4 there's no overtaking point. I was close by, but yeah, it was really tough to make the position. Yeah, then then we finished the race. It's I think it's good result for everyone and good for me. Happy again, and thanks for all the people here, which is a part of my home race as well. So thanks to everyone in China, and thanks for the support.
Good job, Ma.
谢谢，恭喜你拿到了第2名，也刚刚你也提到了，在家乡的赛道上可以得到名次是非常的高兴的。可不可以請你用中文跟我們的中文聽眾和觀眾講一下？
廣東話或普通話？
冇所謂，你揀啦。
首先非常高興能夠在澳門再次登上領獎台，然後想跟所有在現場和这个视频上线上的这个观众说非常感谢大家的支持，然后也恭喜我们的车队能够在收官之战拿到这样的一个成绩，作为其中的一员，我也是非常的开心。当然这场比赛也是非常的激烈和精彩，全年的最后一个回合大家都是全力以赴了。发车阶段呢，应该说我的第一个发车做的还是非常的不错，但是我们车的直线确实加速度和现代比起来还是有一些差距，所以在东方湾之前并没有能够去抽头，所以还是保住了这样一个位置。然后在比赛的中间呢，也是发生了一些意外，然后我的队友和另外一台现代撞了一下，然后我就在旁边找了一个干净的一条线去超越。那最后几圈我超过之后，其实我知道我的速度还是非常快的，能够迅速的去贴近前方的车，但是确实这条赛道要实现超车，只有在普京湾是最好的这个位置，包括可能最后一个弯，在水塘那一边，但是我们的车的直线速度显然让我没有办法去贴得非常近，所以在山上之后过了岭南中学，其实没有太多很好的超车机会，就算有再快的速度，可能也很难去实现一个超越。但是不管怎么样，还是非常开心能够以一个领奖台的位置去完成比赛，然后能够去和我的队友再次站上领奖台，所以非常开心。谢谢大家。
谢谢。Ted, I had hypothetical money on you getting onto the podium, and I wish I'd put real money down now. What a drive and what a climb.
Yeah, but first of all, I have to say, so big respect for Josh. You know, winning the race here and going through the second corner, Mandarin corner, every lap. I think he was scared.
He was scared and it's done.
And you know what? You know, starting in pole, leading and want to defend the guys from behind. First time here, so big respect. The only thing I can say is that corner will not be easier next year.
If I never come back here, I'm happy. Thank you, mate. Much appreciated.
Yeah, but I've been here like 6 times, and every time you come out, oh no, not again.
Well, I don't want to take over your question, but Ted was one of the most helpful guys throughout the season for me. So I consider Ted a good friend, and he's always been very kind to me. So yeah, thank you again, mate. Thank you.
Yeah. And the second of all, big thank you to all the people working here at this Macau Gaia circuit. Everybody is fantastic, all the marshal to put everything together when we come here. There are so much people involved, so I have to say a big thank you. I'm very impressed every time we come. And the rest is like I'm super happy because second place again in championship, but it's nice to finish on the podium. Fantastic race.
Thanks, Ted.
剛才咧賽事第3位亦都係Como 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽年度總亞軍嘅比約克咧，就同我哋分享啦。咁佢首先咧就好恭喜北勤啦。咁佢認為第一次嚟東望洋跑道上面可以上演一場咁精彩嘅賽事咧，係非常之犀利嘅。另外咧，佢亦都好多謝澳門格蘭披治大賽車上下所有嘅每一員啦。佢覺得每一次嚟澳門嘅時候咧，感覺都非常之好。另外當然咧，佢就好開心啦，佢攞到好嘅名次啦，同埋可以喺巡迴賽裏邊攞到好嘅成績。
Great. Any questions from the audience?
開放現場提問。
Hello, this is a question for Josh. Please tell us about the start when Mark came side by side with you. What were your thoughts on how you defended all the way to take first place at Lisboa? Thank you.
I didn't really have a choice as to what I could do. I just had to keep my right foot planted and trust that, where's the badge? Hyundai Power puts me through. I knew if we were at least side by side and I was on the inside, like Ma said, into Mandarin, I would probably going to have the position. For me, the big issue is the start. I really struggled to get our car off the mark in the start. That first 20 metres for me is always a struggle. I think my start was okay, nothing crazy. The boys from HMSG are going to give me heaps for it, but it was enough. And then from there, yeah, just I knew if I could avoid the side draft and kind of put my car in the right spot, help one car out with the tow so that it would get next to Ma and maybe cause a bit of an issue that I wasn't involved in. That was the plan, and it worked that way. But yeah, it was for me the first 10 metres of the start. If I got that, I knew I'd be okay.
Any further questions?
All right.
Cool.
It's done.
Official photograph.
Meanwhile, Roy, and thank you everybody so much for having us. It's been another brilliant year here in Macau. That's on behalf of everyone from the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. We thoroughly enjoyed it and we look forward to next year.
welcome to Macau for what is the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup, and already the cars have lined up down there on a very, very colourful grid. We had a thrilling race yesterday for the GT3 cars. We have a thrilling race every year from the world's best GT drivers, all competing for the title of the FIA GT World Cup and the Macau GT Cup as well. David Addison is down there on the grid, and hopefully he'll be able to catch up with quite a few of the drivers. Let's get down to David.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. We're down on the grid for the start of the FIA GT World Cup. Welcome everybody to Macau. Welcome to a very busy grid, a very hot grid, and a fantastic entry that we have this year. There are one or two slight quirks to it this year, in as much as there's no Mercedes AMG, there's no Maro Engel, who's been a regular winner. But what we do have is a really quality lineup instead, and that includes many drivers with mega CVs of race wins or championship success. Let's go and have a quick stroll down the grid. We're sort of starting midfield to a bit closer to the back for a change, just so we can try and find a different driver or two. And over here, Sheldon van der Linde, whose weekend didn't start all that well. I'm going to stand in the way of somebody's photograph if I'm not careful, so we'll do that. Sheldon, quickly, it all kind of unravelled a bit in qualifying, didn't it?
Yes, unfortunately, unfortunately you're right. Not a great feeling to obviously start the weekend on the wrong foot here in Macau, knowing how hard it is to overtake in the races. But we're confident now. We almost had a very good start yesterday. We're up to P10 into turn 3. And then I got a massive smash on the right rear. I don't know who it was. Maybe you can tell me, but I didn't see who it was, unfortunately. But obviously got spun around and then it was last on the grid, or pretty much last. So today I think the people are going to take a bit more risk at the front, which should help us at the back. But yeah, from P12 will be difficult for a podium, let's be honest.
We always say the BMWs are really good in that first sector, all that grunt all the way down from here to Lisboa. But so are lots of other cars, and they're big cars, and it's still not a wide circuit.
Yeah, exactly. We've probably got one of the biggest cars here as well. So to navigate through the mountain section is always a bit more tricky. That's where we seem to be losing time to the Porsche and the Ferrari. And then we gain it back in sector 5 and 1, but then it's a bit too late to make the move normally. So hopefully we have a bit more of a chance today when it's hotter. And then we send it.
Excellent. Good. Elbows out. Good luck. Right, let's go walk about this way because other cars that we need to keep an eye on. I know I'm starting a bit further back on the grid. One is perhaps the most popular car here. Now, Audis are still being developed in this part of the world. They're still competitive. And Adderley Fong's car runs this year in the Cinnamoroll colours. Adderley I've lost for the moment. But as ever, there is an absolute army of people outside the circuit who are all here to buy merch for this. Every year we get a different character. We've gone through Hello Kitty to Kuomi last year, and now we find ourselves with Cinnamoroll. We might get to that again during the course of the race. Quick look to see if I can find wherever Adderley has gone. No, we've lost him, but we've seen the car at least. Let's keep going. Let's go back down the other way. Another car that has had dramas over the course of the weekend is the Lawrence Vanthor Porsche. Now, this was fastest the other day in the first of the practice sessions. Let's just pause there. Lawrence, sorry about this. I'm going to have to bring up Thursday again with you. I was just saying you were fastest in free practice, and then the next shot we had of you, the car didn't look like a Porsche.
No, I know. Thanks for reminding me. No, I mean, yeah, it's a shame because the car was, I think, one of the best cars I've driven in Macau at that point, and I felt really good in the car. So from the first lap on, it was looking very promising, and I made, yeah, it was my mistake, 100%, but I was 10 centimeters later on a turn-in or more wider, hit a bump, and so the front axle popped up, and I missed the apex, and obviously a very small mistake with huge consequences. The car was pretty badly damaged, and they did the best they could to be standing here, but obviously it's not the same car as FP1.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how close is this car now to what you had on Thursday before the crash?
6.
Oh, okay. So you're lacking some performance.
Yeah, but and then the second thing is I'm starting here and not there, and it's difficult to overtake as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's a bit damage limitation. It's quite frustrating, but in the end, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a small or big mistake. It was my fault, and that's the reason why I'm standing here. So not many people to blame but myself. So.
That part of the circuit, you've tried forwards, backwards, upside down. I mean, it's a kind of bizarre corner for you.
Yeah, my wife always tells me, why don't you do any small crashes? Like, if I crash, it's always something big. So, I mean, I'm trying at least.
What progress from here do you think?
you need to be realistic. It's difficult to pass here, especially with the Porsche because we're strong in the mountain section. So there must be some stuff happening up front. I hear Marcello is motivated today, so hopefully he can make a bit of a mess, and that will help me maybe.
Right, good luck. Good to see you back as well. So Laurens Vanthoor then, he's had a car rebuilt, he's had a new engine put into the car as well, and he's going to be a man to watch, there's no doubt about that. Right, let's go this direction again for more Porsches. Dorian Boccolacci, who is returning to Macau. He's been a regular in GT racing and won Make Porsche Racing this season. Dorian, welcome back. You were here for the Formula 3 Grand Prix, what, 10 years or so ago, and now in a GT car?
Yeah, exactly 10 years ago. Actually, Sector 3 in my mind. I didn't remember so well if it was left, right, how much it was. But it's good to be back here. It's such a nice track. Very tough one, especially Sector 1 with Mandarin in the GT car. It's almost flat. Depend the lap, depend the tires, depend the fuel you're on board, and also you have the very technical part in the middle of the track, and such great drivers here. So we'll try to maximize the day. Yesterday we could improve the position from 14 to 9. Let's try to do the same today.
Really hot day as well today. It's going to be hot in the car.
Of course, yes. But yeah, because I'm Porsche Motorsport Asia, Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. Oh my God.
Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. That's the one.
Exactly. This year, I could drive in many racetracks that was hot, and yeah, today is like a normal day for me, so it's okay.
Enjoy your sauna. Good luck. Dorian Boccolacci then in the Porsche number 23. If I scurry round this way, I can find Andy Deng, Ferrari driver, who's about to jump on board. Andy, before you go on, do your fist bump. Go on, quick. Yes, good, excellent. Yesterday, fantastic job. Well done.
Yes.
Really good.
I was the last one, and I just want to be safe. But there was an opportunity for me, so I grabbed this, and I keep my position at the end of the race. So, yeah.
And today you go forward, go fast?
Go forward for sure as a driver. Try to keep my position and enjoy my race and fighting for compete for the best driver over the world.
Fantastic. Good luck. Well done. Right, that is Andy Deng, who was a real star yesterday. Looked really good. We're into the last 10 minutes or so of the countdown, so I'll see who else I can grab. Some drivers are in cars. Quite a few have been disappearing up the stairs to go and have an emergency splash and dash. Let me see whether I can quickly get to Laurin Heinrich. There's a mechanic in the way of Laurin Heinrich. Luca Engschler, we spoke to yesterday. Sorry, let's go this way. Luca Engschler is standing down here. Luca, can I interrupt all this frivolity? Yesterday you had a good race.
Well, depends on the angle, right? You see, it obviously was a tough one.
You kept people behind.
Yeah, we had big damage at the start, so the splitter was gone and the left side, so we've been really hanging in there. And also thank you to Laurin. I think he had 3 times the chance to really send me Lisboa south. So yeah, I hope I have better pace today.
One of the hotter today, is that going to affect things?
Well, no, I mean, you see, it's the second year in a row we've been struggling throughout, so every session we get a bit more, we are getting a bit closer, but it's too far to really compete with the big boys. But all in all, trying to bring the car home in one piece and learn and get the experience for next year.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. Good luck. Right, let's go back, if we can, over and try and grab a quick... oh, no, sorry, I'll tell you a lie. I do apologise to my cameraman. I'm making him walk everywhere because I want to go to Porsche and I want to hear from 2 people. One is Ian Schenguven, who is DTM champion. First time at Macau. Really impressive weekend, getting better every session. How are you finding the place?
Yeah, really good. I mean, in the beginning of the weekend, I told myself I can hate this place in the first year if I do a mistake. So I started to take it really easy. Maybe for the short term, it was not the best decision, but at the end, I'm happy. I built confidence around the track, and I think for the long term, for the future, that was the right step. And yeah, good starting position with the big guys in the front. So yeah, hopefully with a good start, I can be in the mix, but we will see.
For you, this is a bit like DTM. It's one driver, sprint race, and elbows out.
Exactly. This is why I'm here.
Good luck. Ian Schenguven then, driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. And let's have a word, if I can, with the CL, Kom Ledegaard, who runs this enormous operation now. You seem to have cars in every championship in every corner of the globe.
I mean, you can race a Porsche everywhere. It's the best car, I think, in the grid, and it's amazing to get this support from the manufacturer to come all over the world to race in this kind of racing. So it's mega.
What about you? You say you can race these cars. You're not doing much racing anymore.
No. I think I'm quite focused on the new life, and I enjoy to win with our car, maybe more than I was.
Tom, good luck. Good to see you here. So, Colm Ledegar, in charge of the Porsche operation. Right, the grid is starting to be cleared. So what we better do is have a quick look at who else is there, and we'll get set for what promises to be an epic FIA GT Cup. The Macau GT race is coming up soon.
David, thank you very much indeed down there on the grid. Speaking to many of the drivers, doing a super job yesterday down on the grid, and the same today as well. Less than 5 minutes now, 4 minutes left on the lights to let them know when the green flag will start for what will be a fascinating battle around the streets of Macau. For the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, every year these cars and drivers come together to give us a thrilling battle out on the circuit. And that was the car that took the win yesterday. It was a glorious win for Ferrari at Macau. Antonio Ferroco will line up in pole position down there on the grid in Ferrari number 50. It is the predominantly red and blue Ferrari, alongside a Le Mans winner in 2025, Ye Fei, in the white, red and black Ferrari is alongside. It's a Ferrari lockout on the grid today, as indeed it was yesterday. Back to Porsche, Alessio Picariello. Thrilling to watch him in the Porsche yesterday in the qualification race. It's a longer race today. It was 12 laps yesterday. It is 16 laps today in prospect, and he'll be alongside Raffaele Marciello. No one can write off Raffaele Marciello around the streets of Macau. He is absolutely superb in the BMW on the outside of the second row of the grid. Joel Eriksson had a really good qualifying, certainly in Q1. He finished up quickest in Q1. Q2 didn't go quite according to plan, but he lines up on the inside of row number 3, and he'll be alongside the driver you just heard from, the DTM champion for 2025. And DTM, of course, a GT3 cars. And Einshen Guven said, "This is why I'm here, because this is what he does." And on the next row of the grid, we've just heard from him as well, Luca Engster in the Lamborghini, having a good qualifying session. Didn't know he was going to get into Q2, but did at the last minute and made the most of it as well. Lauren Heinrich in the gold Porsche. The liveries on those, the gold and the platinum Porsches, absolutely fantastic. And Lauren Heinrich lines up on the 4th row of the grid. Dorian Bocciolacci, who we just heard from with David down there on the grid, is next in his Porsche, and alongside another one of the drivers that we heard from, Andy Deng, on the next row of the grid. Right, that's the view from above, the view from the sky looking down on what is an incredibly impressive GT grid. GT3 cars around Macau are just amazing. The barriers, the walls, all the way, they make the cars sound even more spectacular than they already are. It echoes around, you can hear it for miles, and that is confirmation of the grid. Ferrari lockout on the front row of the grid, 50 and 83, Antonio Ferroco and Ye Fei on the front row of the grid, both in Ferraris. The Ferraris have looked fantastic here from the outset on Thursday, and absolutely superb stuff. We are not worthy. We welcome David Addison back into the commentary box, and all boxes ticked down there on the grid. Try to get through a few of the drivers that you didn't speak to yesterday, and well done.
I nearly got Adderley Fong for you. I couldn't find him, but at least I gave your Audi some love.
You did your best. Right? Thank you very much indeed.
There is quite an atmosphere down on the grid. This is the longest race of the weekend, of course, 16 laps, as Alan Hyde has been saying. And we're looking forward to what promises to be a really good battle. You've heard some of the drivers talking about the difficulties of getting past, and that's understandable at Macau, but drivers always do sort of play down their chances a little bit, don't they? And, oh, you know, I'm not sure we can do very well. And then all of a sudden you find them up at the pointy end of the order. The evidence of yesterday suggests, I'll grant you, that the Ferraris are going to be hard to stop, but that doesn't take away the fact that we should be in for a really, really good race.
They have thrilled us for quite a few years here at Macau, haven't they? When it was first decided that GT3 cars would be fine around the streets of Macau, around the gear circuit, there must have been a few raised eyebrows, because they are big cars, they are hugely powerful cars. But if you marry that together with world-class GT drivers, it just works.
It does. And these cars have got bigger. You know, look at road cars, they've all grown in width over the years, and so have these, and the racing element, you know, the flared wheel arches, the aero tweaks, the Porsche as an example, it's wider at the back than the front.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Because of this glorious noise, this symphonic soundtrack that we have around Macau right now. The cars have been released onto the formation lap. Antonio Fuoco is going to take some stopping, but I think we are still in for a mega spectacle here. The GT Cup, the Macau GT Cup for the FIA GT World Cup was an awesome race last year. Okay, that was down to the weather. It was also partly down to the man on pole position just being fearless, Antonio Fuoco. What a shame we couldn't persuade him to start 4th or 5th, but as others said on the grid, if Raffaele Marciello is motivated, and he normally is, we're not done yet.
It takes a very brave person to bet against Raffaele Marciello here at Macau. He is superb. He was superb when he was competing in the Macau Grand Prix in single-seaters. Then it was for Formula 3 cars, and superb the minute he came in to compete in GT cars as well. But now they're doing the important job on the formation lap, weaving the cars as much as they can to get heat into the tyres. It's lovely weather. You've just been down there. Really, really warm, isn't it?
Oh, leaking like a racehorse at the moment. It is very hot indeed down there. And lots of the drivers were disappearing if they could into the shade, and there were umbrellas. In fact, when I interviewed Dorian Boccolacci and I started to talk about the heat, that was a hint that the team could just move the umbrella an inch my way, because it was getting decidedly warm down there. But as he made the point, if you're a regular racing as he is in Asia-Pacific events,
he's used to it.
It's sweat off a duck's back.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, great to hear from the drivers, and we have almost heard from each and every one of the drivers on the grid for this year. We made the point a little bit earlier on over the course of this weekend that it's a slightly smaller grid, but you know what? It's a quality grid.
Yes, and even if you're not on the grid, you're still interested. Mauro Engel was sending messages yesterday saying, I am watching. I'm at Valencia for MotoGP, but I'm still watching. Also, just before we sorry, and we do miss him. We miss him, and he'll be back, I'm sure, next year. It's not Mauro wanting not to be here, it's just that the team isn't providing a car this year. I do have one small bone to pick with you. You've been telling people a fib over the weekend. You have been telling people that there are lots of fans outside who come from mainland China to buy their cinema roll merch.
Yes.
That is not entirely true, or at least to expand the point, there are people from Macau paid by people from mainland China to stand in the queue and get what they want and send it back, I have now been informed.
Is that right?
So that's how popular it is.
It's quite a
And
deal,
even you have somebody to stand in the queue for you, I noticed.
I absolutely do. You have people for these things.
You do. You have staff.
And you can't leave Macau without having a cinema roll T-shirt. I have one of those. The only trouble I've had is getting a cinema roll model car, but the Macau Grand Prix is not over yet.
It isn't. Well, you might be wanting a Ferrari model in the next 16 laps time, or a Porsche, or a BMW, or an Audi. Joel Eriksson, Christopher Haase in 2 of the 3 Audis, just to make the point that although Audi no longer really developed the GT3, it's still a big seller in Asia, and it is still very competitive, and there are still lots of them being run out here. So, in a sense, although development in Europe has stopped on the R8, over here it's still ticking along, and that perhaps is why we're seeing better pace out of the R8s here than you might have anticipated. Right, hold on to your hats, everybody. Red Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco. White Ferrari, yeah, Yifei. Le Mans winners both. Blue Porsche behind, Alessio Picariello. Red and white BMW, Raffaele Marciello. Then the Audi behind is that of Joel Eriksson. Alongside him is the Platinum Porsche of Ian Guven. 16 laps for the FIA GT World Cup. The Macau GT Cup is go. Fuoco makes an absolute rocket ship of a start to lead down towards Reservoir Bend. It's going to be Yifei in second place as they come out of the corner, and a big, big lose for Picariello. He goes around, he clangs the Armco. Is everybody going to miss him? Yes, yes, just about. Yellow flag at turn 1. He's going to try and lift the car out of the way. One Porsche gone with damage. The Belgian driver is out, and Marciello is up in a second place. And here comes Guven up the inside in the Platinum Porsche. It's going to be Fuoco that leads at the end of the run down to Lisboa. Good start by Marciello to go second. And for third, Enschler round the outside. Guven gets a tag, possibly from Heinrich. Guven in the wall, Enschler in the wall. Boccolacci into the back of them. Mayhem at Lisboa. 3 big names are out of it.
Wasn't expecting that, my goodness. Early on in the race, so many big names having a problem even before they get to the mountain section, even before they get to Sector 3 on the gear circuit here at Macau. Huge names have problems, and Raffaele Marciello, we said, do not bet against Marciello, up into second already.
And I suspect we're going to end up with a safety car, and that's going to play right into the hands of Lello, isn't it? As there, Laurin Heinrich goes through now up into third place. I think Heinrich tagged his teammate Guven, so Com Ledegaard's charming demeanour from the grid may now be rather vexed. He might be a bit Albert's mother after that, seeing his two cars get together. So right now, you've got Antonio Fuoco by quite a margin over Raffaele Marciello, up from fourth on the grid. They're down at Moorish. Heinrich is in third place in the gold Porsche, and the drivers accelerating their way uphill. Now, we know that Picariello's car spun coming out of turn 1, and we'll try and see whether or not the others have been able to get going from Lisboa. They've not yet gone through the second sector, which is slightly worrying, and we've still got yellows in that zone. Boccolacci's Porsche, having gone into the back of the Enschler Lamborghini, I suspect would have done a rad and there'll be liquid down. Enschler's car, if it's got front and rear damage, I wouldn't anticipate to get going again. Safety car deployed.
Yep, and as you said, that's going to be good news for bringing the gap down between the first place car, the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, and the second place car, Raffaele Marciello, getting a really good start, making the most of the cars that fell off there, and Raffaele Marciello on the restart is going to be one to watch. Particularly, we've made the point on a number of occasions, the BMW is particularly good on the first sector of the circuit.
Now, Picariello's Porsche. There was a rub with Marciello. He tried to stay alongside and around he went, so there was a little bit of contact between the two. Sheldon van der Linde had to breathe in, but this is where it all went wrong, because look, Heinrich clips Guven, Enschler's got nowhere to go, Boccolacci's got nowhere to go. That's a typical Macau accident. It's just a chain reaction, and it wasn't even Guven's fault. I'm afraid that Laurin Heinrich has a bit of a case to answer there. It was a tiny touch, but it was a serious one. Now, this is Eduardo Mortara's view. Mortara starting at the back of the grid, and it all kicks off. Your man Adderley Fong's got his elbows out, Al.
Lot of rubbing going on there. My goodness, right the way down the order. That was not the start that we expected. Avoiding everything is a huge ask, isn't it? Sheldon van der Linde really did get away with that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He was within an inch of collecting that accident. And meanwhile, in the BMW, things are as cool as they could ever be for Raffaele Marciello.
They are. You've got to feel for Alessio Picariello because there's a lot of damage. The race order then is Fuoco from pole. That's the easy bit. Raffaele Marciello is second. Laurin Heinrich is third. Joel Eriksson is fourth. And Ye Yifei from the front row. The grid is down in fifth. Andy Deng, what did he say to me on the grid? Go forward. Well, he has. He's up into sixth place. Lawrence Van Thor is up into seventh. Eighth is Sheldon van der Linde. Ninth is Christopher Hasse. 10th is Benjamin Goethe, and into the pit lane has come Adderley Fong's Cinema Roll Audi. Alan is desolate.
Well, it's not good news, but they might be able to turn the car around and get it back out on the circuit. We always have to look for the positives in these things. One of the positives is we can, oh dear, have a look at the damaged car and requiring a new wheel at the back and damage repair at the back. But on the plus side, look at that livery.
He can stay on the lead lap, he says, returning to the plot. Then he's got a chance. This is Raffaele Marciello's start, and the cars thunder away from the line. Ye Yifei's start was just not a tremendous getaway at all, and he started to get shuffled back in the pack. And there you see that little brush between Marciello and Picariello that puts the Picariello Porsche towards the barrier.
It was a brave conversation that you had with Lawrence Van Tour down on the grid, and also a great conversation as well, because you were brave enough to mention the fact that he's a winner here at Macau in a GT car, albeit on the roof of his car at the time. Right. And also to bring up the fact that the Porsche was very badly damaged on day one of this event this year in 2025. And he was completely honest, wasn't he? Totally honest.
And Lawrence Van Thor is up into seventh place, and the field is bunched up. There, being Lifted higher than the front row at a Bob Marley concert is the Porsche of Ayanch Guven. That's going to be put the other side of the wall, and then we'll be good to go pretty soon.
We were saying how glorious those two Porsches look, the platinum livery and the gold livery as well. We guess that they're representing the platinum status of drivers and the gold status of driver as well. But whatever, they are fantastic, and they feel very at home in those liveries here at Macau.
Indeed so, but after the contact between them, I think Laurin Heinrich will be very apologetic after that. His is the gold Porsche. Let's have another look. Good getaway by Engschler, dives out from the middle, gets a little bit of a rub, I think, from Ericsson. Guven on the outside, but then the first contact comes as Picariello and Marciello just touch, and that's so... although it's a relatively light touch, at these speeds, with the cars all loaded up, that's enough to fire Picariello towards the barrier. And sadly, that's the Belgian driver's race down. Marciello up into second place. Now, look, Guven was absolutely on the money. Yeyefei's Ferrari sort of going backwards at this point because he had Guven on one side and Heinrich, and you've got the Audi of Haase in the mix as well. And Engschler, you've got to feel really sorry for. Actually, he tried to turn in, didn't he? And I think he got lent on a bit, looking at that another time, by Yeyefei. He sort of got knocked back into the traffic.
When you spoke to Guven down on the grid, you said, well, DTM, GT3 cars, and he said, that's why I'm here. Yeah. Because he does these sprint races in GT3 machinery. It's exactly what he does.
I mean, we have seen him in endurance racing as well in SRO land this year, and he's done a very, very good job, as you would anticipate. But I don't think that was his fault. His is the car that, if you like, was the catalyst, because nobody could get past it on that line. But I still think there was a touch from his teammate. Not deliberately, of course, but that's what put him there. The leaders have gone across the line. Then all of these laps count within the 16. We're trying to clear up the circuit as rapidly as. Cars can be craned away at certain points, but in others, they need a flatbed recovery truck. Let's have a look at Yeyefei's start, I should say. Didn't get away from the line brilliantly. Goes into Reservoir Bend. Fuoco's already worked out where he's going to put the trophy, he thinks, at this point, but he's unaware of what else is happening behind him and how Marciello is making progress. But he's ahead down towards Mandarin, and at this point, that's where he lost some of the time. He was very hesitant, wasn't he? And Marciello says, you don't want to do that. Through he goes. And then more attack him. Look, Guven on the right. So down to Lisboa. There's Heinrich. Let's see whether we can work out if there was a touch. Here comes Heinrich. Yeah, bang. Into Guven. Most definitely there was a touch. And Yeyefei gets through by about 2 cigarette papers width.
From being on board on the Ferrari, made it look very, very simple for Raffaele Marciello. I'm not sure it was quite that simple when he was exacting that manoeuvre, but certainly from on board, it looked like a really easy job for the BMW.
So the cars, I'll be going through San Francisco. That part of the racetrack looks clear, and it also looked pretty clear coming out of turn 1, didn't it? Yep. Safety car will be in this lap.
So good news, really quick job to get the circuit clear as well. So many cars down there. The crane is quite remarkable down at Lisboa. There's a good reason they put a remarkable crane down there. It gets pretty busy over 4 days here at Macau. Absolutely. And very, very quickly, 3 cars are being cleared off the circuit.
Yeah, it's the busiest time for crane operating companies around here. Certainly in November, business is picking up. Right, if you think back last year, Antonio Fuoco versus Raffaele Marciello for the race lead. Fuoco got ahead of Marciello. There was contact at Lisboa. Look who we've got in the top 2, ready for the resumption of the race. And where is that BMW strong, Alan?
In sector 1. Let's keep our eyes on this. Ferrari against BMW, and it's Fuoco against Raffaele Marciello. Where have we heard that before? Let's see what happens here. This is thrilling. Here we go.
Adley Fong, by the way, has rejoined after his pit stop. It's not crackerjack, you know. And the Audi will hopefully be able to catch the queue. Might be some real progress to be made before the very end. Antonio Fuoco, race leader. And we haven't had a proper full racing lap, of course. This will be the end of lap number 3. But top work by the officials. Miroslav Bartosz, the race director, keen to get things back underway as soon as possible. So with the local officials directing which parked car, which damaged car needs to go where. To remind you, we've lost Alessio Picariello, we've lost Ayanch Guven, we've lost Luca Engschler, and we have lost Dorian Boccolacci. Some big names have gone.
They certainly have, and as the field calms themselves, gets themselves ready for this restart. The Ferrari desperately trying to get as much heat into the tyres as is possible, and then pulls the pin. Here we go, we're racing once again any minute now as the BMW pulls off into pit lane. Things are going to be investigated after this race. Yeah, not surprised about that, but the Ferrari leads the field around up towards the line where he'll see a green flag. Things get back underway, and Raffaele Marciello not as close to the back of the Ferrari as we may have thought.
No, not as close as he needs to be, but this is the sector, if any sector, where he's going to be able to claw back the lost ground. All right, there's a gap there now, and it was 0.8 over the line, but I reckon the BMW is going to be a lot closer come the end of this section of the circuit. Laurin Heinrich is still there in third place in the Porsche. Fourth is Joel Eriksson. Ye Yifei runs fifth. Andy Deng in sixth, and the gap to the eye is coming down because Marciello is quicker by 0.3 in sector one. He'll close on Cuoco. That's Vanthor getting ahead of Deng, and Vanthor going straight on. Is he going to make the corner? He is, but only just. Lawrence Vanthor snakes through, but only just. That was close.
You could hear the gasps from the crowd in that huge grandstand down at Lisboa, and there's that not close enough, was he, as they got the race back underway. The Ferrari has the advantage. He knows when the pin is going to be pulled and gets things back underway, and Raffaele Marciello just a little bit too far back, and also he's got some very bright headlights right in his mirrors because the Porsche is right there.
Is indeed. So Marciello needs to try to shake off Heinrich. Sounds obvious, but he can see that Ferrari up the road. The Porsche, as you were hearing on the grid, good on the mountain section, not so good on the next part of the lap. So this is where Marciello just has to make sure he can defend, and as soon as he comes out of Melco, wave goodbye. So far on this lap, Cuoco with two absolute best sectors, although there's not much to judge against, in fairness, but they are on this twisty part of the circuit, and when you get to the grunt and go sections from here on in out of the Melco hairpin, you can expect that BMW to really get away from the Porsche, and that's exactly what's happening. Heinrich is in third place ahead of Eriksson, Laurin Heinrich, Joel Eriksson fourth and fifth then. So Cuoco led by 0.8 of a second when they went onto this lap. That's the gap we need to monitor to see whether or not the BMW can realistically do anything about that flying Ferrari.
Watch him go, the BMW in sector one on the lap here at the gear circuit at Macau is always very, very quick indeed. Not surprising. Got the purple best sector in first sector of the race, and how close they come to the wall as they start the next lap. Right, what can Raffaele Marciello do about bringing down an almost 2-second advantage that the Ferrari has? 1.8 seconds at the end of lap number 4 on the run down towards Lisboa. Nowhere near enough to the back of the Ferrari at the moment. The Ferrari, we've said on a number of occasions over the last 3.5 days, here at Macau this year, that Ferrari looks absolutely planted.
Does indeed, and it's gained another second over the BMW, as Sheldon van der Linde's BMW now comes up to have a go to try to take Andy Deng's Ferrari. We've never had a Ferrari win the FIA GT World Cup, but that, I think, is going to change right now. The cars make the climb up the hill once more. Sheldon van der Linde 7th at the expense of Vanthor after his moment. Christopher Haase up into 8th place, and you're riding on board now with Marciello. And on this part of the circuit, that Ferrari has the advantage. It's really good through the tight and twisty elements of the gear circuit. And all Marciello can do is the best he can where the strengths of the BMW come into play.
So the gap was 1.8 seconds at the end of lap number 4 between the top two, between Ferrari and BMW. The Porsche in third place is still right there behind the BMW of second place, Raffaele Marciello. The rest of them spin their way through. Sheldon van der Linde's having a really good race. He proves as well the BMW is great in sector 1. Puts an overall best first sector, purple in sector 1 for Sheldon van der Linde, working his way up from the back of the field. And that's the story that you get at Macau. If things go wrong early on in the weekend, you're constantly playing a building game to get the best possible result that you can, climbing a ladder, if you like, over the course of 4 days, and that is exactly what Sheldon has had to do this weekend. Of course, also a former DTM champion as well.
And you never give up, because you never know what is around the next corner. So the cars accelerate down through black sands. There's Andy Deng, who for my money has been so impressive this weekend, and there he is in the mix with some big names behind him. Van der Linde, Haase and Vanthor next. So 16 starters, 12 circulate. Adley Fong playing catch up at the back. Antonio Cuoco led last time by 1.8 seconds, and he goes by with, in second spot, Raffaele Marciello, and the gap up to 2.4, and that is not what Marciello needed to be told.
The Ferrari has been superb in 2025, and so too has Antonio Farocco. It really is building on everything that we saw last year, isn't it? Because the Ferrari showed flashes of absolute brilliance in this Macau GT Cup race, and Sheldon van der Linde is looking to make up the place, has a look down on the inside and makes the place up in that first sector once again in sector 1 for the BMW.
Nice move that. Andy Dang gave him the room, not worth taking the risk. He knows that van der Linde is a more experienced driver, and the BMW then powers its way uphill. The next car that's going to attack the Ferrari will be the Audi of Christopher Haase. So Fuoco getting away up front. Now, what about this gap between Marciello and Heinrich for second place? Half a second, and there's not much to choose between them. The only downside to that battle is that where the Porsche has a strength, it's a very narrow part of the racetrack, and where the BMW has the strength is where you can get by. So it uses its power to pull away, then the Porsche catches up on this part of the circuit. So Heinrich really going to have to think very long and hard about how he makes a move.
Sheldon van der Linde started this race down in 12th place. He's up to 6th place now. That BMW working very, very well indeed. And he knew the journey when you spoke to him down on the grid, didn't he? He knew what was ahead. He's doing it really well.
Indeed, so as you ride on board here with Eduardo Mortara, that's the Benji Goethe McLaren up the road in its FIA GT 1997 tribute livery, and replaced Davidoff with Rocco on the black coloured bodywork, but he's under attack, is Benji Goethe. His brother, Oliver Goethe, was second in the Grand Prix last year, the first Formula Regional year, and Optimum here for the first time, Benji here for the first time, so a pretty steep learning curve. But it's great to have a GT3 McLaren on the grid. There is Danforth.
Certainly is, and in particular in that livery as well. It's very, very emotive, isn't it? Super to see. Right, so too is it super to see the Ferrari, because Antonio Farocco in that car, the 50 Ferrari, has been superb this weekend. Absolutely superb, and the benchmark for everybody else to aim at, and just proof of that. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 2:16.724 for the Ferrari, with the Italian at the wheel of it, and an overall best in 3 of the 5 sectors on that last lap for Antonio Farocco, because he's got a cushion, hasn't he? He doesn't have to worry about being under pressure from behind. He knows Raffaele Marciello is there, but he's 2.7 seconds behind. And Raffaele is pretty busy keeping it neat and tidy and not leaving an opportunity to the Porsche there in 3rd place, with Heinrich right there with the headlights on. And you don't really need headlights, do you? A very glossy gold finish on that Porsche. You'll be led in no mistake at all that the Porsche is right there, ready to pick up any mistake that may be made.
You've just seen the Audi of Christopher Haase get ahead of Andy Dang's Ferrari. So Christopher up in a 7th spot now in number 45, the FAW Audi Sport Asia Team Phantom entry. Marin Heinrich for Schumacher CLRT drops down the hill. Marciello having done an absolute best middle sector. A couple of tenths quicker actually than Fuoco. Now whether that's misleading to suggest that he's going to be on the tail before the end of the race, we'll have to wait and see. Well, Fuoco responds with an absolute best in the next sector by half a second, so take that, Raffaele.
Yeah, well, they can trade quickest sectors, that's for sure. Whether they're going to trade places, well, something needs to happen, doesn't it? Because at the moment, Antonio Farocco is able to extend that advantage every single lap. I didn't quite realise, but we are ticking off the laps, aren't we? We're watching Antonio Farocco building on that advantage, and of course we are now 6 laps complete in this race, and we look back to the Porsche that's right there behind the headlights, very, very bright in the rear view mirror of the BMW of Raffaele Marciello in 2nd place. But we should also mention as well that Joel Eriksson in the Audi is doing a great job there in 4th place as well. He's in turn pretty close to the back of the Porsche. In fact, I think he's closer to the back of the Porsche than the Porsche is to the back of Raffaele Marciello.
I think you might be right about that. Joel Eriksson was the fastest in the first qualifying session on Friday. This year we had a new format with the top 10 having 2 laps on a fresh set of tyres for Superpole. But Ericsson was quickest in Q1, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race as Joel Ericsson. So the Audi there being dragged along by Laurin Heinrich's Porsche comes out of Mandarin. Joel Ericsson has not been here for many seasons. He has raced a GT car here. He was runner-up in the Grand Prix as well to Dan Tickton one season, and as he comes down towards Lisboa, that gap is coming down. Ericsson for the podium is a possibility. I think now Marciello has broken Heinrich in the sense, and Laurin is having to think about defending, not attack.
That's probably why the Porsche appears to be a little bit further back from Raffaele Marciello's BMW, as we would expect, because he's now having to keep things very neat and tidy with a quick Joel Ericsson in an Audi just behind. As David said, just put in the fastest lap of the race has Joel Ericsson at 2:16.702. That's the Ferrari that leads. That's the BMW and Marciello in second place. Porsche and Audi. Good mix of manufacturers in the top 4. Who has the advantage? Ferrari, and that has been the story of this year.
It has indeed. Antonio Fuoco, the race leader, and Heinrich on the mountain section does indeed catch back up to the Raffaele Marciello BMW. Very close, down at 4-ish, in fact closer than we've seen pretty much race long. So having suggested half a lap ago, if that Marciello would broken the spirit out of Laurin Heinrich. Laurin argues the point and comes back at him. So the former Carrera Cup Germany champion, Laurin Heinrich, and he's a class winner in sports cars in America, GTD Pro in IMSA. He drove here last year, and he's been in most GT championships going. He's crawling all over the back of Raffaele Marciello, but the big problem is now that BMW is going to get smaller, because you're on a part of the circuit that is far more advantageous to the BMW. It uses all of its power, stretches its legs, and you see Heinrich's dropped back 2-3 lengths, closes up under braking for Fisherman's, but it's going to be a big ask to get past this car.
It certainly is, and I think Joel Ericsson and his pace has pushed the Porsche on, if you like, to close up on the back of Raffaele Marciello on the mountain section of the circuit. Another lap completed for the Ferrari, 8 laps complete now, a 2:16.581 puts our race leader with another fastest lap, and Raffaele Marciello in second place. To be very concerned about the Porsche that looms bigger in the mirrors on the run down towards Lisboa in this first section of the circuit. That's the advantage the BMW has got. Stretches his legs. You can see the Ferrari just about to turn into the overtaking points at Lisboa, the Grand Lisboa, the hotel just to the left of the picture at the corner. It's a very grand hotel, isn't it? Nighttime, it just comes alive with every single colour that you can imagine, which is very much Macau.
All Antonio Fuoco is focused on, though, is black and white right now, and that's a checkered flag as a race winner, and he's building this gap 3 seconds clear in the Ferrari as Marciello goes through eternity. This is Eduardo Mortara, who is still trying to find a way past the McLaren of Benji Goethe, but he just can't find a way. And this is Mr. Macau, don't forget, because Mortara has had 10 race victories here, whether it's been in Formula 3, whether it's been in GT, whether it's been in main races or qualifying races. Some years he's won both in given categories, but he is absolutely stuck, and he has not had a win here since 2017, but tough weekend for him. He lost his best qualifying lap because the car was overpowering, and therefore that condemned him down the grid for yesterday's race.
Yep, it certainly hasn't been the year for Eduardo Mortara, has it? He's been competing in DTM, he's been competing in Formula E as well, but he is known as the master of Macau. 10 wins, that's not an easy feat in anyone's motor racing career, and to prove that, he also has a waxwork in the local Grand Prix museum, and it's a quite super likeness as well, the Madame Tussauds waxwork. Only a few drivers and riders get the chance to do that. Right, let's have a look at this Porsche once again on the tail of the BMW of Raffaele Marciello at the conclusion of what will be lap number 9. All 3 of them, in fact, second, third and fourth places, very close indeed, but once again we're into sector 1, and that favours the BMW.
Does indeed, as they go across the line then with half a second between them, and then a further 7/10 back is Joel Ericsson. Fuoco is still banging in absolute best sector times, as the advantage is now 3.1 seconds between the top 2, but Marciello still being hurried along by Heinrich. There is Laurin Heinrich, headlights ablaze, and in 4th place Joel Ericsson falling back ever so slightly. Still 5th, Ye Yifei, who's not been able to convert that front row start into a result, and Sheldon van der Linde in 6th, helped, I know, by the dramas here on lap 1, but even so, that's not a bad outcome. What's interesting is the way that the gaps have opened up, and bear in mind, although we work now lap number 10 of the race, we have had a safety car to bunch them all up, but interesting how those gaps have opened up, and that perhaps illustrates just how challenging a circuit it is. And you've got to totally commit to it, and that's what Antonio Fuoco has done. He leads then. Marciello is still 2nd, Heinrich is 3rd, and Ye Yifei has just done an absolute best 2nd sector as he tries to close on that leading quartet.
The Porsche, as we just went to the leader of the race with the pictures, was right on the tail of the BMW this time. And you know what, when you've got a car so close behind, you can't afford to put a single wheel wrong. The wall is one side, the barrier is the other. The change of direction, left to right to left to right, and then you go into Police and Moorish. It's all a bit vague as you go through the Solitude S's up towards Payol, the left-hander, in the faraway hill, up towards the right-hander, Police and Moorish, and then where we are now with the race leader in the Ferrari around Donna Maria, the left-hander, into this yellow flag zone at the Melco hairpin. The Ferrari turns through the corner, and then we've got this train of 3 cars, BMW, Porsche and Audi, all thread their way through the corner, come down towards the part of the circuit that opens up now. The speed opens up as the Ferrari is about to come up to complete 10 laps in this Macau GT race and the FIA GT World Cup.
And as the Ferrari comes towards us, Eduardo Mortara a lap ago made a move against Benji Goethe, who was turning in, and Edo said, no, I'm coming by, I've had enough of this. And through he has gone. He had committed, the McLaren did start to turn in. That might get looked at, but Mortara salvaging 1 place. Here he goes, look, there's a gap on the inside, he takes it, and yeah, Goethe does move across, and Mortara wasn't fully alongside, but he's ahead now. So up into 10th place goes Eduardo Mortara. Yeah,
Mortara needs to be going forward. He's up into 10th place now at the expense of Benjamin Goethe down there in 11th place. And what of the race leader? Well, he's through, and he's got an advantage of almost 4 seconds at the end of lap number 10. The BMW in 2nd place, Raffaele Marciello, Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche in 3rd place, Joel Eriksson in 4th place. And it's a big gap, you can see it to the eye. It's 4 seconds when they completed the 10th lap. But what's going to happen in this battle? Something has to give.
Does indeed, and Lauren Heinrich in 3rd spot, under attack again from Joel Eriksson. But the Ferrari just looking metronomic up front, isn't it? Antonio Fuoco then leads the way. He was a Le Mans winner last year. He led briefly this race last year. He's won championships in GT cars in Italy. He's won in single-seaters. He's won the Gulf 12 Hours. He has been a very successful driver in GT and sports prototype Ferraris in recent years, Antonio Fuoco. But he leads Raffaele Marciello, another driver that made that jump from single-seaters to GT racing. And Joel Eriksson, another one. They're in 4th place. Lauren Heinrich is rather more concentrated on Porsches.
I get the feeling that with this 3-car battle, something is going to happen soon. They are getting ever closer on this tight, twisty section of the circuit into the Melco hairpin. The BMW, the Porsche and the Audi as well, having to brake there to avoid touching the back of the Porsche in front as they go through the Melco hairpin, and then unleash the power of a GT3 car down through the twists and turns. We're about to get 4 lanes of traffic at this part of the circuit, and there's the Ferrari. He's checked out almost.
We've got a yellow flag at turn 19, so from Donna Maria to the hairpin, it's Mortara who has gone off. He gives the thumbs up at the Melco hairpin to the marshal to say, I'm okay, but he's gone straight on, and Mr. Macau is up against the wall, and that is not something you anticipate to see. So I wonder whether that was a brake issue. You can see the witness marks on the ground where he's gone straight on. So here he comes through Donna Maria. There's nothing behind him. Just look above the windscreen. You'll see the rear camera. So he gets to the hairpin. Oh, and it shuts off. Look, the dash completely disappears. That was a failure. So the car had switched itself off, and therefore there was no braking capability, and on he goes.
Dear oh dear, and confirmation on the screen that number 63 hit the barrier, and you're quite right. Yeah, nothing for the driver to see on the dashboard. Eduardo Mortara, you see how hot the work is inside the car as well. Goodness me, he's been pushing hard, hasn't he? He doesn't know what to do.
he's on the radio to the team saying, I was just driving along and then I braked and suddenly everything switched itself off, and so there was no ABS, there was nothing, and I couldn't do anything, and off I've gone. Many of the manufacturers send a works driver, and they send an entry for this event, and they get local teams to run the cars, and some from this region are more experienced than others. Some are still learning. It's great that the Asian teams get a chance to represent a manufacturer, but perhaps the Harmony Racing team just needing a little bit, not Harmony Racing, forgive me, the Absolute Racing team, Absolute Corsa, needing a little bit more mileage to get fully on top of that car and its nuances.
What's going to happen here? Are we going to get a safety car, do you think? Because that might be what Raffaele Marciello might need.
Yeah, I mean, we've had one and it didn't help him, oddly. I'm not sure, because in theory, that's such a slow corner. Nobody should be going that quickly to hit the Lamborghini. Let's just have a look and see where the car is parked. It is just up the road. Here's another look at it. So yeah, Mortara totally on his own. He gets to the corner, switches itself off. He stands on the brakes, but at that point he's going straight on. Look at the dash. And here is the Raffaele Marciello BMW coming down towards the right of Fisherman. So we are still under a waved yellow at the hairpin. You could argue that you could leave the car there because it's a permanent yellow flag zone anyway. It's more the speed that needs to be controlled.
It is, and we'll wait and find out what race control decide that needs to be done. Certainly the Ferrari knows what needs to be done. Complete another lap. The gap has come down just a little bit, only by a tenth of a second, 3.8 seconds. It is the gap between the race leader and second place. And with 12 laps completed now, at the moment the race continues.
That's the replay of Eduardo Mortara having that failure, the car going straight on. Right, again, look at the dash. Everything just goes, switches itself off, and there's not a lot he can do. He's just a passenger into the barrier and into the wreck itself. 4 laps remain and counting. There's a rather lonely Benji Goethe, equally lonely Antonio Furuoka at the other end of the pack now, because he leads by 3.8 seconds. And this rather elasticated situation between Marciello, Heinrich and Ericsson now sees the BMW get away slightly, and it's the Audi closer to the Porsche than Porsche close to BMW.
Yes, the elastic has never been so stretched during this race. It's pulled well away from the Porsche. I think Lauren Heinrich has got quite a lot of work to do to keep that Audi, which is looking pacey. We know we're ticking off the laps. 12 laps are complete, and if Joel Eriksson wants to be on the podium, he knows he's got to do something about this golden Porsche directly in front of him, and I think the time is going to be quite soon. Let's see what happens over the course of the next couple of laps, but the BMW had been able to pull away a little bit. It looks like the gap has come back down again as they come out of Moorish up towards Donna Maria, the left-hander, and onto the final sector of this lap around Macau on the gear circuit. 6 kilometre circuit gives us thrilling races for GT cars, for touring cars and for single-seaters as well. Don't change a thing. This circuit is just about perfect.
It's for Antonio Furuoka right now, isn't it? Because although we're not getting as many improved sectors as the tyres start to go over their peak, he is still well clear of Raffaele Marciello, who just has no answer, and that Ferrari is getting ever smaller ahead as it gets away. It's becoming ever more a distant dot in the distance. Lauren Heinrich ahead of Joel Eriksson, and Yeye Fei is also crawling back into the picture, isn't he? He's not close enough to think about attacking, but he is nearer than he was.
He's been putting in some overall best sectors as well, namely sectors 2 and 3, I think, for the 2025 Le Mans winner. As we look at the timing screen, 13 laps are completed now. That's the BMW in second place. That's the Porsche in third place. That's the Audi in fourth place. And in the same frame, you can say that is the Ferrari in fifth place as well. We've got a clearance at turn 19, so a green flag now down at turn 19. That is good news. Maybe not such good news for Raffaele Marciello.
Raffaele Marciello 7/10 quicker than Antonio Furuoka in the first sector alone. Now, that might be because Antonio is very happy to drive well within himself, or it might be that the BMW is on one last push in the second sector of the lap. Antonio Furuoka is fractionally faster, so you win a bit, you lose a bit over the course of a long lap. 6.2 kilometres long, don't forget the gear circuit here, and the nature of the corners obviously is going to favour some cars at certain parts and others elsewhere. Joel Eriksson then running in 4th place in the Audi, so one better than he achieved in that qualifying race yesterday. Of course, we lost Alessio Picariello from 3rd, and we lost Ian Truguven from 6th on the grid on that first lap, as Marciello now realises that this is going to be another year where a Macau GT Cup win ain't going to go his way.
It's looking a little bit less likely with every lap that goes by, because they are competing for 2nd place on the podium, 3rd place on the podium. They've closed right up once again, haven't they? Around Donna Maria they go, the BMW, the Porsche, then a bit of a gap this time for the Audi.
That BMW all of a sudden looks a bit more nervous to me. It looks as though it was slightly twitchy coming out of Moorish and again off Donna Maria, and I just wonder now whether, as he's had to be defending, Raffaele Marciello's tyres are not quite as good as they were. Certainly for a couple of 3 corners it looks a little bit more edgy, that car, and you need to be totally confident in it to attack around here. So Marciello comes off Fisherman's. There is Fuoco in the distance, having again been able to build the gap. In fact, he may have lost out in that first sector, but the balance of the lap is commanded by him. He goes through now with 2 to go. There's Marciello ahead of Heinrich. And that last lap for Lello was a 2:17.4. Heinrich is quicker, and Ericsson quicker than the pair.
Yeah, so the gap extends to almost 4.4 seconds. So a really good lap there by Fuoco over Raffaele Marciello in 2nd place. I think you're right. I don't think the BMW quite has the pace that once it had. The Ferrari has 2:16.581 that last lap for the Ferrari.
You know, that BMW that hasn't got the pace, it's just done the absolute best first sector. So I'll take it all back about the tyres. They're absolutely wonderful, these Pirelli things. They'll last until the very end. And out of nowhere, Marciello has managed to go 8/10ths quicker, nearly 8/10ths in a sector alone than Fuoco.
Yeah, the BMW and Raffaele Marciello go together hand in hand on Sector 1. Another overall best in the first sector for Raffaele Marciello. But in fairness, if you've got a car that favours one particular part of the circuit, you have to make the most of it, don't you?
Yeah, totally. Marciello then is hard at work, having moved 2 years ago from Mercedes AMG to BMW. And he's not going to claw back 4.3 seconds in 2 laps, even if it's a tremendous charge that he has, but he wants to hang on to that 2nd place, and so far so good. Laurin Heinrich will go to bed tonight with a red and white BMW boot lid engraved upon his eyelids, because that's what he has been staring at race long. This is Marciello's view up towards Moorish. Climb the hill, early lift, slow the car down, narrow exit to the corner, Heinrich Ericsson behind, and there's going to be 1 more lap to run at the end of this. But Antonio Fuoco is now pretty much assured of being the winner of the 2025 Macau GT Cup. The FIA GT World Cup will go to Ferrari, it seems, for the first time.
Heading down from the Melco hairpin as 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all thread their way around the hairpin, and the Ferrari has been exceptional on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday and now on Sunday. What's the Porsche got planned for the final laps, as we have now 14 laps completed in this 16-lap race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. Still the same order, the BMW, nothing is given. The Porsche just behind, the Audi just behind as well. We are getting towards the very closing stages of this race. 4.5 seconds the advantage for Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari at the front of the field.
So the leaders go through onto the last lap. There is Raffaele Marciello going through Mandarin, having one last push. He's not going to catch the leader, but he does want to shake off Heinrich. Down they come then towards the right-hander of Lisboa, and again Marciello does an absolute best in the first sector, and again Ericsson closes up onto the back of Heinrich. That could possibly change before the end, but Ericsson would have to be really brave at Fisherman's. But Antonio Fuoco has exorcised the demons from last year. He has righted the wrongs, if you like, after the contact between him and Raffaele Marciello that allowed Mauro Engel through to win. And this year, Antonio Fuoco, who has just become part of the Ferrari furniture, and like a USB, you plug him in and he delivers. Whether it's in a car in the WEC or a GT3 spec car, he is now one of the, if not the, Ferrari star driver. He makes his way downhill for the last time. Antonio Fuoco is beckoning now towards the checkered flag and a race win.
redemption here at Macau, and making up for 2024, the Ferrari and Antonio Fuoco. Super stuff. This has been an excellent, not just race, but an excellent 4 days for Antonio and also for Ferrari as well. Beautiful. The car looks so neatly planted around the streets of Macau. And around the left-hander, the long left-hander, Donna Maria, up towards the Melco hairpin for the final time. And he's been able to pick his lines, hasn't he? Yep. He got early on a gap after the safety car. He was very quickly able to get a lap, a gap over second place Raffaele Marciello, who's rather got his hands full of keeping the Porsche behind in second place, and that has been just perfect for the Italian. You can pick your lines, you can show off the car to its very best, and he has done exactly that. Super drive, super 4 days for Antonio Fuoco.
Fuoco's Ferrari wins a first FIA GT Cup victory for Ferrari as Antonio Fuoco dominates the Macau GT Cup from Raffaele Marciello, Larin Heinrich, Joel Eriksson and Ye Yifei in 5th place. And a dominant display. Shelvin van der Linde comes through to be 6th in the BMW. Christopher Haase will take 7th in his Audi. Andy Deng is going to be 8th. Lawrence Vantor 9th in his kind of 6 out of 10 Porsche after its accident on Thursday. Benji Goethe will round out the top 10, and the other finisher is Anneli Fong. But Antonio Fuoco came, saw, conquered, got the T-shirt, and is going to be a delighted man when he stands on that podium. The Italian driver so fast, and he has gelled completely. And having talked about teams running cars, don't forget that the Ferrari run by the AF Corsa stable. That is effectively a Ferrari factory team. So you can tell they came here to win, can't you? Ferrari with top driver, top team, no stone unturned. You can see that means a lot to him. But Antonio Fuoco has utterly annihilated the opposition here at Macau.
They came here to Macau and they meant business, that's for sure. And they did the business. They were super on Thursday, super on Friday, a win on Saturday, and now a win on Sunday. Not just that, historic win on Sunday. They take the crown of the FIA GT World Cup and the Macau GT Cup as well, adding their names to a very long list of super memories from the GT race here at Macau. Well done. Didn't put a wheel wrong, did he?
All weekend. I mean, I don't think we've seen a lock-up or a missed apex when we've been looking at Fuoco, but this is the mark of a manufacturer factory driver. Just awesome. And, you know, look who's beaten by a big margin. Raffaele Marciello, who is one of the masters here. Yeah, totally. So, well done, Antonio Fuoco. And unlike Anshin Guben, for example, or Luca Engschler, he's another driver who does quite a bit of DTM, single driver sprint racing. The bulk of Fuoco's last 7-8 years has always been in multi-driver races, whether they've been 1 hour or 24 hours. So it's a rare opportunity for him these days to have the car to himself. He was 9th last year after the drama at Lisboa. He got the lead, just to refresh the story, and he and Raffaele Marciello went nose to tail down towards the braking zone for Lisboa. There was contact, and Antonio Fuoco said he didn't like losing and he bumped me off, and Marciello said he braked early and I had nowhere to go. And the net result was that Mauro Engel won it, didn't care. The Mercedes-AMG driver victorious, and a very furious Fuoco. At least in fairness to him, brought the car home in 9th. Marciello parked his BMW, but Antonio Fuoco back this year, and as we say, he's exorcised those demons in style.
That Ferrari is showroom condition, isn't it? There isn't a scratch on it. Looks absolutely superb, which around these barriers and walls of Macau, well, that's quite surprising. It really is representation that this has been a dominant weekend for Ferrari and a dominant weekend for Antonio Fuoco as well. Everybody else, the world's greatest GT drivers, come here to Macau. They didn't have an answer for Antonio Fuoco, and by the time we got to the checkered flag, almost 4 seconds the advantage over the rest of the field.
And the fastest lap of the race to Antonio Fuoco. There's not much he's not achieved over the course of the weekend. Pole position for the main race, a race victory with ease, and there the perfect shot for Ferrari's media team. All three of the 296s getting themselves together. Andy Deng and Ye Yifei coming into shot behind Antonio Fuoco. So the other manufacturers will take note, and they will be back even stronger next year. Porsche comes here every year with oodles of talent, top teams, but just never seems to have a car suited for Macau. The Porsche, great round the mountain section, but little good does that do you if the cars ahead are wide and have got the grunt on the open section, the waterfront section here.
I love this battle that unfolds every year at Macau between the manufacturers, and it's never the same. The story is never the same. That's a Ferrari roof you're standing on. I'm sure it will pop out, but that's the iconic picture, and also the national flag as well, with the Ferrari, the prancing horse in the middle. Hold it up high and make the most of this moment. It's a glorious day for Ferrari at Macau, and a glorious day for Antonio Fuoco as well. The joy, the emotion, and the celebrations as well. There was one job, and they did it.
Yes, indeed so. Brilliant job done. And the AF Corsa team, as we've been saying, pretty much the Ferrari factory team, and an excellent job run by Amato Ferrari. He is the AF of AF Corsa. So Antonio Fuoco goes on the scales and takes his Italian tricolore flag to go and celebrate with the rest of the Ferrari squad. Brilliant job done. Not seen Amato Ferrari here this weekend, but a very good racer himself in his earlier days in Formula 3000, and then he had a very brief spell in the British Touring Car Championship. But Antonio Fuoco got as far as Formula 3, was a race winner in the European Championship. He, after that, moved on to race briefly in Formula 2. Didn't win races, got 3 victories in Formula 2, but it's as a sports car and a GT racer, he's really found his niche. And they're still congratulating him in the white shirt, Benjamin Franasovici from SRO, and it's SRO that coordinates this grid. He's got his Ferrari hat, but he needs a Pirelli hat. Don't want that, he says. Well, I think you need it. So he's a bit busy at the moment sorting out the flag and the photographs. We'll let him have his Ferrari cap for photos. But for a race interview, we need the Pirelli cap. Alex Legui is down there for us, and you might have to prize him away from the team here, Alex, but good luck.
Ferrari just keep making history, and you've done it again. Antonio, what a drive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last 2 weeks has been really unbelievable. I think it's like dreaming. I want to thank the guy because I think coming here after last year was tough, but at the end with the perfect weekend, I think we can never ask for something better than this. I'm just so happy for me, for the team, for everyone. I mean, we really deserve this.
Perfect from beginning to end, and what a way to finish your season personally as well, Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, it's been really intensive season, but I think it's something that we will remember for many years.
Great job, and I know you've made Ferrari very proud.
Well done, Antonio Fuoco. And Antonio Fuoco then, more photographs required, and the flag has to be in the right place. Ferrari will take full marketing advantage of this, you can be sure. But as you say, showroom condition, not a mark on that 296.
And we get to hear one of the most jolly national anthems in a couple of minutes as well.
Very true. Right, now that he's been a factory Ferrari driver, he can be a Pirelli race winner. Change of caps. We all take our hats off to you, Antonio. That was quite a drive, a dominant display over the course of the weekend. And, he, along with Raffaele Marciello and Laurin Heinrich, will go to the podium. Everybody making sure that the right people head there. There will be a manufacturer's trophy as well, for which Antonello Coletta, the global head of endurance and Corsa Clienti, will be present. So you'll have drivers and manufacturers. Sands China will be represented on the podium to present the trophies for the race, and then Lutz Leif Linden, who is the FIA GT Commission President, will do the FIA trophy part of the ceremony.
Grazie Anto.
Right, in your own time, Antonio. There's probably nobody else you need to embrace. So crack on, podium beckons. Up you go. And result. Antonio. At the podium, sorry, Dang, and the Audi of Adley Fong brought Cinema Roll home in 11th. We lost Eduardo Mortara, we lost Alessio Picariello on the first lap, as we lost Aaron Schenguven and Luca Enschler and Dorian Boccolacci. So some big names went out with those two incidents in the first three corners. Had they survived, might have been a very different type. But Antonio Fuoco was going to take some stopping. At Macau, and the circuit now takes a big deep breath. For round about 2 hours before the Grand Prix itself, there is a special event which is going to be a classic car and bike display. There's going to be the Lion Dance. The drivers for the Macau Grand Prix, the FR, Formula Regional World Cup, are all introduced to the Chief Executive of Macau SAR, the Special Administrative Region, and the build-up will then continue for the Grand Prix itself. 72nd running. We haven't missed one from 1954, even with everything that COVID threw at us. The organisers are a more local event, but they were able to keep the event going, and that's a great tribute to all involved. It's a hugely busy circuit in terms of people working on it, running cars at the event, officiating and spectating as well. And long may it continue. The podium will be next. The drivers are being rounded up. There is the podium with the backdrop with the logos of the event, of Pirelli, of the FIA, of the AAMC, the Automotive Association of Macau. And very shortly, the doors will open. On one side, out will come the podium officials. On the other side, trophy queens will arrive. And then we'll have drivers, we'll have dignitaries, and then Chris Hartley, who is the English voice for the public address at Macau's Deer Circuit, will have a word with the drivers. And there'll be, if you like, two elements of the podium, one for the race and one for the FIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Trophy presentation ceremony for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, it goes to number 22, Raukin Hadidich from Germany. On first runner-up, it goes to number 53, Raffaele Marchero from Switzerland. And the winner is number 50, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. Congratulations. And also we would like to invite the winning manufacturer representative, Ferrari, Mr. Alizio Tonini, the Endurance Performance Specialist. Welcome, welcome all the drivers to join us on the podium. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Thank you. And now let's proceed to the trophy presentation. May we now invite our presenter to join us. Let's welcome Dr. Wilfred Wong, Executive Vice Chairman of Sense China Limited, to present the laurel and trophies to the top 3 winning drivers. First of all, to our second runner-up. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen, number 22, Dalkin Hardedich from Germany. Congratulations, and let's move on to our first runner-up driver, number 53, Rafael Machado. Congratulations, and of course, to the top of the podium, the winner is number 50, Antonio. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Dave Sun, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Sense China Limited, Managing Director of Venetian Macau Limited, to present the winning manufacturer laurel and trophy to the representative of Ferrari. Congratulations! Let's gather at the center. Let's take a photo together. All right. Please smile for the camera at the front. Cool. Please look at the front, at the media zone's cameras as well. Let's capture this fantastic moment. Once again, congratulations. Drivers, please remain at the current position. Thank you, our guests. Thank you. Thank you. Driver, please remain at the current position. Please remain at the current position. Let's invite Mr. Lutz Leif Linden, FIA GT Commission President, to present the trophy to the winner. Once again, to Antonio Fuoco. Congratulations. And also, another trophy to the winning manufacturer. Mr. Alizio Tonini, please. Ferrari! Congratulations! Let's take a photo together. Thank you. Please look at the front once again. Let's hold our trophy. Take one more photo. We would definitely like to capture down your glory moment with your shyness smile. Congratulations once again. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Lutz Leif Linden. Thank you very much. And to all the winners, it's your celebration time, the champagne time. All right. We are all ready to celebrate with our drivers on the podium. Once again, a loud cheers! Congratulations! Woo! Thank you very much. Congrats. It's definitely a moment to remember. Thank you very much. And to all the winning drivers, please again remain on the podium. Now I'll pass the time to Chris to have some interview with our winning drivers, please.
Thank you very much. It's always the poor old manufacturer representative that gets wettest on the podium. Lauren, many congratulations. A great effort. Second visit to Macau on the podium. I spoke to Jan on the grid. He said the hotter weather might suit the Porsches a little bit better. So it proved to be. You had a very good start.
Yeah, it was a very good start. I mean, at this point, I have to say, John and me worked really well together through turn 1 and turn 2. I think he was in a really great position, and we were just trying to follow each other. In the end, I have to say, I feel really sorry for him because he would have deserved it the same as me. We were braking behind each other, and I got tagged from behind, so I had nowhere to go. I was breaking the brake pedal as hard as I could. But yeah, I'm really sorry for him. He would have really deserved it. But thanks for my team, CLRT and Porsche. I think we did a great turnaround of the weekend where we struggled a bit in the beginning. But we had a great car today. Unfortunately, I could not make the move. I think, as you said, I had advantage in the early laps. But yeah, where I make the lap time versus the others, it was just a bit too difficult to go for a move. But in the end, I'm really happy at my second visit to come home with a trophy.
Yeah, in the middle of the lap, you were super quick down into the hairpin, but there's no way to overtake there. And then at the end of the lap, the start of the lap, the high-speed sections, the BMW just a little bit quicker than you.
Yeah, exactly. It got a bit frustrating. I mean, I tried everything I could in the end to exit the hairpin as close as I can, but you always have this catching effect, and it's hard to stay close at the exit. In the end, I ran out of tools in my toolbox, but still, it's great to race around this legendary place, and I'm hoping to come back soon.
Super job. Well done, Lauren. Great job by you. And Raffaele, congratulations, second place. It feels like, from an outsider's point of view, you got the most that you could possibly get from the BMW today. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, we are the only one with the front engine now, and we know that we need an advantage in Sector 1 to be quick. And yeah, I mean, I think the Ferrari overall was the fastest car. Antonio did an amazing job, so at the end, I think yeah, P2 was the maximum possible.
Still nice to get your first podium here as a BMW driver, and you had to, be aware of Lauren behind you and the Audi of Joel as well. So you still had to remain focused.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Porsche was unused and I was on new tire, I was still struggling a lot. But yeah, as I said, luckily I have a good Sector 1 and last sector, so I was always able to keep some safety, let's say. And we know in Macau it's very hard to overtake also, so at the end I just had to keep it clean, and then yeah.
And the start was mega. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think if I got, I don't know, he braked for Mandarin or he slowed down because he was very inside. So I saw the opportunity and I took it. I don't know with Alessio what happened, but I didn't have any contact with him. But yeah, I knew I had to do something at the start because it was my only chance. And yeah, unfortunately I came one position too short.
It worked to get the podium there. Well done. Great to see you again. Here he is, our winner. Wow. Is there anything better than hearing the Italian national anthem? First Italian to win the GT World Cup. Your first win, Ferrari's first win. The perfect day.
Yeah, I mean, I think through all the weekend we did an amazing job, and I want to thank all the guys because we really pushed since the beginning. Was a payoff from last year because I think we went really close, and this weekend we did everything perfect. So I just want to thank all of them. It's really special to be here today, and I think the last couple of weeks has been amazing. So it's really dream come true, and I'm so happy to be here today.
You built a nice big lead, then the safety car came out, which you probably didn't want to happen, but your restart was fantastic. You gave yourself a nice easy run on the restart to the first braking point.
Yeah, I mean, if I need to be honest, I was quite scared looking at the speed of the BMW on the straight, but I think I was able to manage a really good restart, and it works quite well, and then I just tried to keep the margin and manage until the end.
And where does this victory rate in your career?
I mean, one of the top 3, I would say.
That's pretty good. Listen, you've been superb, a superstar all weekend. Many congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Your race winner, GT Cup World Champion, Antonio Fuoco.
Congratulations once again to all the winning drivers. So ladies and gentlemen, there will be another anticipated race later in the afternoon. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Congratulations then to Lauren Heinrich for third place, Raffaele Marciello second, and Antonio Fuoco takes a first FIA GT World Cup win. The Macau GT Cup falls to Ferrari and Antonio Fuoco at the end of a dominant display here on the streets of Macau.
World Cup. We have our top three finishers here. Race winner Antonio Fuoco, second Raffaele Macciello, and third place Lauren Heinrich, and a representative from Ferrari, Ferdinando Canizzo, who's the head of endurance race cars. Congratulations to all of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門 GT 級國際汽聯 GT 世界級正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主富奧、亞軍馬些路同埋海恩、季軍海恩利希。另外冠軍廠隊法拉利代表都有在場。
Antonio, congratulations. A win at Macau is always special, but your first win, Ferrari's first win, and especially after what happened 12 months ago, how special does this feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really special to win Macau, and as you said, especially after last year. But I mean, it's racing, so we came back this year with one goal, and I think we did an amazing job through all the weekend, since the free practice, qualifying, hyperpole, and then the qualifying race yesterday, and also today. I think we managed everything really well. I would like to thank all the team because they pushed really hard for this race, for this weekend. So this victory is for all of them. I think we really deserve it after last year, as you said, and I'm really happy and proud to be here today.
富奧表示咧，其實佢喺舊年嘅時候未能獲得好好嘅成績啦，所以今年咧就捲土重來。咁佢喺成個比賽週末裏邊嘅步伐都非常之穩健啦，而佢咧亦都可以同車隊一齊咧去保持住呢個勢頭啦，咁直至到喺依家嘅正賽裏邊攞到冠軍嘅。咁佢好多謝車隊啦。
We know the pace of the car has been very strong all weekend, but obviously the difficult points were going to be both the start and the restart, especially with Raffaele's straight line speed behind you. How do you approach them, and how comfortable were you?
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday I did a good start, so I tried to repeat what I did yesterday, and then at the restart, to be honest, I was a bit scared looking at the start of Lello, so I tried to manage and push really hard on the last two corners. I was able to open a bit the gap, and I almost lost the car in Mandarin, but I think I was pushing really hard, and I mean, everything worked well. So again, I'm really happy of what we have done, and yeah, that's it.
而佢都補充到咧，其實喺賽事裏邊咧，佢都有多次險些失手嘅部分嘅，咁但係佢都可以將佢拉翻嚟啦，然之後好開心可以衝線嘅。
And it was a new format here this weekend with Super Pole. How did you think that worked?
Yeah, I think it was quite funny, the format that we had this weekend. The only thing, we went a bit late, quite dark, but I think was still able to see the track all around. But I think it's really nice format where you need to be on that point for one lap, which you need to put everything together. And already Macau is quite special, and I think this format of qualifying, it makes Macau even more special.
而佢亦都認為咧，今年新增嘅超級崗位賽咧，係為澳門嘅賽事咧更添色彩嘅。
Raffaele, congratulations on second place. A great start there, and an exciting pass past Ye. Can you just run through that opening sequence, and did you realise that this was going to be the best opportunity to make positions?
Yeah, I mean, I had to do something at the start. It's a pity yesterday I was not able to overtake Alessio and Ife when I almost did it. And then, yeah, before, even if you had a bit of a power advantage, I mean, you know, you can play there and there a bit, and Ferrari had a good start. They were also quick at the straight at one point, so it was very difficult for me to do more. Then I had to think more to defend more than attacking. So at the end, P2 was the best possible position when Ferrari attended P1 from quali onward. So they did their job. So P2 was the maximum.
第二位馬西路咧就表示其實佢見到對手咧喺成個比賽週末裏邊咧個勢頭都非常之強勁啦，咁所以其實佢喺正賽裏邊咧都非常之難咧可以做到太多嘅咁所以喺參賽嘅策略上邊咧佢就選擇多係守住自己嘅位置。
Even though we know that BMW had a good straight line speed advantage, how much pressure was there in the race from behind, and how much were you having to make sure you had enough of a buffer coming out of Melco?
I think more to don't crash the car, because it was very, very difficult to do good lap times and don't lose the car, because I had a lot of understeer in the hairpins, then no traction, so I was struggling a lot. So I had, to defend. I mean, in Macau, even if you are not very quick in the straight, you can still defend because it's very difficult to overtake. But the car was very tricky to drive, so yeah, at one point I said I cannot catch Antonio anymore, so I just drive safely to the end.
而佢都補充到咧，雖然寶馬其實喺直路上邊係比較有利啦，但係因為其實去到賽事嘅進行當中咧，佢個輪胎嘅走地力都開始失去啦，所以佢喺雖然好想繼續向前追啦，但係更加重要嘅咧就係守住第2嘅位置。
And what did you make of the Super Pole format this year? You've obviously been here before, but this was a new addition for 2025.
I think it's like funnier for sure, but I mean there is always pro and con, because they did this because they were scared of red flag, but it can happen also in Super Pole if one of the first guy crashed, so he's crashing. So at the end it's nice because you have 2 laps, you're alone, but at the end it's not changing so much the result of qualifying, but for sure it's more fun. I would even do maybe only 1 car on track per time, so then for sure you are safe, you don't have red flag, traffic, whatever. But for sure it's always nice when you have a Super Pole format.
而佢亦都對超級桿位賽咧補充到，佢就覺得其實可以喺雖然個超級桿位賽嘅成績咧對個賽果嘅幫助可能未必好大啦，但係可以喺東望洋跑道上做到2個乾淨嘅圈速咧，都係非常之好嘅。
Lauren, congratulations on 3rd place. A very dramatic opening sequence to that race, that run from the start all the way down to Lisboa. Can you just run through how that panned out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I knew coming from P8 it would be difficult, and my best chance to make some spots up is at the start. So I was actually, I mean, happy is the wrong word, but I was quite okay with losing a position yesterday to start on the right side today, because I think, yeah, especially through turn 1, that's a bit better, especially when you're in the middle of the field. So that worked pretty well. I got side by side with the Audi exit of turn 1. Actually, he squeezed me in the wall, so I touched the wall on the right and the Audi on the left. I was sandwiched, and I was not sure coming into Mandarin if the car is okay and the tires are okay, but in the end you have to go for it, because there's also the whole field behind you, so you cannot slow down too much. I had a great Mandarin, a great run. I saw Ayanchan, my teammate, is on the very right. He's also making up spots. And I came with huge overspeed. Actually, I had to lift the throttle a bit to not bump draft him too hard. So I gave him a little bump draft so that put him ahead, his nose ahead of the others. Coming to the braking point, I think both of us made a clear plan before the race that we worked together there. And I mean, we were in the best position on the inside of turn 3. During the braking, I got unfortunately a hit from behind, and I locked the rear axle. I knew that now it's the time to push the brake pedal as hard as you can, and that's what I did. But unfortunately, yeah, I got pushed into my teammate, and he ended up in the wall. So that's very unfortunate. Obviously, I feel, despite finishing on the podium for the first time, I feel quite bad also for him, because he would have deserved it as much as I do, and still. I hope he will get over it, and I'm sure someday he will come back here and also have great success.
第3位嘅何恩利希咧表示，其實佢喺第8位起步啦。咁對於佢嚟講咧，其實呢個起步位置咧，反而佢覺得係尤其是係喺進入第1彎嘅時候咧，係比較有利嘅。咁佢喺其實比賽過程當中，尤其是喺前邊咧，佢都遇到唔少嘅問題啦。譬如話佢俾對手逼到掂到圍欄啦，跟住俾2架車夾住啦，跟住但係因為喺比賽過程當中你又唔可以減慢速度啦，所以其實咧喺成個賽事過程當中咧，佢都有好多唔同嘅掙扎同埋問題要去面對啦。而佢咧喺剎車位咧，亦都因為唔小心咧就鎖死咗輪胎等等嘅一啲問題。咁所以咧，佢到最後咧可以攞到第3咧，佢都覺得好開心嘅。
And how did the battle with Raffaele then kind of play out for you? Because we know the straight line speed advantage he had. Did you feel there was any opportunity to get past, or was it always going to be a bit of an uphill battle?
Yeah, once we restarted after the safety car, I was quite happy to see that I can apply some pressure on Raffaele, because in the end, we had a really difficult build-up to the weekend. We had issues on the car, also with reliability through FP1, FP2. It was uncertain if I could even start the quali race. But the team, Schumacher Siller, did a good job not only to fix the car, but also to give me a quick car. But in the end, surely, I think I had a small pace advantage in the beginning of the race. But it was a bit difficult, despite the lap time advantage that I maybe had, to go for a move, because I think the BMW and the Porsche doesn't get any more different than that, how the cars produce the lap time on which parts of the track. So yeah, I ran a bit out of tools in my toolbox to try and make a move, and in the end I still tried to keep the pressure up, to not fall in the hands of the Audi behind me, but I knew it would be he would need to make a big mistake for me to profit from that.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實喺賽事恢復嘅時候咧，佢亦都的確咧有向馬些路咧就嘗試施壓嘅，咁但係因為佢其實係自己喺自由練習1同埋2裏邊咧，其實都有遇到一啲問題啦。咁車隊幫佢整翻架車之後咧，咁佢都係偏向一個比較小心同埋嘅駕駛方法嘅。咁其實喺賽事嘅開頭咧，佢覺得自己咧嘅勝算係比較大嘅，所以佢都有嘗試去推進啦。咁但係因為去到後嚟，佢就發覺其實嗰個前面同埋後車嘅嗰個壓力咧都好大，所以佢就喺保持位置嘅時候抵擋後車嘅施壓啦，最後就攞到第3。
And Ferdinando, congratulations on a win for Ferrari. It's been a great season for Ferrari in endurance racing in WEC. What does this victory at Macau mean for Ferrari?
Yeah, definitely a very outstanding season for us. And this is a kind of, right closing of the season, because as Antonio said, we worked very hard. We knew that we had some difficulties to face, with our competitors, but in fact we worked very hard to strengthen our strong points and to be sure that the car over there was perfect. And on the other side, we spent many times with the drivers and with the team trying to understand how we can manage. And I have to say that the move that Antonio made at the restart of the safety car by launching the car while warming up the tires was great. So at the end, it's definitely a victory that rewards the team of their effort through the season, and I think motivated us to do always better for the future.
而今次嘅冠軍廠隊代表咧，亦都表示其實佢對自己對廠隊喺成個賽季嘅表現都比較滿意啦。咁其實賽季係非常之艱難嘅，尤其是係知道要同啲咁強嘅對手去比拼啦。所以除咗要保持賽車係達到極致嘅狀態之外咧，其實同車手啦同埋車隊去一齊管理佢哋嘅策略都非常之重要嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top 3? Nope, all good. Congratulations. If you can stay for a quick photograph, everybody together, it'd be fantastic. Thank you very much.
One of the features of the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix every year is the special event. And when we say special event, it is a collection of quite spectacular motorcycles and cars from all over the region that come here to lap the gear circuit here at Macau and enjoy every single one. I always feel very sorry for these riders and drivers and owners of these vehicles, that when they come here, if we've had a delay, they don't get a chance to go on the circuit. This year, David, we've got them coming out, and it's quite an eclectic mix, you know.
It is, and it's fascinating to see what people in this region buy, whether it's Mercedes or BMW or Porsche or good old British classics. There's a Mini and a Jaguar we've seen. Porsche 911, you've got a Toyota Corolla, the A86, you've got Mitsubishi Stryons, Toyota MR2s, Toyota Celicas, Honda Civics. BMWs are plenty. That's very nicely turned out with the works stripes. Yep. And a wave from the mirrors on the Mark II Stryon Turbo, open-top BMWs.
But what a moment this is. They get the chance to go around the gear circuit here at Macau and wave to the crowd. Not substantial crowd here at Macau every year. The grandstands are absolutely packed at this point in the afternoon, an hour and a half away from the Macau Grand Prix, and this is something very special for these owners and drivers and riders as well. Just coming past us here on the start-finish line. And I'll tell you what, you get a fairly unique video if you've got the iPhone working inside the car, and being very well appreciated by the crowds in the grandstands as well. Quite rightly, let's pick out a few of these cars and bikes. We've got Harley Davidsons, Ducatis, Suzuki's, BMW bikes as well. And as far as cars are concerned, we've got Mercedes, Porsche, Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi, David, Alfa Romeos.
Hooray! Got a couple of minis as well, some beautifully presented original minis.
It really is a great thing when they can take to the circuit. We are on schedule today, which is why the special event can take place. And at the front and the rear, we have the BMW course cars. Very smart liveries on those safety cars for this weekend here at Macau, the 72nd running of Macau. Well, a nice Mercedes SL280 as well. You know when you've had a car and you sell it and you forever regret having sold it? Yeah,
that's yours.
For me, that is. Yeah.
So it's the BMW official cars fore and aft, but yeah, lots of variety amongst the field, and a great reception I think is going to be afforded to, first of all, the bikers, the classic bikes down at Lisboa. Bikes and scooters, in fact, and Vespers and Piaggios in there as well. And everybody pretty much being able to give a wave to the fans as well.
There's some pretty mean bikes looking down there as well. And what a moment going through the very famous Lisboa. And bear in mind, we can't see it from that camera angle, but there is a huge crowd packed into the grandstand overlooking Lisboa. And bravely taking one hand off the handlebars, going up San Francisco Hill.
Have a look at this sidecar, because the owner is trying to get the sidecar in the air, but it's got some very odd-looking passenger in it.
It does a bit, and that's part of the features of this part of the world as well. Little cartoon characters are ever present around the Macau Grand Prix. We've got two more little characters as well this week, because...
You speak for yourself.
Thank you very much. Because we've also got not only the Macau Grand Prix happening over 4 days here at Macau, but for the Greater Bay Area, which is all of these regions all together, very proudly hosting part of the National Games this week. And, that means that it's a huge sporting event. There's plenty for the crowds to get excited about. Quite a lot of organisation to go in, like the sporting committees around Macau as well. And we've got two little dolphins, which are the rather cute and animated mascots of the National Games. So they are quite evident. You can see them on one of the bridges as well around the at Macau circuit, just after, on the bridge, just after Lisboa, the two little characters. I'm sure they've got names, but it's quite a thing in this part of the world, isn't it? These little cartoon characters.
And more characters will come to the grid in due course, because the lion dance is going to be happening as part of the build-up to the Grand Prix. But then you look at what is notionally a classic car display, you then start to realise that some of these cars that you thought were relatively recent have been around for a long, long time. Mitsubishi Steyr Turbo Mark II, they're going back to 1986. A lot of success here and in the UK for that in saloon car racing. Porsche's 911, or we've just had a GT race with 911s in that make that look anorexic, because the modern day 911, certainly a race version, is so much bigger than the 1970s.
I think that's Porsche.
Right.
Which, as you say, to us feels like just yesterday, but it's quite a venerable car now, isn't it?
It is, rather.
Yeah.
But the nice thing is, I know we're going off on a small tangent and dwelling on Porsche when you're looking at BMWs, but it doesn't matter which model it is, which style, which generation, it's always got that Porsche front. You can always tell a Porsche. The beautiful Series 4 Spider, left-hand drive as well, which is obviously how they were built in Italy. Some were brought to the UK and converted to right-hand drive specification, but that was by the importer. There's the Mini, or one of the two Minis. In fact, you've got the other one right at the very back, with the Rally Monte Carlo rally plate on the roof rack.
It's a beautiful Mercedes as well. Is that the 1973 Mercedes?
I think so.
Have you seen the Porsche? They produced a poster probably about 2 years ago, the evolution of the 911, because it rather proves exactly what you say.
Okay.
When you go right back through the ages, every iteration of the Porsche 911, you can see the DNA is there, even up to the GT3 Beast that we just saw around the gear circuit, which are just beautiful, absolutely superb.
And the BMW 2002, I noticed, which is another car that had a good motorsport pedigree, racing and rallying.
Well, the unique helmet as well, being shown off around the streets of Macau.
Just thinking, as the bikes came out of Moorish, how wide it suddenly looks.
Yes.
It doesn't win cars on that.
No, it doesn't. No, far from it.
And that beautiful MG, which, with the white-walled wheels, goes back to a totally different era. And the enthusiastic owners of these cars doing one lap, they joined near Black Sands. There's the Series 4 Alpha Spider, 1750cc engine.
I haven't got an MG on my list, which is disappointing, because it's definitely there, isn't it? I was hoping to bring some wise words about that car, but I'm afraid I'd rather let you down. Not for the first time in our friendship.
Just let that hang for a moment.
And I'm sure it won't be the last.
Well, the bikers, I think, are coming out of the Macau hairpin, which suggests that they are on their way to the end of their parade lap.
But it is special. It's special for the crowds,
Mm.
and it's special for the owners as well. I can see boys and girls that have brought their motorcycles out. I'm sure their cars as well.
Notice one or two of the riders have got their GoPros mounted on the helmets as well, so they can go and relive their lap of the Macau circuit.
Quite a few Harley Davidsons represented, making a bit of a roar. We made the point last night, actually, walking around the streets of Macau. You don't see big motorcycles here, do you?
No, it's true.
You see scooters, but you don't see big motorbikes. Well, now's our chance. We've got some wonderful motorcycle machinery making its way around the gear circuit.
Mazda MX-5s, Minis are plenty, Hyundais, more Mercedes, and reflecting Macau's connection to Hong Kong and Hong Kong's past as part of the Commonwealth, there's the good old British Jaguar. With MG as its number plate, perversely.
Yeah, yes, it's a great sight, and really pleased that they were able to get out. In the past, we've had a bit of disappointment, really, for the special event when we are behind on schedule on the circuit, and recoveries need to be made before we get the Grand Prix build-up underway. Then all of these people that have very kindly brought their vehicles down to display, and how beautifully they've been prepared as well. And they don't get a chance to do these laps around the circuit, and today they most definitely have.
So they were shown the checkered flag when they came through before, and they are going to be shown, I think, the checkered flag again, because the lap has been completed. No checkered flag this time. They got the checkered flag on their previous passing over the timing line, but now they're being allowed to keep going.
But they massively ignored it. And
yes, well, the safety car keeps going, I suppose. You just follow that, don't you?
Race control have given up because they're enjoying every single moment of this. And that's quite a feat that chap there on the motorcycle is doing. Both hands off the handlebars. And our little sidecar mascot is doing okay. He's a bit dislodged, though, I'm afraid. Couldn't afford to go any quicker than that. You might lose your mascot, which none of us want, do we?
Just thinking about some of the motorbikes, not all, of course, from this area. You've got the likes of Yamaha and Honda and Kawasaki, of course, but some KTMs, Ducati being represented by Motor, and MV Agusta as well. And as you've been saying over the course of the weekend, the Bike Grand Prix, hugely important part of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, because it's another grid, it's something different, but it's also hugely popular with the fans, and it is hard to find anybody that comes here and is not wowed by the bikes. I was overhearing a conversation in the hotel last night between a couple of British fans and Peter Hickman.
Yep.
And the fans were clearly here. They got talking to people, they come and watch the race. And this guy must have been in his late 50s, early 60s, and could not believe what he had been watching. And Peter Hickman said to him, sorry if we woke you up this morning, because obviously they were on track at 7 o'clock. And this gentleman was saying, not at all, and it was worth it. He said, I can't believe what you guys do.
No.
And these bikes, and indeed the cars that we have here, they don't get slower every year, do they? They get faster and faster and faster, and the commitment level goes in even more. But on a motorbike, it is just breathtaking. And there are some superb photographs that have emanated from the Grand Prix over the years of the cars, yes, but of motorbikes as well. The Steve Hislop picture where his shoulder is completely up against the wall.
They used to compare. I once saw them comparing how much sort of yellow and black paint they had on the overalls or on the helmet.
On the helmet.
I once saw it down in the paddock after a session. I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. But I mean, they're smiling when they get off the bikes, when they finish their session out on the circuit. They are absolutely buzzing for what they do. And if you bear in mind, they're at the start of the day. Could have been 7:30 in the morning that they came out. Incredible bravery. And you mentioned Peter Hickman. Really good result for him as well, coming in second place with his teammate in British Superbikes for the second year running, winning the Macau Grand Prix for motorcycles yesterday, second year running, although last year Davey Todd didn't get the chance to race. It was all on qualifying order because of the weather. But Peter Hickman had a rather nasty crash this year and went through a series of operations, and so to be second on the streets of Macau after a challenging year, I think it's fair to say he's well on the mend.
True. The adrenaline rush you must have in a car around here is one thing, but on a motorbike, I can't begin to imagine. As you can see, the cars now being brought off the circuit, so it was one full lap, and then they go off the circuit, heading towards the Sands Hotel, really, that access road. And the special event done, the organisers then now will make sure that the circuit is clear. In due course, the dignitaries will come for the build-up for the Grand Prix. The Lion Dance will entertain on the grid, and then the field will get ready for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. It doubles up as the FIA FR World Cup, and it promises in itself to be a very special event. For the 72nd running, all eyes are on Macau. For this year's Grand Prix, it is not only the next chapter in a quite amazing story from how this began as a road sports race for local drivers to a fully fledged international single-seater race, but it is also the FIA FR World Cup. The FIA, the governing body of World Motorsport, FR standing for Formula Regional, which is this Formula 3 style chassis introduced for the Grand Prix last year, and it takes the event back to its most recent iteration, where you have drivers from across the world coming to compete in one shootout, a category, Formula Regional, that operates both down under, in Europe, in Japan, elsewhere. And you take the best drivers, you put them on a circuit at which they don't race all year because it is only open as a race circuit for 4 days every season, and you find out who the stars are. David Addison and Alan Hyde are in the commentary box. They're looking forward hugely to what promises to be our 15-lap 72nd Macau Grand Prix, the grid for which will be formed very shortly. The cars are on their way, as you can see, into position, and they will line up in the order in which the results dictated from yesterday's qualifying race. That was won by Freddie Slater, who has won the European Championship this year for Regional chassis. And Alan, he's got to start as one of the favourites.
It's been quite super to watch, hasn't it? Experience counts for a huge amount here around the streets of Macau on the gear circuit, over 6 kilometres. And Freddie Slater has been here before, albeit he hasn't had the taste of success that he had yesterday, winning the qualification race. But all of that experience goes together to set him up really rather nicely, including the pole position that he'll take up for this afternoon's Grand Prix. Freddie Slater has many eyes from the motorsport world upon him this afternoon.
The drivers, once they have done their formation lap, sorry, their sighting lap, I should really say, round to the grid, get out of the car. Nothing unusual about that. Drivers out of cars with a long build-up you perhaps get used to seeing. But where the Macau Grand Prix differs is that all the drivers then make their way to the front of the grid. And in a short period of time, they will be introduced to the dignitaries for the event. The chief executive of the Macau SAR, Sam Ho Fai, along with the president of the Macau Grand Prix Organising Committee, Ms. O Lam, and the acting president of the Sports Bureau, and the coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organising Committee, in fact, Ms. Si Lei. They will all make their way onto the grid, and then the chief executive will head to the grandstand opposite the start line and watch the race from there. There you can see drivers all ready for the introduction to the dignitaries, and many of them thinking, gosh, this is unusual, I've not done this before. Freddie Slater has, because he was in the Grand Prix last year but crashed out on the last lap, made a move, and he said, I had to have a go. It's Macau, nothing to lose. Not like you have to think about championship points or anything, you just go for it. But once everybody is in place, it's been a rather curious track in the last half an hour, 45 minutes, because it's been filling up gradually of all sorts of things. Not only mechanics, not only cars, not only grid personnel, but also the mascots of the many casinos, such as Melco or SJM, for example, and each of them seems to have a different animal as its mascot. So we've had pandas and cockerels and chickens and Lord knows what. Now we have drivers, we have cars, we have grid personnel, we have media aplenty, we have VIPs, and away from the drivers, further down the pit straight towards turn 1, we have prepared, ready, the dancers who will conduct the lion dance, which precedes the eye-dotting ceremony, which is all part of the responsibility of the chief executive, Sam Ho Fai, who will effectively bless the race and wish everybody involved good luck. There are the drivers then, and if I say racing drivers get younger all the time, perhaps when you look at single-seater racing, it's never more true, because you're looking at people now in their late teens, but only just.
You're right, and for many of these drivers, as you mentioned, this is the first time they've experienced to build up to a race that they're going to be competing in, the like of which doesn't happen anywhere else. Can you imagine anywhere else where you would have this athletic and rather beautiful and colourful presentation of the historic lion dance, which we get at 3:15 local time. It's 3:05 local time, so the drivers will be introduced to the dignitaries in just a few minutes' time. We need to get them all organised in the right order and all lined up there at the front of the grid. And when you look back from the drivers, the lineup of drivers back to the grid, you can't see any tarmac.
No.
It is absolutely packed down there, and all of this is part of, as you say, a unique build-up to a race that these young drivers have never seen before, including these huge and rather difficult to get through the gate onto the grid. These huge mascots. As you say, I think we watched a chicken having to be squeezed through a gate onto the grid, which was rather amusing. There are pandas that are really a little bit smaller in body, but huge heads they've got on them as well. But it's all part of this event. It's unique to this event, and we absolutely love it.
All the local casinos, and when I say local, I mean we're not talking small enterprises here. They are multi-million-dollar businesses. They all embrace the event, and the casinos themselves are multiple rooms. They're shopping malls within. It is just like you transplant Las Vegas to Macau, and it all lights up at night. It is a quite amazing place. People that have never been think they have an idea of what it might be like, and then their eyes are suddenly opened. The German friend of ours was talking to us the other morning in his first visit, and when we asked him what he thought about it, he said, "It's just bonkers," which seemed to sum it up quite effectively. And it is. I mean, it does. We've said over the weekend, Alan, this place have almost a split personality. In the day, yeah, got big, tall buildings, modern architecture. Go out to the mountain section of the circuit, for example. There are trees. There's old buildings, old architecture. And at night, you could be in a different part of the world. It's not just that the lights come on the buildings, but it takes on a completely different personality. The drivers acknowledge.
And darkness falls before you know it. We were walking around town last night. We walked past a rather large pond, is that the best way to say it, which is outside the back of the Wynn Hotel, and all of a sudden, no warning, music started coming out of the lampposts, which all hide speakers and big subwoofer speakers as well. So the quality of the music was lovely, and a fully illuminated water display just happened for 5 minutes, and then everything went quiet again. No warning, just happened.
Just that. But around the first, 3 corners of the circuit, there are at least a dozen big casinos and hotels, and then you go to one of the other islands and there's probably the same again, if not more, and it is a very busy place, Macau. People coming across from Hong Kong and from mainland China, and it is always busy. So too is the grid, as gradually it starts now to release more and more people down towards the front. Engineers, though, staying with the cars. The Formula Regional concept is that everybody here has the same sort of car. It's a Tatius-built chassis, Tatius F318. It's got an Auto Technica tuned Alfa Romeo 1800cc turbocharged engine. But they're all run by different teams, and that enables the engineers that have been to Macau for many a season to really make a difference and to help their driver. It's going to be from the very experienced and successful Prema Racing team, the pole position car, SJM Theodore Prema Racing, to give it its full title. The SJM Entertainment concern. Theodore is a good Macau, Hong Kong motor racing connection. Theodore Yip, Teddy Yip, went to Formula One as a constructor and has always been, the Yip family has always been involved in the Macau Grand Prix, very proud of its origins and its roots within Macau and Hong Kong. And that continues, possibly with yet more success, courtesy of Freddie Slater today. Another of the Prema Racing Theodore cars, Rashid Al-Dakheri, who starts a little bit further back on the grid.
As we build up to the line dance, can we just mention that this is a very athletic presentation that we have for the line dance. The athletes, if you've not seen it before, enjoy every single moment of the colour and the athleticism that you're about to see, because these athletes, these dancers, call them what you will, have been out there trying to find a bit of shade for the last hour or so. We've watched them in the paddock, and they have been almost fully in costume, all bar the final finishing touches on the costumes, in what is a very, very hot day in the sunshine, getting ready for this. They are absolutely supreme athletes, and it's all part of the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix every time we run this race, and it's a spectacular introduction to the race that some of these drivers will have never witnessed before. You can only be one part of the world, and it is just before the Macau Grand Prix. Absolutely love this build-up.
Yeah. Some of the drivers looking very formal, overalls all done up, others with their overalls by their waist to get a little bit of cool, and they're members of the Grand Prix organising committee. lined up awaiting the chief executive and the other key officials to make their way onto the circuit. Looking down across the track, we can see all the scrutineer team lined up in formation, and we can sort of see the route that's going to be taken past the officials and into the pit lane and then onto the track to meet the drivers, and then across the other side into the grandstand. The race will have a green flag in 20 minutes time, so the drivers here trying to get in the zone. They can't do anything other than wait and go through this process, but as soon as they turn on their heels and get back to the cars, it's race faces on. Yesterday's race, which was the qualifying race, ran without incident. Drivers making sure they kept out of trouble. We've had an awful lot of incident over practice and qualifying, but actually that race yesterday was much calmer, which was good to see.
It most certainly was, and calm is anything but, I think, for the drivers that are lined up at the front of the field at the moment. They want to be doing what they do, which is to be getting in the car, getting ready, and actually on their own, on circuit, on the gear circuit, in their racing cars. But they can't do that for a little while. They have this introduction, and you know what, for them now, they're thinking, can we just get on with it? Can we do it now?
Yep.
But they will look back on this and think, what a magical moment. What a magical build-up to a race, the like of which they'll never have had before.
Yes, if they are fortunate enough to get into Formula One, then there's obviously a long grid process. But even in that, you don't have the head of the government to come and greet you on the grid, more often than not. So one or two umbrellas are up to shield drivers from the heat. The FIA flags are flying, as you can see. The different resorts with their banners, the mechanics around the cars, the engineers around the cars. Still, people are pouring forward down the grid. And I think very shortly, you can see Macau Grand Prix branded people running around. We are imminent to get things underway. The line dancers now prepared their costumes. You look at the grid, you can see at the very front, look, the lions start to adorn their costumes, and the lion dance is going to happen very shortly. And you can see coming down the pit lane, Alan, our government dignitaries and Macau Grand Prix organising committee senior members have now arrived.
Yes, they do. Through the gate onto the grid, the very, very colourful lion dance is prepared as well. And then the welcome for the chief executive. So Sam Ho-Fai, who this afternoon officiates at the Formula Regional Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And we will have the presentation to all of the Macau Grand Prix organising committee members, the drivers as well, and will officiate in just a few moments' time over the good luck lion eye dotting ceremony before the race. Just being introduced to all of the Macau Grand Prix organising committee members, and a huge amount of work goes into the preparation of this Macau Grand Prix, even more this year, because we've mentioned that also this week happening is that Macau are very proudly involved in the national games taking place in the Greater Bay Area here, Macau and various other regions as well. And so all of the Grand Prix organising committee are welcomed by the chief executive, and then all the drivers as well, shaking hands with the whole of the field for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
Spot one or two of the colours on the overalls being familiar, either McLaren, Red Bull or Theodore Racing, as Sam Ho-Fai makes his way down the line of the full complement, 27 drivers from all over the world as well. Representatives from Italy, from Japan, from France, from Spain, from Austria, from Great Britain, from Argentina, from America, from Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Mexico, France, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Poland, and, pleasingly, Macau, because Charles Leung, who's been a double winner of the event, is on the grid as well. So the organising committee members met and greeted, the drivers met, now the eye dotting takes place. It is a feature of the Macau Grand Prix, and now that Sam Ho-Fai has done the majority of the duties to bless the event, the eye-dotting ceremony that allows the lion dance to be next.
It's just superb, isn't it?
Only at Macau.
You couldn't be anywhere else in the world. It brings a huge smile to not just our faces in the commentary box, who also got our phones out to once again take a picture of this, but it is incredible. Absolutely incredible and colourful, and everything about this part of the world and the build-up to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. The chief executive makes his way, Mr. Sam Ho Fai, and the officials make their way off the grid, because in just a moment we'll begin to get ourselves ready for the drivers getting themselves into the cars, and hopefully we'll get word from a few of them down on the grid. But and the whole thing is just so well orchestrated.
Yeah.
We were told the lion dance will start at 3:15. It started on the 2nd at 3:15, where everybody was in the right place. They'd worked out how long would it take to be introduced to all of the committee members, and then to all of the drivers, take up the place, dot the I's on the line, and then have the lion dance as well. I just think this is superb, even down to the little tension barriers that keep the press away from the area of action for the lion dance as well. It's just supremely organised.
It is indeed, and now that the grid is being cleared of personnel and of dignitaries and of the lion dance troupe as well, drivers have left the grid. They've gone for their final part of pre-race ritual to make themselves a fraction lighter. They'll get back into the cars very shortly, and we are just 11 minutes and change away from the green flag, so the cars will be released for one formation lap to get warmth into the Pirelli tyres, and then it'll be a standing start ready for the 72nd Grand Prix de Macau for the FR World Cup. Still a very, very busy grid, and there's quite a bit to get removed from the circuit before we can go racing. Let's have a look at how they line up. It is going to be Freddie Slater on pole position from Murray Boyer and Teo Nail. Then Evan Gilter starting fourth. Taito Kato is fifth, ahead of Enzo Deligny and Mattia Colnaghi. Top 10 rounded out by James Egozzi, Noah Stromsted and Rashid Al-Daheri. Mattia De Palo starts 11th from Jose Garfias, Dasana from Puvasak and Jin Nakamura. Kanato Lee 15th and Hio Yamakoshi 16th on the grid. 17th is where you will find Tokiya Suzuki, then Yuki Sano and Charlie Wirtz ahead of Owen Tangavelu. Kiyoshi Umagaki next from Rita Seaworthen and Charles Lung. Timothy Kwarchuk, the Polish driver, 24th. 25th is Enzo Ye ahead of Newman Chi and Oscar Wirtz. Right, Alex Le Gui is down on the grid. Let's see who she might be able to find in that scrum of people.
The atmosphere atmosphere and energy down here is absolutely incredible. Freddie, what a place to start on pole position. You have done an exceptional job this weekend. Are you ready to get the job done for the team?
Yeah, for sure, that's the goal. These guys haven't won here for quite a while now, so it's my job now to go out there and deliver. Same approach as yesterday, get a good start, control it to T3, and then hopefully check out. That's the goal. So we'll give it our all, and yeah, feels good.
To what extent do you think Murray's going to be a challenge?
They're always going to be a challenge, but I'm ready for it.
Good. Fighting talk.
Nothing like confidence. Ready Slater then, the man on pole position, gets set, and Murray, that was referred to as the opposition, is Murray Boyer, who went really well yesterday, raced well, drove hard, took him a while to get through the traffic, but that, in a sense, was what he had to do. Now, he's got to convert the second rank on the grid into the race lead. The run down to Lisboa is going to be fascinating. You don't necessarily want to be ahead into that corner because you're giving a tow to the drivers behind. If you can come out of Lisboa ahead, that's fine. But lead off the line, all you're doing is giving that slipstream effect to your rival behind. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on that run down to turn 3 for the first time. Back to the grid, and Alex is down there.
Murray, you've been one of the most aggressive overtakers this weekend. Are you ready to challenge Freddie into T1?
For sure. It's the goal to take him the lead as soon as possible. We work really hard during all week, and the team and I believe that we can do this, so let's enjoy this final race and let's go for the win.
You look very cool, calm and composed. That is a strong mindset you've got going on there, haven't you?
It's the one I have to win here.
Ooh, I love it.
Right, so that's Murray Boyer, who will line up on the inside of the front of the grid. It's a one-by-one stagger. Pole position is on the outside, but a length ahead. That's the track licensing here for a rolling start. The pole position is on the inside where the cars are side by side, and Murray Boyer coming back to Macau. It's a bit like Freddie Slater, actually, not a place that's been all that kind to him. He was 7th last year, 4th though in 2023, so he does know the circuit.
Recently announced as an Aston Martin development driver as well, so to be part of one of these development driver campaigns for the various Formula One teams is a huge thing to be proud of, and I wonder if that's given a little extra confidence heading into this weekend, because all of these young drivers know that there is more than a passing interest by the Formula One teams and important people in motorsport across the world on this event, because it is such a well-known event, such a historic event as well. Let's get back down to the grid where we can join Alex Degree.
Theo, we've had some incredibly fighting talk from both Freddie and Murray, and I wonder what your mindset is as you sit here in P3 at Macau Grand Prix.
Well, to be honest, yesterday was a race to learn what can happen into T3. So now the plan is just try to send it into T3, and then we see from there.
Great recovery pace yesterday. Fingers crossed you can do it again today.
Tia Nail coming back into Formula Regional machinery, having driven in FIA Formula 3 as well this year with the Van Amersfoort team, which is actually represented on this grid, but the cars then with drivers that are regulars in Formula Regional, some stepping back to them and some stepping up for the first time indeed.
Slowly we start to clear the grid now. We've got 6 minutes until we have the green flag before we get the formation lap underway for a 15-lap race around the streets of Macau on the 6-kilometre gear circuit. Now, we say we start to clear the grid. It is an incredibly busy grid, as we have said, so it will take more than a few moments to get all of the teams and the sponsors all clear of the grid. Now, the final preparations for the drivers, getting them strapped in, one member of the team taking care of that. Then the drivers can begin with their own thoughts, because it's been all a little bit frantic since they got to the grid. They brought the cars round, they were straight out of the out of the cars to the front of the grid, and now they can begin to get on with what they do. That's to race around the streets.
You've seen Freddie Slater and Murray Boyer. That lining up third on the grid is Teo Nail, who was the Spanish F4 champion 2 years ago and started the year in Formula Regional, moved to Formula 3. Next up, number 22, Evan Gilter, who has been racing in Europe. He only had one race win, but he was the Middle East champion in these cars at the start of this season. He also raced here last year. He was 9th at the qualifying race, but crashed out of the Grand Prix itself. There you can see 23, his ART Grand Prix teammate, Taito Kato. He won the French F4 Championship the year after Evan Gilter did, and he races under a French licence, but is a Japanese driver. His Macau debut. Number 5 is Enzo Deligny, comes from the R-Race GP team. That was the team that won last year with Uga Ugachuku, and Enzo Deligny 4 wins to be 3rd in the European Championship, and he's had decent pace all weekend, Alan.
Certainly has, and we're just watching Mathieu Kolagi being strapped into the car as well. Make sure those straps are nice and tight. You need to be tightly strapped in around the bumps and the twists and the turns of this circuit. That's an important job that the teams are doing, making sure that their drivers are happy.
Another Macau rookie there, James Igotzi, and behind the American on the grid, number 25 is Noah Stromstead. Also a Macau debutant. He's been racing in Formula 3 this year in the FIA Championship, Mercedes junior team member. And Noah Stromstead, the driver from Denmark, will be another one to watch. That's the second of those Theodore Premer entries of Rashid Al Daheri, the Argentine Emirati driver, and he was 3rd in the Macau Formula 4 race 2 years ago. This is the recently signed to McLaren, Matteo De Palo, who has been the runner-up to Freddie Slater in Europe this year. 4 wins he has had, and a man to watch. That's the back of the grid that stretches all the way to our bend as we look next at number 21, another of the drivers new to the circuit this year, Jose Garfias, who's driven in the North American and Mexican F4 Championship, bit of GV3, and there is a man that won in Formula 3 at Silverstone this year, and also at Monza and the Hungaroring, the Thai driver Tasanapolin for Pivasak in his Trident Motorsport entry. Jin Nakamura with his funky crash helmet livery.
It looks really good, doesn't it? It's unique for this weekend as well.
Okay. Smiley carrots, you were saying the other day.
Smiley carrots, teddy bears, and all other things besides. Yeah.
Right. It takes a certain mind to livery it like that. And a certain type of mind to care, actually, as well, Alan. But Jin Nakamura has been 10th in the European Formula Regional Championship this year. It's getting busy in the grandstands because it is the main race of the weekend, and sadly it's the last race of the weekend as well.
There is no seat unoccupied around the circuit here at Macau. It is super to see, and I tell you what, the drivers might find it a rather calming moment now, because they are just surrounded by the single members of the teams that are making sure they're securely fastened inside the car, and now they can get on with the job that they are here to do. They can race. Freddie Slater's car there on pole position, Murray Boyer on the outside of the front row, Theo Nile on the next row of the grid alongside Evan Gilter. All of these drivers have such superb records all the way around the world, doing whatever they do, whatever series they are racing in. They all come together because this afternoon all that matters is the 6 kilometres of Macau, and who is going to take away the prestigious title of winning the Macau Grand Prix and also write their names into the history books at Macau.
Anybody that has watched this race, whether as a spectator or a driver, knows the importance of surviving. They all know that that first pinch point of Lisboa can ruin your weekend. It can make your weekend if you get the right gap. And so as the 1 minute board is shown, the last engineers fire up the engines. They will make their way off the grid. It is now all down to the drivers. And Freddie Slater, the British driver who comes here with a high reputation, he's part of the BRDC Superstars programme to look after young British talent, and he's illustrated why by dint of winning the European Championship this season. He's won also in GB3, the UK-based single-seater championship for a similar type of single-seater, and having raced here 2 years ago in F4 and last year in Formula Regional, he does have circuit knowledge, no question about that. But so too does Murray Boyer. You've got two very experienced, very quick drivers at the front of the grid. And Murray Boyer, as he was saying on the grid just a few moments ago, is here to win, and he's here to get on with the job and see what he can do about out-dragging Freddie Slater. It's going to be fascinating, that run to turn 3.
The important work is about to start as we count down to the start of the formation lap, the green flag lap, and now they have to think about, well, 100% concentration. These tyres have sat there motionless on the grid for quite a while now, so they need to begin to work a bit of heat into the tyres. Just reminded as well, once we stand up and look at the cars making their way off the grid, just how close to the action the crowds are around all the grandstands. They can really get a close view. If you think about modern Grand Prix circuits, okay, you're going to be at the event and you can see the cars. You have to zoom in on your phone to get a decent picture. You don't have to here. If anything, some of you need to zoom out a little bit because you are right on top of the cars. What a great event this is. It is, and long may it continue. We've got one car, though, that's stranded on the grid. One has not got away, and I've got a horrible feeling it might be Reza Seaworthen. So the marshals are quickly onto the circuit to try to push that car. There it is, off the grid. And once that is in the pit lane, it is, in fact, the car ahead of Seaworthen on the grid, that of Owen Tangavelu. So they'll push that into the pit lane, and hopefully he'll be allowed to start from there. Owen Tangavelu, the Vietnamese driver, not getting away on that green flag lap. So he will give up his grid position, and the car has to be off the circuit. It therefore needs to be out of the way, and looking down the pit lane, there is a gap in the barrier they are approaching to get the car off the track, so the start need not be delayed. And enough marshals to help as well. Goodness me, well over half a dozen of them all swarm over the car to get it off the circuit in time to not hinder the start of the race. Have to do a little three-point turn to get it into that gap in the pit wall. And they do so it's now almost off the circuit. Maybe another little pull back and a push forward as well from the marshals, doing a good job to get this car off. Talk about panic for those marshals. They need another little wiggle backwards and forwards as well to get it into the wall, into pit lane. And now it's out of the way and they can close that gate into pit lane. That's a bit of a moment, isn't it? All beautifully done then as the cars come to the Macau hairpin, this first gear corner, and the green light flashing to say you're on the formation lap, but also to say you can now overtake, because that corner is the one aspect of the circuit where overtaking is not permitted. If you were to get two cars into the corner side by side, it would work, but not round it and out the other side. It is so narrow and tight, and if you cross the yellow line on the inside as well, that gets a finger wag from race control, because it is very much that you have to hold station through that section of the circuit. But then as you go through Black Sands and you go down towards Fisherman's, and then this corner coming up of R Bend, it is much more open, much faster, and this is where moves start to be planned. And this is where the final weaving takes place to make sure that those tyres are absolutely up to temperature. I think I saw on the graphic just ahead of this race the track temperature 47 degrees. It's been a really warm day, clear skies and not too much humidity either. It's a very hot day. It's going to be hard work. The tyres are going to be working hard as well. But look how they weave the cars from side to side. You're just a millimetre away from losing the car, just weaving the car. Freddie Slater then lines up into position, puts himself in his grid marker, slightly an angle, I would say. So there, David Kennedy, nearest to us, pointing at the screens, another very experienced racer and another big part of the Theodore family. And now Freddie Slater, there's got to be a plan, I think, for why he's parked it like that, unless he's hoping that as he floors the throttle, the car will squirm back into position. But it's a slightly messy line that he has adopted, and Murray Boyer looks across and he thinks, right, come on, where am I going to get him? Is it off the line? Is it down towards Lisboa? What's going to happen off the start? The start is crucial. The run to Lisboa, turn 3 on the first lap is crucial. That could make or break this 72nd Macau Grand Prix. The last few cars come into line. We wait for the green flag to be shown at the back of the grid. We see it, and then eyes to the gantry with the lights. 4, 5. And the Grand Prix is underway. The 72nd Macau Grand Prix is underway. Freddie Slater gets a good start, already squeezing Mary Boyer, who gets a good start as well. But it's Boyer that's got just a nose in front. This is going to be the run down towards the first overtaking place. And Mary Boyer has the lead.
He does indeed, but Freddie Slater, who tried to squeeze him, is on the outside line down to Mandarin. Here comes Teo Nail at the inside. Slater goes a little bit wider, Nail to the inside. Now this is where Boyer is under attack because he's giving a tow. Teo Nail keeps on coming. Side by side they run down towards Lisboa. Nail has to give way. Slater thinks about the outside line, down to the braking zone. Hold your breath. Do they all get through for the first time? So far so good. 1 or 2 go a little bit wide, but it looks as though Mary Boyer has been able to hang on to the advantage. Slater second. You look back from the leader's car. Climb up San Francisco Hill. It is Boyer from Slater from Nail.
So Mary Boyer really reacted well to a start from Freddie Slater that tried to defend that position, but Mary Boyer was absolutely determined, wasn't he? And he made the place, and he made it stick as well.
But he's not out of the woods yet, in as much as he needs to try to get away by a couple of lengths. Otherwise, come the end of the lap, Slater can use the tow in order to get another run at Lisboa. So Boyer needs to go like stink on cold tyres on this first lap and try to break away. Easier said than done.
It favours the brave, doesn't it, here at Macau? And we have a yellow flag being shown down at turn 4. And meanwhile, Mary Boyer is still keeping it all together. He really can't put a wheel wrong here because Freddie Slater is right in his wheel tracks around the first lap of this 72nd Macau Grand Prix, up towards the left-hander at Donna Maria. It's a long left-hander. It leads up to the no overtaking position on the circuit. That's the Melco hairpin, and that is why, oh dear.
That's at San Francisco. You've lost Charlie Wirtz, Kiyoshi Omagaki, Reza Seaworth, he's involved in all of that. The safety car is being deployed. I'm not entirely convinced the safety car can get through there.
No.
But the safety car has been deployed. It may have to come to a halt, but the race has had to be neutralised. Well, they'd all got through Lisboa, but then it's kicked off at the next corner of San Francisco. So safety car deployed, and now you understand how important it was for Mary Boyer to try to jump ahead. He has done it, and as we saw last year, if the race suffers multiple interruptions, you're in the pound seat straight away. Freddie Slater was really aggressive to try to make sure Boyer did not get through, but fair play, Mary Boyer was brave and stood his ground on the inside despite being crowded by Slater.
Yeah, and he really did, and he made sure that he maintained his position, and it paid off as well because he was the one that got the best, I reckon, traction off the line at the start of the race. I'm still slightly perplexed by the angle that Freddie Slater came to a stop down there on the grid, because it's not an angle that I've seen before when you line up on pole position here at Macau, but there must have been a plan behind it, mustn't there? This is the bottom of San Francisco Hill.
Yeah, Wirtz got a tag from behind, and then all of a sudden there's nowhere for people to go. Some try and avoid, some are just spooked by what's going on ahead, and I think the one at the very back there rattled towards the barrier, so it's going to take a lap or two to clear up those 4 damaged cars. And people in the far end of the stand of Lisboa will have seen that happening in the distance. So this is the run from Mandarin down to Lisboa. It's a 15-lap race, and safety car laps eat into it, so the race being kept going. The other option is, of course, that you stop the race, but then you have a long countdown to restart, and we have to be on a tight timetable here because not only are people on flights home, but also the roads open at 6 o'clock, not 5 past, but bang on the allotted hour. So out of Lisboa they come, and let's have a look at the road and see how the recovery operation is going. It looks like it's underway pretty rapidly. The marshal's board's there saying peel to the inside, and when instructed by race control, they'll be on track. Actually, it looks like they've managed to clear quite a few wrecks already.
Isn't it?
Very swift.
It is incredible how quickly they can get cars cleared here, and they know exactly what the job is here at Macau. They've got all of the equipment, they've got all of the personnel on every potential corner to get things clear as quickly as possible. And you know what, it was only a couple of minutes ago that we were saying, can the safety car get through here? Well, yes it can. In fact, the whole field can get through, and I think we might be racing before we know it.
Yeah, the safety car boards and flags, as you see, are around the circuit, but the race direction team, the 2 British officials of Simon Nana Prasagan and his deputy Paul Burns, will be looking at not only the pictures that we're all looking at, but also at the race control feed and getting reports from the posts and saying, okay, how long is it going to take for that to be moved and get those marshals away, and how long will it take for the cars to come back through and make a call as quickly as to get the race underway. They don't want young drivers all ever so anxious to get going to be delayed any more than is necessary. We've just had storming through Charlie Vert, so he has survived the drama. Let's have a look at the replay of the start. So Slater, with his curious angle, launches the car away. That puts it in a straight line, and then straight away, look, comes right across on Murray Boyer. That was very aggressive. Whether it's overly aggressive you can discuss, but Boyer was having none of it, and he went through on the inside.
Yeah, Boyer was determined, wasn't he? And he was the best launch off the line, for sure. Murray Boyer from the outside of the front row of the grid. And just a little glance in the mirror to see where Freddie Slater is now. Well, the answer is behind you. And so too is Teo Nile as well. So some very quick drivers around Murray Boyer, but he was not put off, was he? This the wiggle under braking for the right-hander at Lisboa. He's through, the rest of the field streamed through, and it wasn't until we got to the next turn at the bottom of San Francisco Hill that we saw the coming together.
That was looking back from Boyer's car, and as he crests the hill, it all kicks off. This is looking back from Slater's car then, so he launches off the line and suddenly realises that Boyer has gone. So what's he got to do? He's got to try and defend, and he moves right across. There's nowhere really that Boyer can go other than either stand on the brakes or go to the pit wall. So thankfully he's afforded just enough room, but Slater has to slot in behind him the other side of Reservoir Bend, and this the run towards Mandarin with the pole man now down in second place.
A very, very good start for Murray Boyer, and a very determined drive after the start as well. The net result of that is he leads Freddie Slater. Great view as well. You get an idea of the speed going into the right-hander at Lisboa. Murray Boyer turns in first, kissing the curb on the entry to the corner, and Freddie Slater right there behind. Up they go, up the hill. Let's have a look at Freddie Slater closing up on the back of Murray Boyer. This would not be an overtaking place, that's for sure, but he does have a look, doesn't he? My goodness, goes side by side. Boy, oh boy, that was brave stuff.
Not sure he could have gone round the outside, but now talk about brave. Look at Murray Boyer's start, because any moment Slater's going to cut right across. Look at that, nearly banging wheels, and Boyer did not flinch. Freddie Slater didn't just try to close the door, he had a padlock ready to fit as well, but Murray Boyer kept on coming, and brave stuff between both of them on the run down through turns 1, 2 to 3.
Goodness me, what a lot of excitement to cram into about 30 seconds of action around the streets of Macau on the gear circuit. The safety car is coming in this lap. Tremendous work by the marshals and the course officials as well, getting that problem down at the bottom of San Francisco Hill clear. We are about to go racing once again. We're going to see Freddie Slater having a look here in a very tight and twisty section on the circuit. Whoa! But Murray Boyer just keeps a nose in front.
I think Slater saw a gap and went for it. He then realised he was never going to do it because the wall was coming up.
How's
anyway,
it going to finish?
Yeah, it certainly said to Murray Boyer, I've not given up, you're not going to win this without a fight. Safety car in this time. Now, it is often said that safety cars breed safety cars. Let's hope today that is not true. We don't want to see that BMW again. Pedro Cuchero, the driver of it, has had more than enough track time, so don't big up your part. You can go and park that now. Let's try and get the race through to the end, because this will start to give us a better idea of the Boyer, Slater, and then Enzo Deligny in third place battle. Teo Nale is fourth, Matteo Colnaghi is fifth, Taito Kato sixth, James Igozzi seventh, Evan Gilter is eighth, Rashid Al-Daheri is ninth, Noah Stromstead is in 10th place. Safety car will be in this time. This is lap 3.
Here we go then, looking back at Murray Boyer, the race leader, the Aston Martin young driver, and as he works the car, works the wheel to keep that heat into the tyres. For the moment, the BMW peels off into pit lane. We get this Grand Prix back underway, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. So far, Murray Boyer has had nerves of steel around the gear circuit here at Macau, and boy, has he needed them.
So Murray Boyer from Freddie Slater from Enzo Deligny. It is therefore, in terms of the teams, Pinnacle from Prema from R Ace, the top 3, and the blue car of Murray Boyer comes through the hairpin that yesterday in the F4 qualifying race on the very last lap claimed a victim, a driver who was in second place. Finn McLaughlin hooked his right rear wheel around the Armco, managed to break the suspension, so you've got to be very careful, even though it looks like a a tight corner, and because you can't overtake, there's no issue around it. You've still got to be ever so neat and precise. So Murray Boyer controls the restart. He comes through Black Sounds and he pulls the pin.
Certainly does, accelerates away. We get the race back underway now, and Freddie Slater tried some very brave manoeuvres on Murray Boyer before we had the safety car. We go green now, so green flag is being waved. The race about to get back underway. They round the final bend, our bend, up towards the line, and we are racing once again for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Murray Boyer it is that leads. In second place, Freddie Slater. They have pulled away a little bit on the restart from the third place car, and as they accelerate down, Freddie Slater is mirroring every manoeuvre by Murray Boyer, trying to keep in the slipstream as they head down through Mandarin, the very, very quick part of the circuit on the run down towards Lisboa. Freddie Slater once again goes alongside on the outside line. They close. Freddie Slater it is that leads into Lisboa. Murray Boyer slots in second place, but Freddie Slater back to the front of the field.
That's the benefit of the tow, so you don't need things like DRS when you've got a section of circuit like that. The Prema Racing Theodore squad very happy indeed. Now Slater has got to try to break away from Boyer, so he doesn't have that done to him on the next lap, and Freddie Slater is starting to build a little bit of a gap from Deligny, then third behind Boyer, fourth it is Nail, fifth it's Kolnagi, sixth is Kaito, but you could see that coming. As you said, he was mirroring everything that Boyer did, determined to stay in the slipstream, and then that slipstream effect just drags you along, gave him all of that extra space. Boyer, I think, rather expected that by staying on the inside, Slater would not have the room on the outside, would not have the line on the outside to attack, but he was wrong about that.
Wow, what a battle it has been so far between these two. Bravery and then some for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. They turn into the right-hander at Police, on towards Moorish, through the right-hander at Moorish corner, and then on towards the left-hander at Donna Maria. What's being looked into, incident involving I think 5 cars is being investigated by race control. Meanwhile, the race leader continues up towards the left-hander at Donna Maria and on towards Melco Hairpin. The rest of the field thread their way through, no overtaking through the Melco Hairpin, but then down the hill the circuit opens up, accelerating as they go down towards the completion of lap number 4 in this 15-lap Grand Prix. It is being led by Freddie Slater.
He's getting away a little bit as he's been banging in absolute best sectors, but Boyer has got to try to get within striking distance so he can benefit from the tow. Slater then accelerates out of our bend. Boyer is close, but I'm not convinced he's near enough as they come across the line. It's 0.8 of a second already. This is Murray Boyer's view. He did the hard yards off the start, but then wasn't able to break away on the restart. Down towards Mandarin they now go. Boyer going after Slater, then he is in the wheel tracks. Looks like he might be closing just a fraction as they get to the corner. Cope with the bright sunshine. Here they come down towards Lisboa. This is where the slipstream really kicks in. This is where Boyer ought to be able to close a little bit, and he is closing, but not close enough to make a move. But his teammate Teo Nail in the background is having a go at Enzo Deligny. They're wheel to wheel as they come into the corner. Deligny on the inside, Nail on the outside, and he has to give way. Deligny hangs onto the place.
Within an inch of the barrier on the exit of Lisboa corner. Boy, oh boy, this is exciting stuff, not just for the lead of the race, but also for the final podium position as well. Talk about the there is between the drivers to be able to do this and to go so close into that right-hander at Lisboa. And every time they come down towards the corner, you can hear in the background, just from the microphones on the cameras, the oohs and ahs of the crowd and the grandstand. Just amazing. They are having a real treat in this race.
Up front, Slater is edging away again on the mountain section from Murray Boyer. We're looking at 3rd and 4th and 5th here, namely Enzo Deligny, Teo Nail and Mattia Kolnagi. That is Deligny, who has been a front runner all weekend, but right now is over a second adrift of the race leader. So Murray Boyer up front as the cars again go to Moorish. So Slater from Boyer, gap back, Deligny 3rd, Nail, Kolnagi, and then Taito Kato in 6th place. Through Donna Maria goes this 3rd, 4th, 5th battle pack. And to the Melco hairpin is Freddie Slater, who is continuing to edge away. It's a 10th per sector, really, although under braking for Melco, Boyer may be just a little bit nearer. Getting a replay of how Slater made the move, and it was all to do with the tow. Look, once he's in the slipstream, he just gets dragged along, just like DRS effectively mirrors, and round to the outside he goes, and he has so much pace that
I think Boyer was rather hoping even if he did get level, he'd run out of straight. Well, he didn't. He got the move done long before the corner, really.
Beautifully done, using the slipstream, using all the tools at your disposal and making it work as well. The net result of that, he leads, and we now complete 5 laps in this 72nd Macau Grand Prix, and a fastest lap of the race as well. 2:16.758, that's the fastest lap for Freddie Slater.
So Freddie Slater leads the way then. You'll see in a moment the red and white Prema Racing car up front. Murray Boyer in second. That in third is Enzo Deligny, and fourth behind him. The blue car is Teo Nail. Then you'll see the Red Bull livery adorning Mattia Colnagi's car. The lead gap is down, isn't it? Coming towards Lisboa that time with half a second pull back in the toe by Murray Boyer. That brings him back into the mix a little bit. Further down. Yeah, go on.
And the important thing was not to make a desperate move when you're too far back, to close that gap every lap. It's a Grand Prix. You've got quite a few laps in order to do these moves, and very cleverly, Murray Boyer has closed down that gap on Freddie Slater.
Chip away, corner by corner. Freddie Slater leads then. He has just responded by doing an absolute best second sector, but still Boyer is closer than he was at the start of the lap, but he's got to be brave along this section. And Slater perhaps is just stretching the advantage once more, although Murray Boyer yesterday was very, very quick indeed during the course of that qualifying race. Bit of a twitch from Slater then, sudden snap of oversteer as he's a bit keen with the right foot. Fastest lap of the race thus far done by Slater, but we haven't had that many racing laps, and as the cars get lighter on fuel and the tyres get even warmer, expect that to come down a fraction. And Slater leading.
And it is that tiny little twitch, that's all it will take to close down this gap. It was 0.8 of a second at the end of the last lap, and you can see that Murray Boyer, as you say, David, is chipping away at bringing down that gap, because he knows the value of the slipstream running down through Mandarin on the run towards Lisboa, and that is the opportunity that Freddie Slater took last time, and let's see what Murray Boyer can do, but he needs to be close enough.
Looking back from Slater's car as he brakes for Fisherman's Bend, goes right, that's Murray Boyer behind him. And as they come out the other side, the gap has stretched possibly a little bit. It's still Slater doing the better sector times in 2, in 3 and 4, but it was such a good save by Boyer in sector 1. It's helped over the course of the lap. Last time it was 0.899. To the eye, I would say it's gone up a fraction, actually. Yeah, it has, to over a second. So Murray Boyer has not been able to stay with Slater across the mountain section of the circuit, and that's going to be his undoing, because it means when he gets to this waterfront part of the racetrack, he's lost a bit more ground lap on lap on lap, and as they go through again, he needs that slipstream, but at some point, if he's not careful, Slater will be just out of reach. Might be now.
So 6 laps are complete. Freddie Slater once again with the fastest lap of the race at 2:16.236. What of Murray Boyer bringing down that gap? It extends on that lap to just over 1 second as they go side by side further down into Lisboa. The good news is that they are driving sensibly into Lisboa. They're not trying anything at this stage in the race. Too desperate.
And Boyer did gain a little bit on Slater last time. Here is Enzo Deligny, who is still trying to fend off Teo Nail, and another 4/10 pullback by Slater in the next section of the lap. So he can lose a little bit because he gives the toe to Boyer, but as soon as they get up the hill, he's away and gone again. Slater excels seemingly across this twisty section of the circuit. I'm not saying Boyer is slow, far from it, but Slater is absolutely supreme through here at the minute.
So 6 laps are complete now in the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. We're looking at the battle for third place, the final position on the podium. Of course, they all want to win, but being on the podium at Macau is still a very special feeling indeed. And these two really are slugging it out for that final place on the podium. And it's a great battle as well. Enzo just spending off Theo as they go through the left-hander at Donna Maria on towards the Melco hairpin. The leaders already having turned out of the hairpin, and I reckon advantage Slater on this occasion.
Yeah, definitely. You can see it was a much, much bigger gap than we'd had hitherto as Matteo De Paolo comes into the Melco hairpin. This is first gear, 35 kilometres an hour, almost walking pace, and it's a right old traffic jam that Matteo De Paolo has got himself into in 11th place as we await the race leaders to come up over the timing line and to put now lap 7 into the book. De Paolo comes down towards Fisherman's. This is Enzo Deligny in third place, but Slater is away and gone, and barring a mistake, I don't think Boyer can fight back now. The gap is nearly 2 seconds.
Nearly 2 seconds, so another fastest lap for Freddie Slater. First time we've seen during the Grand Prix somebody going into the 2:15s around the gear circuit. 2:15.939 on that occasion for Freddie Slater. I tell you what, it does show you just how vital it is at the start of the race to make those determined moves. Here we go again, determined stuff.
Teo Nail in the blue car to the outside, and then he dives to the inside and he locks up under braking as Delaney shuts the door in his face. That was committed by both of them. Nail is the quicker of the two, but he cannot find a way past Delaney. Nail unable to hammer home an advantage right now as they climb up the hill, nose to tail.
But it's neat racing by the two of them. Absolutely, it's so close to be running so close and to be giving each other a little bit of respect as well. As you say, Teo Nail has got huge speed, but Delaney is not making a mistake. He's not opening the door. The onus is on the car, which is currently in fourth place, to find a way through. And at the moment, Delaney is not allowing that to happen.
But while he's defending like this, so the top two getting away, Freddie Slater last time 1.9 seconds clear. And we've got the cars here into Lisboa. Rashid Al-Dakhari at the back, and that's James Igotzi, I think, running wide, just gets away with it. That possibly opens the door for Evan Gilter. All of that's going on 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So you're looking at Delaney third, you're looking at Nail fourth, behind him, and fifth is the Red Bull hued car of Matteo Colnaghi. And up front, Freddie Slater, as the car gets lighter on fuel, is just getting faster and faster and faster in sectors. And Murray Boyer must feel rather broken now.
Well, yeah, and a bit worn out after all the action of the first couple of laps, because boy did that take determination and skill as well. Just brilliant stuff, those opening couple of laps, something to remember. Freddie Slater, meanwhile, has got the fastest lap of the race, the 2:15.939 after lap number 7, and it's a 15-lap Grand Prix, this one. Teo Nail had pulled back a little bit, fallen back a little bit from Enzo Delaney in the mountain section on the circuit, and that is the same story as they come up and complete the lap now. So 8 laps are complete. Freddie Slater leads by 3 seconds now.
The only hope Boyer has got is either twofold, a mistake from Slater or a mistake from somebody else that brings out a safety car and lets them bunch up, because he's out of that slipstream range now. And so Freddie Slater just has to bring it home. He has done what he needed to do, push early on and get the gap. And even though he didn't lead into Lisboa on the first time of asking, he was able to use the toe and do what Boyer had done to him to get back in front. So Freddie Slater now, having got himself into the lead, pushing on to make sure he escapes and doesn't offer a toe to Murray Boyer behind him. We're on now to lap number 9.
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say drama here, because you've got Dakhari up past now James Igotzi, so a bit of a shuffle going on down to Lisboa, and I rather feared for a moment that might have been generating contact, but they've all survived.
Teo Nail was not close enough to Delaney that time coming into Lisboa, had dropped back a little bit on the mountain section, and that happened as well as they crossed the line and went down into Lisboa. We've got a yellow flag at turn 3 at Lisboa, because that is the number 9 car, which is nose in and rather demolished at the front of the car for the car of Oscar Wirtz.
So things are going from bad to Wirtz for Oscar. That's his second big accident of the weekend, and this potentially is what Murray Boyer needs, a safety car to get the field bunched up, to allow the marshals to move that car. And this now is, as I say, Boyer's best opportunity. He's just done, incidentally, a couple of personal best sectors in his efforts to try to close on Slater. He has not closed, but they are quicker than they were hitherto. And this is Matteo De Pallo making a move, going through the mountain section, and that is ever so brave as he goes through to gain a ground. Safety car deployed, and that has just happened ahead of so Matteo De Pallo just getting himself through the traffic. It gets ahead just before the yellow flag, but we've had the safety car deployed again.
Wouldn't mind seeing that again. That looks like it might have been one of those one-off manoeuvres that pays off on the very tight and twisty section of the circuit here at Macau. Goodness me, there's room for bravery here, isn't there?
And it shows the commitment that the drivers have. You know, they're not prepared to be 8th or 7th or 6th. They all want to be as high up the order as they can. They don't need to worry about points. That's the other beauty of this race. It's not one of 20 in which you've got to score points. You just go for it.
And that is precisely what they're doing. That's one of the things that we absolutely love about the Macau Grand Prix. Young drivers that have so much to look forward to in their careers. Let's have a look back at Matteo De Paolo, looking at the blue car, just a couple of cars ahead. Over onto the left-hand side of the circuit.
It's James Igozzi.
Gets one place. And Matteo De Paolo says, thanks very much, I'll have some of your bad fortune as well, and makes the place.
That's going up to Donna Maria.
You can only squeeze a couple of cars in there.
Can't remember the last time I saw anybody overtake going up to Donna Maria. Noel Stromstad, incidentally, was the first one to get past Igozzi, and then De Paolo as well. Look at the lock that they have to get round that Melco hairpin. You just got a glimpse on that rear-facing camera. So Freddie Slater there, look, has been caught, understandably, under the safety car by Mari Boyer. They crawl their way through Lisboa, and the track's pretty clear, isn't it? Car gone. There's a bit of bodywork that needs scooping up, but I reckon we should be able to go racing next time around.
I think you might be right, and I think the award for the best time marks on the tarmac of the gear circuit go to that accident from Oscar Wirtz, because thick black lines are the telltale signs straight into the wall at Lisboa.
That is Oscar Wirtz understeering into the corner, too fast, can't make it, can't slow down in time, bang. But he tried to make the corner and didn't go up the escape road, so that's why he's there rather than without a broken car.
Once again, hugely quick recovery by the course workers, the teams that work around the circuit, and the marshals as well, to get that car clear. There is a huge crane which is based down at Lisboa, which makes light work of any of the vehicles that we have racing over the course of the Macau Grand Prix week, and once again doing a super job.
As too is Freddie Slater, and now he has got to try and do a beautiful restart on this lap, because that's when the safety car will be in, to try to prevent Mari Boyer from having a go at Lisboa. So much as we normally say, oh no, we've got a safety car, actually this has now spiced up the race, and Freddie Slater's restart is going to be crucial, and so too is Mari Boyer's. He cannot be caught napping for a split second, and look, Slater is already showing intent by trying to get away. Boyer comes up towards Moorish, but the safety car lights are still on. They'll be extinguished after the hairpin, coming down through Black Sands, and Mari Boyer knows that this might be his last chance to win the Macau Grand Prix. He has been gifted an opportunity, courtesy of the Oscar Wirtz incident at T3.
He has to keep as close as he can to the back of the race leader, back to the back of Freddie Slater, as they thread their way around the Melco hairpin, are still under the control of the BMW safety car, accelerating down. Mari Boyer, all his concentration now on the restart of this race, and getting close, but not too close, to the back of Freddie Slater, because Freddie Slater is controlling this.
He is indeed, and you can now beat that pace setter. Once you go, you've got to keep on going, which Slater does now, so he accelerates away. It's a decent restart, but Mari Boyer does stay with him, and that is going to be important then as they come out of Fisherman's. But now, look, Slater does get away a little bit. Another length, another 2 lengths maybe. That car has got great pace. This is Boyer's view, and he knows he's got one final run, but equally, frustratingly for Mari Boyer, he's got Enzo Dellini right up behind him, and that's going to take up his attention. We're back racing.
Mari Boyer got a bit of a wiggle on there, and that's what cost him. So he's got Dellini right in his wheel tracks now, and that cost Mari Boyer. They once again mirror each other's moves as they go down towards Lisboa, and Mari Boyer on the tail of Freddie Slater. Dellini has dropped back a little bit because Boyer is with Freddie Slater on the run down towards Lisboa. They go side by side on the outside line. Mari Boyer in front as they go into Lisboa. Boy, oh boy, what a restart.
Brilliant move. Mari Boyer goes through. Enzo Dellini is being looked at for moving under braking, but Mari Boyer has put himself into the lead. But here we go again. What he's got to do now is get away on that mountain section, and that's where Slater has been quicker previously, because if he can't get away, Slater's going to attack him on that same part of the racetrack in the lap's time. And look how much quicker Slater is. He had to stand on the brakes there, heading up towards maternity. So it is Mari Boyer in the lead, but it's not enough of the lead to be safe.
This is a classic Grand Prix at Macau. The 72nd Macau Grand Prix is absolutely alight And once again, Mary Boyer it is that leads, and Freddie Slater that's doing the chasing. Now, you can't afford to put a wheel wrong. If you are Mary Boyer now, you might not have the out-and-out pace that we've seen from Freddie Slater, but you cannot afford to put a wheel wrong, and then the onus is on Freddie Slater to find a way around. This is absolutely enthralling.
Absolutely right. Mary Boyer then it is in the lead as they come up to Donna Maria. We know how quick Freddie Slater is on this section of the circuit, and we know that if you're within about a second or so, you have an opportunity on the run down to Lisboa. So that means that Mary Boyer is going to have to defend oh so vigorously. He almost needs to get that car on lard for half a lap to make it wider and bigger to prevent Slater from finding a way through. Down towards Fisherman's they come. They're not quite nose to tail, but Slater is within striking distance.
Fisherman's Bend, very, very quick part of the circuit, and now the circuit opens up as Freddie Slater is the pursuer rather than the pursued. Once again, we've had this situation before. Mary Boyer needs to keep everything absolutely neat and tidy. Was that neat and tidy for Slater? He knocked the wall. Freddie Slater.
He's taken the wing off, he's damaged the suspension. Freddie Slater is done. His Macau Grand Prix dream is done for the second year in a row, and that was on him. He carried too much speed into the corner. He's broken the left rear corner. Mary Boyer leads the way. Freddie Slater's car is stranded on the pit straight, and so now the battle between Delaney and Nail is for second place, and Mary Boyer leads the Macau Grand Prix.
Mary Boyer leads the Macau Grand Prix by an increasing margin. Look at this battle for second place. It was the battle for third place. It's still Delaney that's just ahead, but Teo Nard is trying to do everything to take that place away. Every time you hear the cheers of the grandstand, and now Freddie Slater. Oh, Freddie Slater climbs out of the car. The disappointment, he did everything. He had huge pace. He led the race. And then that bash coming around the corner, the fast part of the circuit, coming up towards the completion of the lap. And you can't get out of that. We've got a safety car again.
Yeah, he's the cause of it instead of taking advantage. Look, too much speed, snap of oversteer. He tries to fight it. It gets wider, and bang, what a feeling, into the wall. Takes the rear of the left-hand side off. Then it tweaks the front. You can see he's fighting the steering wheel. But Freddie Slater's Macau Grand Prix dream is over again. And the safety car deployed for the third time of asking, and this time it is for the man that started on pole position, for a man who led the Grand Prix. Freddie Slater will be distraught.
And in fairness, had huge pace as well. Freddie Slater was putting in those faster slaps. Then the safety car came out for Oscar Wirtz, and then the restart. Advantage Mary Boyer. And wow, oh wow, all he has to do now is to keep everything neat and tidy. And Mary Boyer, once this race gets back underway, can almost sense the feeling on the top step of the podium. And he's worked hard for this.
He has, absolutely.
He's worked really hard for this. Freddie Slater, credit to Freddie, he was incredibly quick and mighty. And what you have to be is also neat and tidy. And that, I'm afraid, he was not.
So Freddie Slater out of the race. Now this was the move. It wasn't that Slater crashed out of his way. This was the move that Mary Boyer took. In the slipstream, moved to the outside, and Freddie Slater had no option but to see that quicker car go by. He tried to fight back coming into the corner, put on the outside line. Mary Boyer really worked hard for that, and fair play from being over a second adrift. Well, we did say the safety car was the lifeline, and Mary Boyer seized that opportunity. So he leads from Delaney from Nail, Colnaghi 4th, Gilter 5th, Cato 6th. There's the replay again from the onboard. Boyer goes by. Slater tries to fight back on the outside, but that was more in hope than in anticipation, I think.
But what a thrilling battle between the two of them. What a treat of a battle for the lead of the race here at the Macau Grand Prix. Two absolutely superb drivers showing off their skills around the gear circuit here at Macau. And it has been a joy to watch. And it's not over yet. We are under the control of the safety car. I think Freddie Slater could be, by and large, very pleased with the speed that he showed over the course of 4 days here at the Macau Grand Prix. But but when it comes to it, you have to be brave.
Indeed. So, and you've got to be smooth and consistent and error-free, and not all of those boxes were ticked at a circuit, dare one say, that rather sorts the men from the boyers. So this team now with cars first and third. The Pinnacle Motorsport team, Murray Boyer and then Theo Nail in third place. I think Nail will be another one to watch on the resumption of this race. That was Freddie Slater's Tatch's chassis. It's off the circuit. We can go racing.
We certainly can. The recovery is now complete for Freddie Slater's, the erstwhile race leader here for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And as the field are being led around by the BMW safety car, the lights are still on at the moment. But Murray Boyer will be thinking and planning about the restart of this race, just as he was for the last restart, which he got to perfection. Kept on the back of Freddie Slater and made the move stick as well. This time he's going to have to keep it incredibly neat and tidy, because Enzo Dellini can sense there may be a top step of the podium here available as well.
And don't forget that Theo Nail was on pole position as we have the safety car in this time for yesterday's qualifying race. In other words, he was the best driver in qualifying. So Nail, I still think, might be on. Nail in this riveting battle for the race lead as the cars now make the run up the hill. And so Enzo Dellini in second place, Theo Nail in third, but it's Murray Boyer in the lead.
It certainly is, and as the safety car is about to peel off into the pit lane, Murray Boyer, an incident involving 5 cars in total is being investigated. Having a look back at the race leader, proudly with the Aston Martin Sunstrip on the visor. It's a very new appointment for Murray Boyer, our race leader, and a very proud one it will be as well.
So he has the advantage as an Aston Martin. The long list of numbers was all to do with the lap 1 accident, and it's been deemed a racing incident, so the stewards are concentrating on what might come, and the resumption of the race with 2 laps to go effectively is what we're going to have when they cross the timing line. The green flag drops then, so it is the blue car of Boyer, the white and dark blue of Dellini, and then the pale blue car there of Theo Nail. Now let's see if anybody does a Slater and runs wide coming out of our bend. So far so good as the race is back on, and it's Murray Boyer now to try to break that toe. Left he goes, right he goes, left he goes on the pit straight, then into Reservoir Bend, and this is where Dellini has got to do a Boyer, hasn't he? He's got to get in the wheel tracks, get in the slipstream, and the move may well be on as Murray Boyer, almost like on lap, goes one side and the other. Colmaghi fourth is not weaving, and that's giving Evan Gilter a chance as here comes Dellini to the outside. Nail to the outside, he's got past one, he's trying to get past his teammate. There's another one in the wall in the background, and this is going to be significant as Nail jumps Boyer for the race lead. Boyer tries to fight back, but Theo Nail goes third to first, and with another broken car we might be having yet another interruption, and with only 2 laps to go that would take you to the end. There's mayhem breaking out there as well. Look, more cars in the wall. That move of Nail has put him in the lead, and I think we're going to end up with a safety car to the checkered flag.
Boy, oh boy, what a move. What a restart. How much excitement do you want in the space of 15 laps in one Grand Prix? Macau gives everything, doesn't it? Theo Nail with the restart of that race. We'll have a look at that again. I am absolutely certain of that, but
so we've lost 1 or 2. Rashid Al-Daheri, I think, has got caught up. We saw Tokyo Suzuki up the escape road. So all of a sudden, with more battered cars, I fear another safety car is coming, and that would be onto the last lap. So what happens? Race direction are going to be looking at this. They can't keep the race going if there are cars in dangerous places, but they want to keep the race going if they possibly can. So let's have another look then as the leader. Theo Nail not only leads the race, but he's got a gap. He's up at Donna Maria.
He certainly is around the long left-hander heading up towards the Melco hairpin. I think we're going to have another look at that move for the leader of the race in a couple of moments. Here we go.
So look in the background, that's Al-Daheri sideways, and he's clipped, which straightens him up and then knocked him into the barrier. So that's Rashid Al-Daheri gone in the background. Safety car called. Theo Nail, double toe, into the lead of the race. It all got a bit leery behind, but as they cross the line this time, it will be Theo Nail in the lead, and he is going to be able to come through to win the Grand Prix because we aren't going to have enough racing laps left. The safety car is deployed at the start of the last lap, as that is Suzuki up the escape road with broken suspension.
You have to make the most of these opportunities when you get them, and when the safety car comes in and you can see that opportunity to get a tow going down towards Lisboa. Well, you saw them doing it, mirroring every move that Mari Boyer was doing, and then the advantage held and the position taken by Theo Nile. Started, as you say, for the qualification race yesterday on pole position, wasn't able to convert that into a race win. That was won by Freddie Slater, but that restart, he's going to be replaying that in his mind for a very long time.
Mari Boyer was so busy fending off Enzo Deligny that there's nothing he could do about Theo Nile, so they go past the stricken car of Rashid Al-Daheri. Bad race for Prema, with Daheri and Slater both gone. And Charles Lung quite a long way down the order in, what, 22nd place. So Theo Nile led for one corner effectively before out came the safety car, but it was the one that counted. And it illustrates, doesn't it, the importance of the tow and of this section of the circuit.
Wow. How many people predicted how this race was going to pan out? Neither you nor I, that's for sure.
Looking back here from Mari Boyer's point of view as the cars came all the way down through Mandarin. So that's Deligny, look, he gets a mega tow, but look at Nale. It's as though he's got a double-sized engine in the car or something, just goes thundering past, and that puts him into the lead of the race. It's all broken out behind, and so at this point we know that it's a vital move for the race lead. He's ahead coming out of Lisboa, and Mari Boyer, try as he might, sadly is yet again going to be vanquished at Macau. Theo Nale then.
Wow.
Pole for the qualifying race, and he's going to win the Grand Prix.
We have seen so many brave manoeuvres during the course of this Grand Prix. Some of them pay off and some of them don't, but certainly that one for Theo Nale has paid off. He leads the field behind the safety car on the final lap of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix in the evening sunshine. You know what? This crowd have been treated rather well to the action today at the Macau Grand Prix. And what a finale we've had for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix.
The frustration on the one hand is that we've had 4 safety car periods, but it's been an exciting race because of the safety car, bunching people up and then giving them a chance to make that move on the run down towards Lisboa. So through they turn, and Theo Nile is going to be greeted this time with a checker flag, and Mari Boyer must think, well, hang on a minute, I have worked so hard to lead this race, and I've overtaken for the lead more than anybody, and I still can't win it.
Yeah, that's the way things happen at Macau sometimes, and as much as the racing forms a huge part of it, so too do the interruptions that we have, and the interruptions and the resumption of racing have led us to some very memorable moments in this Grand Prix, so we have to be thankful for those restarts. Boy, oh boy, quite looking forward to watching this race back myself as well. Might watch it back a few times because this has been incredibly exciting. Second year that we've had the FR, the Formula Regional cars, all coming together here at Macau, and a really good decision for having these cars here at Macau for the Macau Grand Prix, because they're brilliant. And this year we've had the addition of Formula 4 cars all coming together from their domestic championships around the world and competing here at Macau. Those cars are tried and tested and proved here, but this is the second year of proof for the Formula Regional cars, and I think the proof is in the Grand Prix. We have had a superbly exciting Grand Prix, and we are about to see the final bend on the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, and the winner will be Theo Nile.
The checker flag awaits then. It's not the way, ideally, that you finish the Macau Grand Prix, but a win is a win is a win for a man that was 7th in Formula Regional in the Middle East, who drove in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year. The 72nd Macau Grand Prix won by Theo Nile. He comes across the line to win from Mari Boyer, his teammate. Third to Enzo Deligny from Mattia Cornaghi. Then in 5th place it is Taito Kato, and Evan Giltad rounds out the top 6. What odds would you have got on Theo Nile after the pace of Freddie Slater early doors? But you've got to be there at the end.
A totally unpredictable Grand Prix. Who would have predicted that the manoeuvres that we had, the excitement that we had, the battles that we had, it was side by side for 3rd place for so many laps, wasn't it? With nose to tail, Enzo Deligny and the eventual race leader, Theo Nile. you know what, when Teo Nile didn't just take up one place, took up 2 places, and it was for the lead of the race as well. What a superb scene. They all slow down and take the applause of the crowd. It's an emotional thing, isn't it, to win here at Macau.
So Nale hammers home his advantage, and a great result for Teo Nale. Victorious in the end after the move of the day from 3rd to 1st, just before that safety car came out. The drivers then making the run on this in-lap. Alan's right when he says they're emotional scenes down in the pit lane, and many of these drivers, second-generation racers, the families have been through it once, and now they're going through it a second time.
Wow. To pause and reflect and look back at the start of the race as well. That really quite a cute angle that Freddie Slater took for pole position. Well, it didn't work, did it? No. Because Mary Boyer was so determined off the line, got his car in front, and then Freddie Slater was thinking about anything that could be done to take that place back away when it couldn't be done by the time they get down to Mandarin and then to Lisboa as well. And so many race lead changes over the course of that race.
So Freddie Slater a leader, Mary Boyer a leader, but Teo Nale the winner, ahead just when it counted. So he was 3rd as the cars came here into our bend. This is in replay then, the final restart there. 3rd is Teo Nale, and if you follow the next few corners, you'll see how Teo nailed victory. In the wheel tracks, coming down now towards Mandarin, going one side then the other, but the toe really kicks in the other side of Mandarin corner, doesn't it? So now Delaney goes through right on the back, almost too close, and perhaps just had to back out of it, but then eventually to the outside. Teo Nale gets that double toe, comes charging round the outside of both, and with a crash in the background, the safety car was inevitable. He timed that unknowingly, but timed it to perfection.
I'm not sure you can plan that kind of manoeuvre, can you? I think it's just an opportunity is presented, and you have to make the most of it, and making the most of it, not knowing that the safety car was soon to come out was, well, it was what determined the Grand Prix. It was an absolutely superb move and an opportunistic move that has meant we have Teo Nile on the top step of the Grand Prix podium.
Just going back to Freddie Slater and the way that he lined up on the grid, 1 or 2 drivers, I understand, have been explaining that the pole position grid marks on the floor are a bit confusing because the main box have been covered by tyre marks, and it's hard for a driver to actually see that grid box. You can only see a slightly strange yellow line that is on a bit of an angle, and maybe that's why Freddie Slater lined up thus, just to try and explain that situation a little.
There's a lot of rubber down, and there are some 361 days for that tyre wear to be rubbed off the streets of Macau, because from 6 o'clock this evening for the next 361 days, this becomes, the gear circuit becomes the everyday streets of Macau once again. Just 4 days every year that we are treated to this amazing spectacle that is the Macau Grand Prix. And a Grand Prix winner comes to a stop down in Parc Fermé underneath the podium. And I wonder if it's sunk in just yet that he's a Grand Prix winner.
And to move away from drivers' names, Pinnacle the team, and this, I suspect, in terms of results, is the pinnacle. To win the Macau Grand Prix is quite something for the driver, for the team as well. Teo Nale jumps down from the car, rushes over to the team, almost hurls himself over the barrier. Wow, what a result. And Mary Boy, you've got to feel a bit of sympathy for, haven't you? Yeah. I mean, he worked so hard for that, and he still comes away denied a win.
You're right. The celebrations down in Parc Fermé, and Enzo Delaney was there to pick up any places at any point, wasn't he? It was just the rub of how the green was in the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Every year this race gives us drama, and once again it delivers. Just superb. And good to see the two of them having a hug at the end of the race. Mary Boy, well, he did everything he could, didn't he? Absolutely did. And Teo Nile, well, the celebrations will continue long beyond the podium here at Macau. A handshake with Enzo Delaney as well. The three drivers together down in Parc Ferme. They'll get the helmets off, they'll let a few things sink in, and I think hopefully we'll hear from them as well with Alex down there in Parc Ferme. And then they'll be invited up to the Grand Prix podium, where so many photographers and journalists have already formed up on the pit wall just opposite the podium. Drivers have to be weighed, of course, and Enzo Delaney just finishing his technical duties as far as weighing is concerned, and then getting handshakes for everyone else. Let's hear from the drivers then down in Parc Ferme with Alex.
Well, the Macau Grand Prix is the gift that keeps on giving, and the 72nd was no different thanks to you. That slingshot at the end, what a drive.
Incredible, I have no words. To be honest, I was not believing in this in the last lap. They made a mistake, and I just go full throttle, 6 gears, and I overtook them. Pace was there the whole weekend. The team, they are just amazing, the whole crowd, and yeah, thanks to them. Now it's time to enjoy, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you do. Let's try and grab Mari if we can. Mari, Enzo. Mari, my word, your mindset on the grid to end up here. How are you feeling?
I'm not happy.
No.
I feel I did everything I could. Freddy today was really strong. I pushed so hard at the beginning to try to catch him. He was with new tires, so it was super hard for me to stay with him. So when I realized I couldn't follow him, I started to, don't push, think on the tires, to maybe if there was a safety car or something, have a revenge. Still, he was super quick on the last two corners on the restart, and even though we overtook him, I take the gap. But yeah, Slipstream, I don't understand how he's so powerful. I was stopped on the straight, so couldn't do anything. This is racing. Thanks to the team for sure, and congratulations to my teammate. And yeah, Pito.
We're gutted for you.
So you've heard from the top two, Enzo Delaney there, the third place driver. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really surprised at the reaction of Mari Boyer. He did work so hard, and he tried as hard as he possibly could, but it just illustrates how the tow works around here. And as the driver's now going to be taken up to the podium, Teo Nail, Mari Boyer and Enzo Delaney are set to make their way to the podium, where they will be the Grand Prix trophies and also the FIA FR World Cup trophies as well. So the drivers being escorted up the stairs to the podium, and as the circuit falls silent for the last time, Teo Nail then race winner from Mari Boyer and Enzo Delaney. Mattia Colnaghi fourth ahead of Taito Kato and Evan Gilter. Seventh to Noah Stromsted from Matteo De Paolo, Yuki Sano, and it's Jose Garfias who will round out the top 10. 11th to Kenato Lee from Hio Yamakoshi. Timek Kwarchuk, the Euroformula Open champion, 13th. James Igotzi, 14th after a couple of little minor moments early on. Enzo Ye, 15th from Sanapolin from Puvasak. Owen Tangavelu was 17th, then it was Charlie Wirtz from Jin Nakamura. They were the finishers. We lost, deep breath, Rashid Al-Thaheri, Tokiya Suzuki, Charles Lung, Freddie Slater. So all three of the Prema cars gone. We lost Oscar Wirtz, Kiyoshi Umagaki, Reza Seaworthen, and Newman Chi as well. It has been another enthralling, fascinating and yet destructive Macau Grand Prix, and Teo Nail it is who is the winner. And what a result, and what a surprise. Teo Nail, perhaps at no real point in that race looked as though he was going to be a winner until and the drama created by that last but one safety car period was enough to give him another opportunity. The Pinnacle team celebrates here. The Pinnacle squad with local assistance from the KCMG team. The drivers will soon be on the podium. The Macau team will take the podium ceremony. You'll hear then from the drivers. English voice of Macau these days, Chris Hartley, will be on the podium to talk to the drivers, and very shortly Mr. Sam Ho-Fei, the Chief Executive of the Macau SAR, will be on the podium. So too will Emanuele Pirro as the FIA Single-Seater Commission President. So the podium being made ready, and Sam Ho-Fei will be there in a moment, along with the drivers, along with the representatives of the winning team, KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport, and along with Emanuele Pirro, of course winner here of the Gia race, but now with his FIA hat on. Let's go to the podium, because 3 drivers are set to be presented to this huge crowd.
AFR World Cup. First of all, please welcome our winning drivers. The second runner-up, number 5, Enzo Danigni from France. And the first runner-up, number 7, Marie Boya from Spain. And the winner is number 6, David Nair. And for the winning team, it goes to KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport. Please welcome the representative, Mr. John O'Hara. Congratulations, what a moment. And now is the national anthem for the winner.行政區行政長官岑浩輝先生向得獎車手頒獎。Please welcome Mr. Sam Ho-Fei, Chief Executive of the Macau Special Administrative Region, to present the laurel and the trophies. First to our second runner-up, number 5, Enzo Danigni from France. And to the first runner-up, number 7, Marie Boya from Spain. And winner, number 6, David Nair from France. Congratulations, and to the winning team, KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport. Congratulations. 現在敦請長官閣下移步到中間與得獎車手合照留念。Please look to the front, to our cameras at the media zone. We're going to take a group photo with the Chief Executive. Please look to the front. 請長官閣下留步。現在讓我哋有請本屆大賽車6家主要贊助商嘅代表移步到我哋頒獎台嘅位置進行合照。And now we are welcoming the 6 major sponsors representative, including the Sense China Limited, MGM China Holdings Limited, Macau Resource and Entertainment Limited, SJM Resource SA, Galaxy Entertainment Group, and Win Resource Macau Limited. Together, please look to the front and let's take one more group photo. 請各位望向前方，我哋再嚟一張合照。Congratulations! May all winning drivers remain on the podium. 多謝各位嘉賓。 Thank you all of our presenting guests. 敦請長官閣下移步，亦都多謝各位嘉賓。And now, please welcome Mr. Emanuele Pichu, FIA Single Seater Commission President, to present the trophy to our winning and the winning team. Please, Mr. Pichu. First to our winning driver, number 6, David Naed from France. Again, congratulations. And to the winning team, KCMG and your Pinnacle Motorsport, our representative, Mr. John O'Hara. So please, Mr. Pichu, yes, move yourself to the center and let's look to the front to take a group photo. Please look to the front for one more group photo. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Pichu. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite all the winning drivers and the two representatives to move to the top of the podium. And let's take one more group photo together for our winning drivers. All right, please look to the front again. Enjoy your glorious moment. The fans have been cheering you on all day long. Thank you. Please return to the position, because now we're going to pass you the non-alcoholic champagne in accordance to the law of Macau. So the champagne is for you together to take a photo. Please hold the non-alcoholic champagne and look to the front and let's take a photo. Please look to the front. It's for photo taking, please. Yes. Look to the front, hold the non-alcoholic champagne and take photo. Congratulations. Thank you. We're going to enjoy this special tradition later together with all of our team members later, all right? And now I'll pass the mic to Prix. We're going to have an interview section with the winning drivers.
Don't boo me. Enzo, last year you finished just off the podium in 4th place. You were determined to make sure you got here this year. You worked really hard. For the first half of the race, you had to defend very hard from Teo. It was a good battle.
Yeah, it was a really chaotic race. It started 6th, got a really good start up to 3rd. Then first part of the race, Teo was really quick, so I had to defend. And then in the end, safety car and everything started to kick off. Freddie crashed in front of me. And then I had a chance on the last lap, but yeah, something happened and I wasn't able to get the run. And Teo got both of us, so no, good job to him.
Yeah, it's very much, you could have finished 1st, 2nd or 3rd on that restart. It was so close.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess, but it's still a podium, so yeah, still happy.
Yeah, really good job. Well done, Enzo. Great job by you. 3rd place, 2nd place, Murray Boy and Murray. I don't know if you could have done any more, really. You gave it everything. You got the lead initially, then you lost the lead, then you had a great restart, got it back. But when you were leading on the final restart, you just gave everybody a massive tow. It was so hard to keep them behind, wasn't it?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations and thanks to the team. I feel they did an amazing job. I also think, give everything this race, Freddie was incredibly fast. I knew he had the new tires, so I tried to push a lot at the beginning, but couldn't stay with him. So at what point I decided to keep some tires for the restart. I overtook him. I had a gap, but then the slipstream is just unbelievable. Anyway, Teo did an amazing job all the week. Congratulations to him, and the team can be really, really proud about all the work they have done.
And you can as well. I know you wanted to win, but you still love this place. It's something special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I really like this place. In the first time I came here, I enjoyed it a lot, and for sure this time, maybe tomorrow I will be happier than today, but for sure I enjoyed it.
It was a great effort. Well done to you, Murray Boy in 2nd place. Teo, wow, what a move. 3rd to 1st in one go, around the outside. That was 100% determination.
Yeah, for sure, was 100% determination. I was just full throttle, 6 gears, and I was looking to the front. I brake late, and it paid off. Obviously, the whole team deserved that win and the second position. Marie as well. We worked really well together the whole weekend. The car was just flying. The pace was there the whole weekend. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Yeah, and first win for the team and a 1-2 finish, so a great effort, as you said. You're the first driver from France to win this race for 21 years, so in your lifetime, you're the first French driver to win it. A great day for you.
Yeah, I was not born 20 years ago, so yeah, it's just amazing. At the moment, I cannot really realize, but I think in a few minutes should come, so yeah.
You're going to go to sleep tonight, eventually. You're going to close your eyes and you're going to think about that move over and over again.
Yeah, it was a bit scary, to be honest, but it paid off, and yeah, I'm really enjoying the whole weekend. I enjoyed to be here, so yeah.
It was brilliant. Well done. Fantastic move. Your race winner, the FIA FR World Cup winner, the Macau Grand Prix winner, Teo Nile.
A great race for the Macau Grand Prix. Teo Nile it is then who takes the race victory. He wins the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And we look forward to the next chapter in the story next year, the 73rd running. But for this year, it has been a great Grand Prix. Thanks for your company. From all of us, goodbye.
segunda edição do Grande Prémio de Macau, com o francês Théophile Nael a fazer história, a escrever o nome na lista dos vencedores desta que é a principal competição desportiva anual realizada no território. Théophile Nael, o segundo piloto a vencer a Taça do Mundo de Fórmula 1, prova que se disputou este ano pela segunda vez no circuito da Guia. É também o último dos pilotos a acrescentar o nome, um palmarés que viu ao longo de todo o fim de semana premiar pilotos como David Donald, que venceu a 57ª edição do Grande Prémio de motociclismo, ou o francês Jules Roussel, que triunfou na edição inaugural do Taça do Mundo de Fórmula 4. O italiano António Fuoco, ele que realizou Macau pelo segundo ano consecutivo, a inscrever o nome da história do Grande Prémio de Macau, também ao triunfar a Taça do Mundo de GT, entre as outras competições em cartaz, destaque para o triunfo de Joshua Buchan na segunda das duas corridas que integraram a etapa de Macau no PCR World Tour. Néstor Girolami, o argentino Néstor Girolami, venceu a primeira corrida do fim de semana. Ele que ajudou também o francês Ian Laquer a fazer a festa em Macau, o piloto francês a sagrar-se campeão, vencedor da edição de 2025 do PCR World Tour no território. No âmbito da Taça GT da Grande Prix, o triunfo a sorrir alguns dos pilotos que se notabilizaram ao longo do fim de semana no circuito da guia, quando sempre no segundo fim de semana de novembro, o Grande Prémio de Macau regressa para a terceira, a 73ª edição. Até lá, fico que tem um ano fabuloso, comunicado por nos ter acompanhado ao longo destes dias, até lá, até uma próxima oportunidade.
What a fantastic way then to end the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Massive thank you to all of you for coming along and watching and supporting the event. We have really enjoyed having your company. Hope you had a great time here and hope to see you again next year. And a huge thank you as well to the organising committee for all of their hard work.
Welcome to the race winners press conference from the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup. We have our top 3 finishers here today. Teo Nial, our race winner. Second place, Mari Boyer. Third place, Enzo Dellini. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門格蘭披治大賽國際汽聯 FR 世界盃正賽嘅賽後記者會。我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主內爾、第2保亞同埋第3嘅迪利尼。
Teo, congratulations. It's been a roller coaster weekend and it all came down to effectively the final racing lap and even the final few corners of action. How does it feel to win?
Feels really, really good. To be honest, I was just patient. The pace was there the whole weekend. My both starts yesterday and today didn't went as planned, so I just managed to stay calm. I know that we are racing in Macau, so everything can happen until the checkered flag is not over. So yeah, I was patient, but to be honest, like you said, it was a roller coaster the whole weekend, and now the emotions are coming.
冠軍得主內爾咧同我哋分享啦，咁其實佢對依家嘅賽果非常之開心啦。咁其實佢喺賽事當中嘅起步咧係做得一般嘅，咁但係因為都深知喺澳門嘅東望洋跑道上邊咧，直至到衝線嗰一刻，其實任何事情都會發生啦，所以佢就保持佢嘅耐性啦，一直專注於比賽當中，最後攞到好成績。
Can you just talk us through that last lap move? We've seen all weekend the slipstream's so powerful here, and you got the perfect slingshot to get past. When did you realise it was on, and how did you pull it off?
Yeah, I did a good restart, to be honest. So yeah, then I just put the 6th gear flat out. I look ahead and I don't know why they slowed down a bit too much. So I went to the left and then I closed the door. I brake late. Keep an eye on my mirrors as well with Mari, and it worked. So yeah.
而佢頭先亦都分享咗佢喺最後一圈嘅表現啦。其實佢見到咧對手喺最後一圈嘅時候咧，其實係慢咗落嚟嘅，咁所以佢就借機超越咗對手啦，然之後就一直抵擋住對手嘅攻勢，最後衝線。
Mari, you made a great start today. You led the race twice, and it came down to that final lap in the slipstream. Do you think you could have done any more today?
I don't know. I mean, Freddie was incredibly fast today. We know from all the weekend he was strong. I knew he had 4 new tires, so my plan was to stay with him the first laps, try to put pressure, make a mistake, something. He was taking many risks, but he was driving really, really good. Like I felt he had a lot of confidence today. I saw in the first restart that the slipstream was super powerful. Like I felt I did a really good job in my first one, and he overtook me like super easy. Like at the middle of the run from T2 to T3, he was already in front, and yeah, and yeah. Once I see I couldn't stay with him, I tried to save tires, prepare for my restart, for my opportunity. I had the luck that there was a safety car. He was incredibly fast in the last 2 corners, but the slipstream is so powerful that I was able to arrive, risk it a lot on the braking, was moving everything, locking front, rear, but I knew that I wanted to win here. Doesn't matter making P2, and the one that remember is in P1. And I knew that it was my chance to get past Freddie. Then he made a mistake in the last corner. I thought it was for me because I knew I had a gap. But yeah, again, safety car, 1 lap race, ciao. I tried to do whatever in the last 2 corners, but it's too powerful, the slipstream. And yeah, Theo did an amazing job. Congratulations to him, for sure to the team. We did an amazing week together. Maybe today I'm not enjoying that much, but tomorrow and when I will look at the past, I will be really happy and proud about this week. And yeah, next year, new challenges, and happy about my experience again in Macau.
而排第2位嘅寶雅咧，亦都同我哋分享啦。其實佢覺得自己喺起步啦，同埋其實喺比賽嘅週末裏邊咧都非常之自信嘅。咁但係奈何咧對手就真係非常之強勁啦。咁佢喺賽事嘅中段發現自己其實無法同前車拉近距離之後咧，佢就選擇保住佢輪胎嘅呢個性能啦，直至到衝線啦。咁佢覺得喺澳門作賽，佢感到非常之自豪啦，亦都好開心攞到呢一個咁寶貴嘅經驗。
Talking about that final restart, how hard is it judging kind of when to go for the start, and then once you realised Enzo was in your slipstream, how are you dealing with it? And did you lose some momentum going through Mandarin because Teo seemed to come so fast?
I knew I will lead the race after T1. Like I had in mind, I had 100% sure if there was a safety car, the one that will be in front, it was me. I looked thousands of possibilities to restart, and the one that was shooting every time the best was this one. Hugo last year was amazing doing this. I don't know, for sure they changed the compound. It's much easier to have the tire ready, and it's harder to make the difference. So for me, it was the best one, the best place to do it. Freddy also, I think he knew it was there. He tried. And in the last run, yeah, nothing more to do, just waiting to a car to overtake you. I mean, yeah, you can brake at the middle of the straight, but it's not fair. So yeah, this is Macau. Still enjoy it a lot. This is an amazing track. I'm a bit sad now, but as a driver, it's the best experience you can have, and yeah, it's unbelievable.
而佢都補充到咧，其實喺最後一次賽事重啟嘅時候咧，當中佢有好多嘅超越對手啦，亦都有好多守衞啦，亦都有好多防止後方攻擊嘅一啲過程啦。咁但係總括嚟講咧，佢都覺得喺澳門嘅呢次作賽咧係非常之好嘅。
Enzo, congratulations on third place. Your race, the first half was spent defending from looking in your mirrors and defending quite hard. Then it was obviously attack on that final lap. How did things pan out from your perspective?
Yeah, I just had a really good start from P6 up to P3 immediately, and then yeah, struggled for pace a bit on the first laps, and Teo behind was really quick, so just kept my position, defended the inside as it's quite hard to overtake on the outside, and then obviously safety car with a lot of chaos at the end, and yeah, in the end it's a podium, it's P3. I don't think we were the quickest today, so yeah, I'm still happy.
迪利尼咧表示佢喺第6位起步啦，咁佢覺得起步做得非常之好嘅，咁然後咧喺第一圈嘅時候咧都保持到佢嘅步伐啦，之後佢就努力去 keep 住佢嘅位置啦，咁好開心可以喺第3位完賽。
That's final safety car restart obviously decided the race day. How did you approach it? Did you know that this was going to be the opportunity to try to take the lead?
Yeah, I mean, listen, all the other safety car restarts, the guy in P2 had mega slipstream and could get a run on the P1, and I was aware of that. I felt like I did a good restart, but I made sure to not be too close heading into Mandarin, to not have to brake too early. So I tried to manage the gap perfectly, but I don't know, for some reason he decided to slow down in the middle of the corner, which meant I had to brake as well, which gave Teo the mega run coming from P3. Obviously, good job to him. It's very well deserved, but yeah, that's just what happened. It's a bit unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is.
而佢都補充到咧，其實喺安全車後最後一次重啟嘅時候咧，佢覺得自己嘅起步都做得好啦，咁然後咧都可以保持到同前車嘅距離，咁但係當然賽事有好多無法估計嘅嘢啦，咁所以佢最後就以第3位完賽。
And John, if I can move on to you, a great weekend in Macau this weekend, probably the biggest win of your team's history, if that's fair. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Absolutely, it's of course. It's the biggest day in Pinnacle Motorsports' career. We're in business now for 10 years. It's by far the best. I'd like to thank both drivers, of course all our partners, mechanics, engineers, admin staff, from KCMG, from Enya, and we're going to have a big party tonight.
現場咧亦都有冠軍車隊嘅代表啦，咁佢就覺得呢個係佢職業生涯裏邊咧係最開心嘅一日啦。咁佢就好多謝，首先恭喜兩位車手啦，咁另外好多謝車隊啦，好多謝贊助商啦，同埋工程師啦等等嘅每一位成員。
Okay, any questions?
開放現場提問。
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. It's Michael McClure from Peter Series. A question to all three drivers. This is the last race of the day, and there's never been this much rubber down on the track. How slippery did you all find it offline around the circuit, especially for you, Teo, on that opening lap? How close were you to hitting the wall, and did you feel concerned about losing grip on the way to Lisboa?
Well, for me, yeah, that year was not ideal, to be honest. I had to manage the tires as well, quite well. So for me, I kept that in mind, to don't overpush, to have still some pace with the tires at the end of the race. But what I saw from yesterday's race, the tires, the deck was not that much, so for me it was possible to push until the end.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a strict track. We know always there's a line and you need to follow. For me, the most different thing compared to yesterday, it was the hot temperature that we had. But for the rest, I don't know, I didn't have to go really offline, so I didn't feel it too much.
Enzo?
Yeah, for sure it's the point in the weekend where there's the most rubber, so it's a bit better than it was earlier in the weekend, but still it's a street track, so it's a bit slippery off the line.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, second one from me for Feeder Series. Enzo, this one's for you. You were so close to a podium last year and finished as the best rookie in the event. Obviously, you've now taken this podium today. Can you tell us about how last year's experience fueled you as you came into this year and where you can go from here as you head into F3 next year?
Yeah, I think last year for me helped a lot, as last year I finished P4, but it was mainly just by surviving, and a lot of the quick guys crashed as well. But this year, I feel like in the second year, you come back with a lot of confidence of where the walls are, you're able to push more in the sketchy parts. So yeah, this year overall we were a lot quicker. Quali didn't really go our way, but yeah, in the end we were definitely better than last year.
Okay, any more questions?
Thank you. Jamie Klein from Autosport. Probably a question for John, actually. Of course, we know the slipstream is very powerful here, but it seemed your cars, in particular, yesterday and today, seemed to feel the benefit of that more than anybody else. Was there any special reason for that? Any kind of setup concept you went for that explains that advantage you seem to have?
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of simulations done before the event, but and we know Macau is notoriously difficult to overtake on. So into Lisboa on lap 1 is your best chance, and on the safety car restarts. So of course that was a factor for us. But at the same time, our main priority was a lap time, you know. So the fact that our cars were quick over a lap, Theo showed that in qualifying with pole position, and that we were fast through the speed traps and able to get the job done in the race. I think it says a lot about our engineering, so we're very happy.
Any more questions? No, we're all good. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all three of you. And if you can pose for a photo, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.